Quite similar to the situation in America. Both countries have a similar relationship with their native or Aboriginal or Indian populations, whatever you want to call them. Before Europeans showed up in the New World, the native tribes didn't live in peaceful harmony, despite what some fringe activists may say. They warred with each other. They raped and pillaged and enslaved each other over land, over resources, over religion. Though it's not like they had an organized faith structure in the Eurasian sense. Their civilization was basically a Stone Age level technology, at least in Canada. I know the Inca and Maya empires were technologically advanced, at least enough to have agriculture and cities and caste systems and at least some basic knowledge of metalworking. But the people indigenous to Canada and the Northern American states never really advanced up the tech tree beyond stone tools. So when Europeans showed up with ships and swords and currency and literacy, all of their physical and cultural technology basically made the interaction between the two groups completely lopsided. Whenever conflict broke out between the two, as it did regularly, the Europeans almost always completely rolled over them with practically no effort. And a lot of Aboriginal lives were lost during the colonization and pacification of the Americas. It wasn't all warfare though. In fact, the majority of the deaths probably came from old world diseases that Aboriginal people just had no natural immunity to. So while America was manifest destinying across the lower half of the continent, Canada did pretty much the same with the upper half, and history played out the same way in both countries with regards to the now diminished Aboriginal population. You had treaties that were signed under duress and later violated, forced expulsions from ancestral lands, heavily restricted travel to basically just Indian reserves, which were in actuality the shittier parcels of land that Europeans didn't mind parting with. This is one of the darker moments of history for both America and Canada. A system of boarding schools was also set up in both countries, where Aboriginal children would be forcibly removed from their parents by the state and sent off to be educated. They would be taught not only the normal math and science and language courses of the time, but they'd also be educated in the Christian religion and in Anglo culture more broadly. These schools were jointly established and ran by the government in partnership with various Christian churches, and at the time they were viewed as an essential part of civilizing the savage by disconnecting Aboriginal children from their family, culture, and religion, and raising them to be European instead in an attempt to forcibly assimilate them into the new society that was being built around them. It should come to no surprise to anyone that the children who went through this educational program came out of it completely traumatized, and further investigation revealed that the majority of them suffered from physical or sexual abuse, malnutrition, and disease during their time in the system. Some activists claim that upwards of 30,000 Aboriginal children in Canada died due to what we call here the residential school system, but most other estimates reliably place that number around 3,000. In Canada, the schools were made compulsory to attend in 1894, and the final residential school didn't close its doors until as late as 1997, though by then the abuses had largely been curbed. The downstream effect of Canada's treatment of its Aboriginal population has basically created an underclass of people who seem to perpetually suffer from intergenerational trauma and substance abuse, and who are nonetheless highly skeptical of government, or more broadly white people in general, and their attempts to help them combat this problem. And considering what happened last time they received that help, fair enough. Thousands of individuals who suffered in the residential school system in Canada brought multiple huge class action lawsuits, and there's a whole bunch of legal proceedings and complexities that unfolded through the 90s and 2000s. We can just jump to the end. The Canadian government ultimately settled on a substantial $2 billion reparations package for the approximately 86,000 victims of the residential school system. As a part of this deal, the government became legally obligated to form a parliamentary committee tasked with and empowered to unearth the truth with regards to what really happened within the residential school system, and colonial Canada's dealings with the indigenous people more broadly, to make that evidence public, to admit wrongdoing, and to apologize.
In the 1870s, the federal government, partly in order to meet its obligations to educate Aboriginal children, began to play a role in the development and administration of these schools. Two primary objectives of the residential school system were to remove and isolate children from the influence of their home, families, traditions, and cultures, and to assimilate them into the dominant culture. These objectives were based on the assumption that Aboriginal cultures and spiritual beliefs were inferior and unequal. Indeed, some sought, as was infamously said, to kill the Indian in the child. Today we recognize that this policy of assimilation was wrong. Today we recognize that this policy of assimilation was wrong, has caused great harm, and has no place in our country.
Parliament began its work in 2008 and finished up in 2015. Throughout this time, the committee collected and preserved all available residential school records. It took sworn testimony from both former students and former employees in schools, and it also finished up in 2015. Throughout this time, the committee collected and preserved all available residential school records. It took sworn testimony from both former students and former employees in schools, and it also investigated many non-residential school-related topics, like alcoholism among the Aboriginal population, or the tendency for Aboriginal women's disappearances to go uninvestigated in Canada's western provinces, that sort of thing. In 2015, several months before Justin Trudeau took office, the committee completed its work and released 94 recommendations from the government. And when Trudeau came to power, one of his first declarations was to promise to implement all of them.
En partenariat avec les communautés autochtones, les provinces.
Two completely different things. One is testable, the other is a beauty standard. Well, I mean, blood pressure and blood sugar are testable. Cholesterol is testable. How's that meniscus holding up? The meniscus is a part of your knee. I'm saying that she's going to need knee surgery in a few years if she keeps doing plyometrics as a person who is 100 pounds overweight.
I love helping other people get fit and strong and healthy, especially in a way that isn't tied to how their body looks, in a way that makes them feel empowered and strong and that they can go into their life and feel like fitness and health adds to it in a way that it does not.
I love the audacity of these people who call themselves healthy.
In a way that makes them feel empowered and strong and that they can go into their life and feel like fitness and health adds to it in a way that it does not.
I love the audacity of these people who call themselves healthy because of a few things that they're doing, while at the same time they ignore one of the biggest factors that's affecting their health, which is their bad diet. Anyway, this is a CrossFit influencer who goes by Sporty Beth. She's somewhere around 220 to 240 pounds, and she's training to be able to survive the apocalypse.
I'm going to the gym right now so that I can train for the potential apocalypse.
Well, she certainly has the Twinkie part of that down. But Beth has made a number of videos showing her fitness prowess on TikTok and Instagram, like this video here that says, "Don't underestimate heavy girls," where she shows everyone that she can do pull-ups at her weight.
0.0000000. Okay, that's not full range of motion.
Why is this a pinned video? Even with the goofy CrossFit pull-up, she maybe gets her chin over the bar once on the first rep. This is not a good look, but maybe there's another exercise that she does well.
I've started doing handstands recently in the gym with my partner, and because I've gained like quite a significant amount of weight in ED recovery over the last few years, I was really nervous going upside down when I wasn't near a wall because I thought I would be too heavy for him.
Holy shit, that is an incredibly unsafe handstand for someone who's trying to do this at over 200 pounds. And here's a second one from a year and a half later, and she's gotten worse. She would never be able to do this without a wall, but based on the caption, she clearly thinks this counts as a handstand. So Beth is a fitness professional, or a fitness influencer, if you will, who a number of years ago had some health issues, so she decided to join CrossFit to manage her weight, and she actually ended up losing 100 pounds.
This is the story of how I lost over 100 pounds. So the reason I started CrossFit, the reason I got into fitness in the first place, was because I was experiencing severe mental health issues. I had gained a lot of weight because I've had struggles with food throughout my life. I didn't realise how much I was turning to food and alcohol in order to numb that pain that I was going through. I'd already done a little bit of weightlifting in the gym at home. I really enjoyed it, and I thought, why don't I go and have a go at CrossFit and see if I enjoy it? I was addicted after the first day. I needed to be around people, and I needed to move my body, and I needed to pursue health.
To be clear, Beth was obese, lost the weight, and she's making this "How I Lost 100 Pounds" video after she gained the weight back. But that's her little "my 600 pound life" type backstory of how she got to where she is today. Beth has a problem with overeating and alcohol abuse, so she did the correct thing by surrounding herself with a community aimed at fixing that problem. Addiction is very much a social issue, where a big part of the problem is that you either aren't socializing enough, or you are surrounding yourself with the wrong people. Fixing your social environment is a part of recovery. But Beth says that this environment didn't end up being the solution to her problems.
As I started eating healthier and going to the gym, I started to lose weight, and then of course, because of the societal pressure, I felt that I was not healthy in a larger body, and then I had to lose weight in order to get healthy. I also tried a really aggressive calorie deficit, where I was on about 1,200 calories a day.
I mean, if you're this big, then your weight is having a negative impact on your health. And 1,200 calories for a woman is not that restrictive. Depending on how tall you are, maintenance calories for women is somewhere around 1,600, so 1,200 calories isn't a huge drop. job. As I said, she ended up losing all the weight from her previous bout of obesity after joining CrossFit, but something's missing here. She said that she was being unhealthy, but I don't see how what she did was bad.
There's something in the Fitness in 100 Words that says eat amounts that don't support body fat, and I took that as a very literal person, very literally, thinking that I should have no body fat. In the end, I lost over 100 pounds, and that all happened within the first 6 months of CrossFit. The training had got so out of hand as well. I was doing double days and frequently like 7 days a week, and I wasn't taking any rest days at all.
Okay, so she was exercising excessively, which is why 1,200 calories wasn't a lot to her, and she was losing weight at an extremely fast pace, like basically 4 pounds a week, which is not healthy. I don't know why people at her gym didn't tell her that exercising without rest days is bad for you. Either this CrossFit gym is really irresponsible, or someone did tell her and she refused to listen. I mean, it's definitely possible that she was told but didn't listen, because she seems to have done incredibly small amounts of investigation into health, to the extent that she thought it was possible to have 0% body fat. I get that she didn't know that normal weight loss is 1 to 2 pounds a week. It's very common that people don't know that, but what I find really strange is that as an adult she thought that a person could survive without any body fat, and an extreme idea like that raised no red flags in her mind that maybe she should do a simple Google search to fact check her beliefs. And I point this out because I'm concerned that she is a fitness influencer, when for multiple years she had such little ability to research the science of exercise. What did she do to correct the poor standards of education that caused her to adopt some pretty dangerous beliefs? But anyway, what ended up happening as a result of this intense routine is basically what happens with everyone who over-exercises and over-restricts calories, which is that eventually she lost control, started binging like crazy, and gained all the way back.
I gained back a lot of the weight that I'd lost, but because my goals were physical and mental health and not to pursue thinness to impress other people and the rest of the fitness industry, I know in myself that what I'm doing is best for me, and I've got to allow myself to eat without restriction, so that foods become less scary and I'm less likely to binge on those kind of foods because I'm not restricting them out of my life. And the more that I've done that, the more that I found those foods that I've been restricting, that I would obsess over and binge on, I now find them far less interesting.
Okay, so this is a straight up lie. She still has constant cravings for junk food to the extent that it's unhealthy. In an older video, she admitted that her recovery plan was to eat chocolate ice cream every day.
I have chocolate like every single day because I have like an ice cream in the evening.
What are you, 5? You need your chalky ice cream and candy every day? Now, I'm not gonna pretend that I've never eaten junk food before, but eating dessert items daily is excessive. Healthy people don't eat like that. So her whole claim is that she's recovering from bad eating habits, but this isn't recovery. This is just trading one addiction for another, which is something that addicts commonly do. All she did was trade her weight loss addiction for a food addiction. And in these several years that she said that she's been in recovery for her pathological behaviors around food, she hasn't really learned anything. So what's happened here is that you can tell that Beth wants to be thin and have healthy eating habits. She even says that in older videos after she gained a bunch of weight. But she's put so little work into learning the science and the psychology of healthy weight loss that she now has it in her head that she can no longer try to get back to a healthy weight because she thinks that if she goes into a calorie deficit, she's going to end up binge eating.
I can't focus on weight loss because I have an eating disorder, and if I did focus on weight loss, if I tried to lose weight, then I would spiral back into my eating disorder and become incredibly unwell, and also probably gain weight because it has a binge eating component. So for me, it's not something I can do.
There's also this sort of underlying implication from Beth that trying to lose any amount of weight isn't healthy, and the way she rationalizes that is that weight loss causes so much stress on fat people that it's bad for their mental health. Right, so you're sacrificing total health for minor or negligible improvements in mental health. Because I've watched a lot of Beth's content and I don't see any evidence that her mental health is all that much better than it was 4 years ago when she claims that she started her recovery. In fact, you can argue that it's worse, especially with the frequent camera angles for porn addicts that she uses to try to boost her views. Honestly, I was surprised to not see an OnlyFans link anywhere. But I think she spends a lot more time thinking of Coke than she spends doing any actual mental health work.
I heard of body neutrality a couple of years ago and it really resonated with me, and I knew straight away that was the direction I wanted to go in. The definition of body neutrality is the act of taking a neutral stance towards your body, both emotionally and physically. This means not supporting hatred towards your body's limitations or investing time and energy into loving it either. You can simply be at peace with your body. My body doesn't really say anything about me, it's just my body and a tool that I use to live my life.
Congrats, you discovered nihilism. She began as someone who was body negative, which is like being pathologically pessimistic about the way you look. Then she moved on to body positivity or fat acceptance a few years ago, which is like conceited optimism. And now she does body neutrality, which is not caring about anything. And really, I think all of these are an unhealthy psychological response to bad eating habits. They're all based on some sort of delusion, whether that's fat acceptance suggesting that it's healthy to be fat, or restrictive dieters thinking they will become obese if they eat one slice of pizza, or the body neutrality group like Beth who are delusional enough to think that nobody cares about appearance. Overeating doesn't have a negative impact on your health, and there are 0 appearance factors that indicate your physical health. Please, Beth, think about what you're saying.
I kind of rationalise it by thinking, would I say these kind of things about an animal? Does anybody say these kind of things about an animal? If an animal has a bit of extra body fat, we tend to think that they're healthy. If they're like really thin and their ribs are showing, we tend to be worried about them.
So like 5 seconds after she explains body neutrality, she gives an example that's not neutral. She said it was good for an animal to be fat, but she would be worried if an animal was too thin. Worrying is an emotion. If you were body neutral, then you wouldn't be judging someone for being thin, nor would you be attributing positive feelings towards someone because they're fat. There's your proof right there that all this body neutrality garbage from her is a lie. She clearly wants to be thin, but because she can't figure out how to do it in a healthy way, she's adopted this ideology that allows her to tell people that it's not pathological behavior to eat chocolate ice cream every day and be 100 pounds overweight.
We don't hold our dogs or our cats or cows and pigs and horses to any random beauty standards based on the shape of their body or the way it looks. And go out to a field and look at a load of cows. I walk past a field of cows most days, and they're all different shapes and sizes.
Maybe comparing yourself to a cow or a pig isn't the smartest idea. Just a little advice from creator to creator. But people 100% care about the appearance of animals. Not only did you admit that in your own example, but there are a lot of people who have been calling it animal abuse when they see obese cats. So like I said, this is just nonsensical cope that's not going to lead Beth to what she actually wants, which I would say is to be thin and physically fit, while also not suffering a hit to her mental health. But she probably failed to achieve that a number of times, which is why she follows delusional ideas that she clearly doesn't believe internally because they obviously aren't true. So let's ignore the bullshit from her and see if we can find what's actually keeping her from being a healthy weight.
Now, in a binge eating episode, often you go into this trance-like state, and this could be for a couple of hours, if not more. You might find yourself going to the supermarket and uncontrollably buying loads of food and then going home, or even just getting in your car and eating it on the way home. You're not like present in your body when this is happening.
Yep, I know exactly what she's talking about. Honestly, outside of having an educational background in fitness and nutrition, there's a reason I know so much about food addicts, and that's because I've dealt with some of the same issues. That being said, these trance states that she described where you don't care about your well-being and you'll pathologically engage with whatever problem behavior you have, happens with any addict. The way you manage them is through meditation. And I'm not talking about hippie, spiritual guru, be one with the divine force meditation where you sit down and stare at the wall for an hour. I think that's excessive and not very clinically useful. What I'm talking about instead is the core of meditation, which is to be able to rid yourself of negative or unwanted thoughts, the ability to maintain focus on a singular activity, and being able to distract yourself away from pathological behaviors or things that cause you anxiety. Getting good at these things is extremely useful for addicts. With that said, the secret of the trance state is that if you wait long enough, it will go away. The first thing you want to do is make it as inconvenient as possible to engage with your addiction. So if you're a food addict, you don't keep junk food in the house. You make yourself drive to the store every time. The longer it takes you to eat things that are bad for you, the more chances that you have to say no. But a lot of times, those cravings to do bad things will be incredibly strong, so you'll need a distraction to defeat them. The easiest and most effective distraction is to just call someone and talk to them if you're having a craving that you can't control. This is what 12-step programs like Alcoholics Anonymous do with their sponsor system, and they do that because it works. Other distractions can be doing a hobby, watching a movie, playing a video game, cleaning. The distractions that work will be specific to you, but the point is that if you have anxiety issues or deal with unwanted thoughts, like the urge to overeat or drink or have trouble sleeping, or if you have ADHD and have trouble staying focused, then practicing meditation for a few minutes a day is how you fix that. So the issue with Beth is that much like she refused to listen to the CrossFit doctrine that says don't exercise every day. She's refusing to learn how to manage these problems, and now she's stuck in this cycle here.
And often when somebody just tries to stop doing that behaviour, they replace it with something else, and often that can be something that is more harmful.
Yes, that's true, and swapping out one pathological behavior for a different pathological behavior is something that you're already doing. You still have an unresolved food addiction, and you aren't really different from how you were several years ago when you got addicted to CrossFit. You just traded that for eating, and it's why I said that you haven't made any noticeable progress in mental health. You started out as a binge eater, switched to CrossFit, and then switched back to binge eating. You full on 360'd, except it's worse this time, because now you're several years better at justifying your pathological behaviors to other people.
There are loads of reasons people might be in a larger body, and their health and anybody's health is really none of our business. There are loads of things that I'm sure you do that are potentially unhealthy, but you do it because you want to do it.
Yeah, but if I had a drinking problem, then I hope my friends would criticize me for it until I got treatment, because that's what good friends do. Her mentality here is insane. She's essentially telling everyone that it's wrong to criticize people for doing things that are bad for them, and you should never try to correct the behavior of the people around you. Do you have any idea how many people in the world are suffering intensely right now because they have no one in their lives to give them a wake-up call?
And I just find it so weird that you can judge people so harshly based on something as small and insignificant as their body.
I think in her case, small is the wrong choice of words, and this is not insignificant. Your body is one of the most important factors, not just for attractiveness, but also your physical health. And to be cruel, if you're going to be like Beth and say that being 100 pounds overweight doesn't have a negative impact on your health, then you're either stupid or delusional.
People will assume differently because obviously I'm in a larger body now, and people assume that that means that we're less healthy, but that's not accurate at all. My heart rate is lower, I think that it's ever been. It's around like 50 beats per minute. I've got no like illnesses or cardiovascular problems or any of that sort of stuff.
That's because you're still young. All these fat acceptance types love to talk about how good their vitals are in their 20s and their early 30s. Come back to me when you're 45 or 50 and you start having strong markers of heart disease 20 years early, or you need a hip or a knee replacement 20 years early. That being said, it's very clear that Beth doesn't put a lot of effort into making sure that the information that she has is correct, which is a problem because according to her, allegedly, people pay her to teach them stuff about fitness because she's a fit mom and an athlete.
I run a coaching business with lots of clients that I have to program for. And by the way, the definition of an athlete is being proficient in a sport, so if you are at all proficient in any sport, then you are an athlete.
Wow, that was a bad thing to say because after looking at a ton of her videos, it's hard to say that Beth is proficient at anything. There are so many common exercises that she does incorrectly that I have a hard time believing that she's done any sort of fitness education. I mentioned before that her handstand form was horrendous. Her hands are too far apart, her fingers and elbows are pointed out, her shoulders aren't in line with her wrists, and she's looking the wrong direction, which will cause her to instantly fall if she wasn't being supported. Outside of looking the wrong direction, these are basics that are present in a number of fundamental exercises. For example, push-ups where she's making the exact same mistake with her fingers pointing out and is not going through the full range of motion, just like with the pull-ups that I showed at the start of the video. Beth also has a number of different videos where she's doing burpees or some sort of variant of that, and on every rep she plops her stomach down to the floor first instead of having her entire body go down at the same time. She can't even do a deadlift properly without dropping the weight every time, and worse, she made a video justifying her poor and dangerous technique.
What I find really interesting about all of these hate comments is they're like, that's not real strength, you're not really strong, you can't actually lift that, you're cheating because it's using momentum. And they're trying to qualify it by saying real strength is doing it slowly because you're not really lifting it unless you're doing it really slowly and controlled. But I think if we look deeper into it, it's really clear that all of these guys are men and they can't lift the same amount as me. So what's actually happening is they're seeing my videos, they're feeling super threatened because they see a weight on the bar that's way heavier than what they can lift, and they think, how can I dismiss this? How can I make this seem like she's not really doing it? And what they really hate is seeing a woman that is stronger than the average man. That's what they don't like.
It's crazy to watch multiple videos of this chick talking about functional workouts for Lifetime Fitness, and then you see her dropping the weight every rep or using momentum and having to do cheat reps to sort of be able to do pull-ups. She teaches a course on pull-ups and she's only able to do one full one where her chin clears the bar. I mean, does she even know what the word functional means in exercise? I guess if I have to lift a heavy couch for my Lifetime Fitness daily activities, I can just drop it from waist height after I have it in the right spot, because after taking Beth's fitness courses, I don't have any of the muscle development to be able to lower the couch safely to the floor. There's nothing functional about any of her technique, and the only thing she's good at is lifting with her ego.
We're not training for that at all. We're just training to feel strong, feel like a badass, do cool things in the gym. So I want my results. I want to be able to clean and jerk heavier, and doing things slow and controlled is not going to get me there. They literally just can't comprehend that a woman would want to lift heavy weights.
Yeah, this is a surefire way to get hurt. Ego lifting is probably the most dangerous mindset a gym goer can have, as many permanent injuries or worse have been caused by people who only care about bragging about how much they can lift. I wouldn't be shocked if Beth has been injured a number of times considering how bad her form is on a lot of her exercises. That being said, I will give her some credit because some of the time she says things that are correct. These days, she's an advocate against overtraining and tells people to take rest days. She also points out that most supplements are a scam, which is true. Most supplements outside of caffeine, creatine, and multivitamins do nothing and are a huge waste of money. And she points out some of the pathological ideology that many fitness influencers have, where they are constantly recommending that people stay at super low levels of body fat that are not only unhealthy, but quite honestly, very few people find it attractive. If you're a guy and you're getting jacked and then cutting down to a single-digit body fat, know that you're going to mostly attract attention from other men.
So if you were to go walking on a cruise with your shirt off or something like that, how many compliments would you say you get on your physique in 1 hour, and how many from guys and how many from girls?
I would say 90% of compliments are from men. If I'm going back to when I was younger, it's almost all men. And maybe not so much at the beach, but at the bar, it would be continuous all night. Wow, look at the physique. Every time I go to wash men. And so if you're thinking you're developing a body to get girls, it's not. You're gonna get lots of dudes.
So she's right about stuff like this, but she gets so many things egregiously wrong that it spits on all the good stuff that she says. Outside of all that, I mentioned during the part about meditation that there are psychological tactics that you can use to manage bad behaviors or create change, and it centers around the idea that you have a finite amount of mental energy. Mental energy is required to learn new things, you need it to make changes in your life, and you need it to maintain positive behaviors. So things like these use your mental energy, and so does stress and anxiety, which means that if you're constantly stressed out all the time, then you won't have the energy to make changes, you will fail to learn new skills, and you won't be able to maintain positive behaviors for a long period of time. Harmful behaviors are significantly harder, if not almost impossible to resist, when you're under stress and drained mentally. I like to think of it like a mana bar in a video game, and when it runs out, you start binge eating or engaging in every vice that you have. So when life is stressful, eating a gallon of ice cream is like a mana potion that restores your mental energy, and you'll keep going back to that uncontrollably if you don't reorganize your life to produce less stress. I think a few big ones for weight loss are sleep, not getting enough electrolytes, and allergies, particularly if you get headaches with your allergies. There are also things that are a little bit more non-physical that cause lots of stress, like making yourself a slave to predators because you keep overspending on stuff that you don't need, or taking on a work schedule that's too intense or has really inconvenient hours. Essentially, you need to find out what your biggest causes of stress are, and start making small edits to your life over time so that those things either go away or have less power over you. At the same time, figure out what things restore your mental energy so that you aren't choosing things like food or alcohol to do that. Anyway, thanks for watching, follow me on Twitter, and I'll see you in the next video.
With the Oblivion remaster out, I figured it'd be a good idea to review the review the AAA trash we have been getting, and today we are going to react to both of Fleekazoid's Dragon Age Veilguard videos.
This is really the best Dragon Age game that I've ever played.
Oh, really? Yeah.
I've got no time to spare on this one. In the middle of editing this video, that bitch boy Bill Gates bricked my PC and I had to start over again. But that's not even the fun part. The fun
Bitch boy Bill Gates.
part is I've only got about 24 hours until I gotta catch an international flight, so now you're getting the speedrun version of this video. Strap in and strap on. Here we go. Dragon Age Railroad looks like something straight out of a Tumblr fan
Oh my
fiction. This
God.
looks like a Pixar movie, but with less balls. This looks
Seriously?
like another established franchise that's known for one thing and gets flipped into the complete opposite to appeal to a wider audience that doesn't exist. And I, for one,
Yes, like I was actually really excited for Dragon Age of Veilguard before I really saw anything about it, before any of the trailers. I thought since Baldur's Gate 3 was so good, I was like, instead of being shit, Dragon Age the new one's definitely gonna try to be like awesome instead, right? And that is 100% not what happened. Like when I saw that first trailer, it was so like Pixar movie with like Marvel movie writing. I was like, fuck no.
wish BioWare all the success that Volition had. But before I get my anger with this game, I know Veilguard fans get pissy when people use their eyes to see, and they feel like
Yes,
people
so
point out
true.
how shit this game looks. They can't like this dog shit themselves. And I'm here to say, I don't really give a fuck if you like it, alright? Just don't talk to me about it next to this window. To give this all a look, I know this game identifies as a Dragon Age game, but it's hard to choke that down when I can see the throbbing Assassin's Creed Valhalla hanging from under its dress. Instead of finally building upon Origin's janky but engaging combat system, BioWare took the coward's way out by assimilating with the Borg and making another shitty action game with light RPG mechanics. Just
Yeah, like I think it was also supposed to be a fucking live service game at first too, and then they realized that was just not gonna happen, and then they just like scrounged together the bits of that live service game to make this bullshit.
It's like a clunky and packless hack and slasher. The combos look basic as shit, the flow looks horrible, and from one action game lover to another, I know you're trying to protect little Jimmy's eyes for when he accidentally buys this game thinking it's a Fortnite sequel, but if this is the direction we're taking, maybe we could splurge on a little bit of gore in our M-rated game.
Yeah,
Even
for real.
funnier than that, the journalists keep trying to convince me that my decisions will matter. Not even my previous decisions matter. There are a grand total of 0 decisions
Oh my
over
God.
the first 2 games. Fun fact, Dragon Age...
Yeah, like do you remember, like I think the Mass Effect games, like your decisions for the first one ported over to Mass Effect 2 and 3, and I think in Dragon Age Origins, yeah, it went to like 2 at least, right?
Age 2 was made in about a year and had about 20. Speaking of all
Yeah,
that,
that's crazy. And also, like, since that was made in about a year, like, I also recently was researching, and Assassin's Creed Brotherhood was also made in, like, a year, like, less than a year. It's, like, shorter than the new Assassin's Creed games, but it sold 7 million copies. Like, it's so, like, crazy, like, what the industry has become now. They try to make these, like, horrible, bloated experiences, and they somehow spend, like, hundreds of millions of dollars on them, too.
that's packed with a fuck ton of passive bonuses to give you the illusion of there being more to unlock than there
Alright,
actually
it's like
is. And you know what? I'm
clusterfuck.
actually fine with this because personally, I believe in gratitude. I believe that there are so many people out there that have it so much worse in this world. Like for example, your companions who now have a kids menu skill tree with
Oh my
get this
God.
4 whole abilities. So
Four?
now you can level up your
Damn.
companions like they were a main character. This tourist remembers. But hey, who needs that? Now your decisions really matter. Remember when you could kill off a main companion in the first 5 hours of Origins? Well, that ain't shit. In Veilguard, your choices decide what chick's gonna randomly moan in the middle of dialogue.
Friend, back to your camping.
But now that I've given you the moans, let's get back to the bitching. This is companions in Veilguard.
Wasn't expecting to ride it over today.
Oh my God. Oops.
This is companions in Origins.
39
Yep.
buried, 39 found.
Alright, that's not a fair comparison. We also have this dumpster fire. This bisexual disaster. Before we get into that description from the writer of that character himself,
Yup.
their self, who's ever self. He also literally just loves his coffee.
Wait, what? That's like a character trait. Coffee, paella, Wyverns, names redacted, book club redacted, revenge. Is this like...
Hello.
Hello.
I saw you here during the thing. I was just like, oh, there's Rubius.
Yeah, I think I might have got phased into a different shard during the middle of it because all of a sudden I'm at 53% mission progress. The other one I was in was higher.
Well, I got pulled into Gallywix, so I'm gonna have to do that over again anyway.
And people are being
Is this
stupid. They're not actually doing any of the mission stuff. Lose this one.
some like self-insert shit, isn't it?
This game's gonna be another nacho night, I can feel it. That's the total writing. I think it's gonna be that stupid, safe, My Little Pony bullshit. I think that first wacky trailer is what this game actually is. These
yeah.
slow, dark trailers is probably them taking the few times they get dark and pretending it's the whole game so they can bait and switch us on launch day. They can't really even hide that in their own trailers. Like, look at this. These trailers go, yeah, we're actually pretty dark and brooding. We're actually pretty dark. As for the voice performance, Rook sounded good, but then there's this woman.
What? No. Stepping into all that world magic is suicide.
Oh my God.
The storm could tear you apart.
Is
Next,
that
now
so
I
bored?
think they're dropping the game on Halloween. These facial animations are scary as hell.
Like, honestly, the Oblivion remastered facial animations are probably better than this shit.
Get that demon away from me! They got that cold INTJ stare, that look of pure analyzing, coupled with a slight sardonic smile that makes people uneasy. Or in other words, they're all out here looking like the third Menendez brothers. Following that, budget cuts, budget cuts, budget cuts.
Yeah.
These companions are so ugly, not even the AI wants to look at them. How are you gonna brag about nudity like that's a selling point for this game, BioWare? Stop the threats! I'll buy the $80 version if it guarantees that I'll never come across Tasha's news by accident.
Figure it out. Take one of mine then.
This is what she looks like
Pretty
now.
much.
Okay, moving on. The only thing worse than
Yeah.
what is what you can make.
Oh
For me
God.
personally, and I know for the team, it was important that you could
Game
switch
director
something
George
in.
Bush talking about character creator. Wait, his name's
Oh,
George
yes,
Bush.
you're a busty woman! This is tyranny! A damn
Yeah,
hot
it is.
bigotry! And I won't let my busted fabrics for consistent price be discriminated against. Can I get a yes, sir?
Yes, sir.
Just when I thought we couldn't get any lower than budget cuts.
That's like kind of crazy to me is that like I don't know why these developers have an issue putting in like a butt and boob slider into these games because The Sims 4 has had them for like 11 years now. It's literally never been a problem for anyone. But I think it's because The Sims 4 is probably mostly like a female audience, then it's okay. But here in these like fantasy RPGs, it's suddenly like controversial or something. Like I don't know, these people are so fucked up.
Now we have negative budget. We are in debt. And I know this has been the subject of a lot of controversy with many saying, including a former developer from BioWare, if you don't like this customization option, just don't use it. And you know what? I agree. And as long as that's the logic we're using, uncap those sliders and let us make some dusty fantasy hoes. Let us blow that ass up
Seriously.
to Instagram thought. You just don't use it.
Exactly.
It's like every other RPG mechanic being dumbed down to pre-K levels. I've been assured by every game journalist that's been gargling BioWare's balls like mouthwash that your choices matter. And after hours of research, I can proudly say that your choices actually do matter. Because you have the choice to buy this piece of shit or to put $5 on Dragon's Crown and have the ride of your life. Look at this art, look at this art, look at this art. This game is Dragon Age in name only. They're a company on the verge of collapse. Bait and switching is their only hope. Don't believe them. And these gaming journalists are word prostitutes selling their opinions for free breakfast buffets at the Holiday Inn, saying shit like BioWare is back, baby, y'all. Listen, I have so much to say about this game, and I didn't even get to everything I hate about it in this video, but blame Bill Gates for that. He's a fan of Dragon Age Veilguard, he's a sabotage guy. I fucking 3 hours, I still haven't packed, I gotta get out of here. We'll continue this conversation when I get back. Fuck you, Bill. God, thanks, Bill. You understand that? Look at the size of that boy's head.
Damn,
I'm not kidding, that's like an orange on a toothbrush.
Alright, on to part 2.
Pimps, I am back! You've probably been wondering where I went. Well, I've been correcting the timeline. Ensuring that everything is as it should be. And although I won't say the correction of the timeline was all me, I will say that none of this could have happened without me. I would never say that I'm the whole car. I play a very small part in this. The engine. But now speaking of that, imagine if I pretended to be a Ferrari salesman, sold you an Enzo, and then handed you the keys to a Ford Taurus. Imagine if Tom Cruise reached out to you through email and told you that only you could save Mission Impossible 20 by sending him $200 in iTunes gift card. Imagine if a very real Kate Upton matched with you on Tinder and then plied you into sending her $2,000 to an offshore account at the Punjab National Bank. And imagine if you will, your favorite game company brings back a franchise you love for a fantastic return to roots. Surely all of these are real. Real Kate Upton, real return to roots, except they're not the dumb rats. All of these are catfishing scams and you couldn't even spot them. Don't worry, you may be stupid, but you're not alone. Just in 2023, consumers were catfished out of $2.7 billion.
Oh my God.
How did that happen? Is that all just grandma getting scammed by Indian guys pretending to be Bill Gates? Maybe that's around $1.7 billion. But where's the other $1 billion in imposter scams coming from? I'll tell you where it's coming from. The AAA gaming industry.
Yes.
The AAA gaming industry is the third biggest catfishing operation behind Indian call centers and Snapchat filters. They just cannot stop themselves from bringing back old IPs that they killed off. Only
They really
whatever
can't.
the fuck they wanted to do for the original formula.
Oh my God, I know.
They get left holding the bag or the fans because they show up on launch day to buy a new entry from their favorite franchise, only to discover that this shit couldn't be any further from the original. Like swiping right on Beyonce and showing up only to see Big Mama. They have been catfished. But at least they can look forward to the next Fable game. Psych, hey, look, a new God of War game. Psych, hey, look, another Saints Row game. Psych, another Dragon Age game. Psych, a new Assassin's Creed game. Psych, oh, hey, sorry for catfishing you just then. Here's an actual return to roots. We're very sorry about that. Just click off the video already. You understand? With your constant stream of great games to stick to a formula you love.
Hell yeah.
Bastards. I wish I liked CVT so I could bask in this glory with you. Ubisoft is so dedicated to not catfishing their fans that if they change the formula even a little bit, they change the name of the game.
Imagine that.
If this was Ubisoft, these would all be called Dark Souls.
Oh my God, they would be all called Dark Souls. Pinkie Pie's party, yeah, that'd be called Dark Souls 2.
You guys have it so good that you have to catfish yourselves.
Yep.
It's about
Oh my God, I remember
and you know
that.
what that means, Bloodborne fans. Bloodborne Remastered has become December 12, 2014. Damn,
Oh my God, I remember
and
this.
at least we do another.
Oh my God, we're never getting Bloodborne 2, are we? We're getting that like Bloodborne Nintendo Switch 2 game next year, which I don't know. It's not even called Bloodborne, but it like basically is like Bloodborne. I don't know how I feel about it. I'm pretty lukewarm on it, honestly.
Form of catfishing, the Bethesda type of catfishing.
Oh, yeah.
And they use their name and their history to dig into that nostalgic moment of yours trying to transfer the clout from their old games to their new ones. We're BioWare, we're Bethesda, we're Obsidian, we're Rocksteady. Remember all those games we made and you loved back when you were happy and before you only got to see Daddy on the weekends? Well, this is brought to you by the same people that brought you that. Except it is not. This game was made by the same logo that made those good old games. The people that made them left the logo 10 years ago. It got replaced by a bunch of Jaguar drives. And they tried to tell me
Oh my God, I forgot about that Jaguar commercial. Damn, that's crazy.
Going from the original game. Ooh, the fucking janitors? Let's play a fun little game real quick. What if I told you the baker behind Bayonetta and Nier Automata was making another game? You'd probably throw 7 singles up in the air and see where they land, right? They would land on Babylon's Fall. What if I told you the guys behind Dishonored were cooking up something new? You'd probably think it's at least a 7 out of 10, right? Redfall. And what if I told you Creator of New Vegas was making a new game? You'd probably be very interested in what deep RPG they're cooking up next. In New Vegas, you had 3 different flavors of 50 cal. I mean, where can we go from here? The resounding answer, backwards. Now, you grenade launcher share gun enthusiast's favorite caliber, heavy ammo. As it turns out, if you duct tape 8 rounds of 308 together, it turns into a grenade launcher shell. It's a regular war zone out here. Pimp. Nobody is who they say they are.
I know.
Reunited with THQ only to reach down her pants and grab a handful of Nord dick. Turns out THQ went default in 2013 and Nord voted a year later so they could parade it around like Lincoln's corpse.
Oh my God.
Austrians. And if you think that's bad, now they're using entire genres to catfish. RPG used to be a proper category. It used to stand for something.
I know, all these AAA RPGs are such a fucking joke now, especially compared to the Oblivion remaster. It's just like, what the fuck are they like even doing? Like, we got Dragon Age Veilguard, then we got Avowed. It's ridiculous.
Shitty combat and a fuck ton of player choice. These days I buy an RPG and I end up at 40 hours of therapy. And not even as the therapy on, but as the therapist. Telling Alistar he has no bitches. I don't want to be here. Which brings us to Dragon Age the Veilguard. A game so good that as soon as the post-launch clarity hit, all the launch day reviewers called it dog shit. I'm calling it now. Veilguard is the biggest catfish of the generation. Not only does Veilguard not resemble a Dragon Age game, it doesn't resemble a BioWare game, it doesn't resemble an RPG. Now you can look me in my eyes and call this a fantasy game when there isn't a single dwarf being racist towards an elf in this piece of shit.
Knife-eared pipe cleaner.
Let's get around the applause for BioWare, everyone. Rarely do you see incompetence on this right. This is generational incompetence. Once in a lifetime. Veilguard is like Dragon Age for Coco Melon fans. It came into my home, beat my eyes, bounced them off the walls, then threw them down the stairs and treated my eardrums like trampolines.
Oh my God.
Everything that made Dragon Age, and decided to do the polar opposite.
Yes.
I was shocked by this out. Everything I said in my first video was right. And I knew it would be right because the gaming industry has catfished me so many times before. That being said, I'm still waiting for Stalker 2 to finish getting patched up, so fuck it, let's plan on this for a bit while I wait.
Yeah, but like, what is crazy about all this like catfishing? It's like they're like so fucked up because I think deep down they know that we wouldn't like a game like Dragon Age the Veilguard, but they make it anyway. But then they like market it as something else in hoping that they like trick us, and then we like it. Like what? But if they're so proud of what they did, why didn't they just like lead with the like Tosh like storyline and really just like be honest about it? I mean, like I literally don't understand what's wrong with these people. Like, I don't.
So I got probably about a year left on this review. First of all, combat is every bit as enthralling, engaging, and incredible as I thought it'd be. Why not build on the classic CRPG Toad Wrangling combat as fans have been asking for since the second game? Fuck the fans, nobody plays CRPGs anymore. But when I play this, I feel like I'm experiencing a new level of strategic depth. As I combine fast-paced attacks, parries, and dodges to exploit my enemy's weakness. Stone rail.
Oh my god, that's like some Corpo speak right there.
It's been possible without my loyal sewing circle. I'm joking, of course. They are completely useless outside of the one skill wheel use I get from them every 45 seconds. I understand now why they make them invincible. They are total morons. This game must take place in 1986 before Street Fighter invented the combo, because these dumbass companions practice the ancient art of hitting these motherfuckers one time for 11 damage in the most elaborate way possible, then wandering off. Somebody hand me a towel so I can throw it in. This is the type of shit that happens when you turn off natural selection, and that's why I just stick to the reliable ranged fighters like Morgan.
So reliable. How do you miss every target? I don't know!
Harden's right, this requires a good stat. I'll take care of it.
As for the writing on these companions, what can I say that hasn't already been said by everybody for the last month? It's 100 hours of 8 people with negative racism and dialogue that has been safety strained into ash. The CIA should put all this dialogue into a montage and use it to break captives. These friendships sound like they were written by people who have never had friends. Where's the law? Where's the disagreement?
You want to bet me? You have only passed. Let's draw your weapon and say that again.
I know, what?
I jest, my foul-smelling friend. You are only slightly less attractive to me than a slime-filled pool of swamp water.
Oh my god, I remember Zevran too when I played Dragon Age Origins a while ago.
The eerie constant positivity and wooden line reads makes me feel like I'm in the Manson family, not a found family. They want you to all be bestest for ends so badly that they provide no way to antagonize or lose your companions until the very end when they went, oh shit, that's right, we're playing there again. This man's hometown, full-blown 80s, and 3 hours later we're chopping it up about his coffee recipes.
Oh my fucking god.
They don't even get me started on Tosh.
Actually, Tosh uses them for himself now. They asked us to let folks know, so now you do.
Now you know.
I appreciate it. Thanks for telling me. Tosh, you up for it? Yeah.
You don't ever interrupt God's mistake with when he's talking. Anyone else? And at least we do another thing I want to talk about. These puzzles. All these puzzles are piss babies. In my entire time playing the game, there was only one that I couldn't figure out. Who the hell am I? Somebody please tell me who the fuck I am. Some people have the gender card. I have the gender. Some people call me both. Some people call me she.
He just made the most cursed character. Like, you could probably make it this game.
And on the back end, I'm God's mistake Ladir. Man, she, her, to look at. I think I actually found out what happened when I tried to join my soul sister Tasha becoming a free agent. I think I accidentally hit the factory reset button and became a man.
Oh no.
Another Veilguard puzzle solved in less than 60 seconds. I naturally looked at that game. Speaking of which, we've already talked about the legit cuts in the last video, but let's all blow our pipes for a second to mourn the loss of Isabella's massive milkers.
Damn. R.I.P. indeed.
Now, for the record, I was planning to do more side quests, but then I found out you get the best ending by not doing any of them. If you neglect every companion's quest line, you unlock a special ending where everyone dies. Let me think about
nice. Hell yeah.
I don't understand why you're reading so many books.
Oh my god. Can't look at his character. Oh my god.
When they did this in Mass Effect 2, it was pretty depressing when my companions died because I liked them. Here, it's cathartic. I invited my whole family to watch this shit over Thanksgiving dinner. I'm talking my immediate family. I'm talking cousins, in-laws, their pugs. I invited the whole flock of pins. Fleek Harvey, Dr. Philly.
Nice.
Fleek the Yeti, Princess Orange. Fleek Jones, Fleek Rogan.
Can I please bite the chunk out of there?
Canadian guy. Bad Albert. Dog, get your big ass in here. Can't fit through the door. I know year of unemployment, you'll be able to squeeze in just fine. You can come in too, SBS Fleek.
Merry Christmas, Xbox.
Hey guys, this is how Trump saved Nintendo fans by Fleekazoid.
The Switch 2 is $450. I don't care. I'm still gonna.
That British music.
Oh, this is Flump, calling in from the Oval. Your credit score isn't even 450. 450?
Yeah, that's bad.
You don't even pay that much in taxes. Now, I'm not saying I have aid, but I certainly a swell. No wonder people are doing fentanyl. That shit's way cheaper than Mario Kart. These prices are getting so bad that people are saying fentanyl is the new family entertainment system. Have you heard this? People are saying I should
oh my god.
Greasy meatball goblin bastard Mario for what he's doing to you people. I really should. The big N-word, Nintendo is building a fentanyl once again, but I'm not gonna let it happen. I'm not gonna let it happen, not this time. So welcome to Trump House. I'm terrifying the world, so they cancel the Nintendo Switch 2 pre-orders because you people can't help yourselves. You're helpless like little babies.
True. I mean, the pre-orders sold out. I mean, true, right?
Steady baby food. We're not helpless. Shut up, you're terrified. Little bitch babies, that's what I call Nintendo fans. You
little bitch babies.
I say you won't buy it, but I know you'll buy it because that greasy Italian reminds you of
greasy Italian.
And you can still get hard. You know, I was gonna drop an N-word on the Japanese to stop you guys from pre-ordering the fancier. Said you shouldn't do that. You really shouldn't do that. He said if you drop an N-word, then Russia will launch their N-words, and N-words are gonna be flying all over.
Oh shit!
People have to hide in their bunkers from the N-words, like Fallout. So I don't use the N-word. But if I pay $80 for Mario Kart and it doesn't work out, probably I will do it. I would almost say definitely. What do you mean by N-word?
Oh my god.
Nuclear bomb Pierres. We've been through this. That's why I call nukes the N-word. Sometimes I call them the N-bomb. And if they're very radioactive, I call them hard R, as in hardcore radiation. People shouldn't say these words. Now let me pass it over to Presenter Fleek. Great guy, huge dick, hard. He got there. I got this guy. Samuel Vance, hang up the phone. Pimps, I fear the worst.
Oh my god, Fleek as Trump is so fucking hilarious.
As Nintendo has gained consciousness, they finally woke up and realized that PlayStation's off making Jaws and Concord.
Oh my god, yes, that is so true. I think called Spider-Man 2 Jaws. And yeah, Concord. Just like having to feed $400 million worth of fried chicken. That's where the whole budget went, I'm sure.
Xbox off making nothing, then when they do make something, you want them to go back to making nothing. And
True.
Nintendo's the only ones left cranking out fun games. But as always, if you want to have your loyalty abused, become a Nintendo fan. You'll realize that nostalgia is worse for your wallet than crack. Switch 2 is an awesome console with fun games, but it's also death by 1,000 gotchas. And listen,
That is so true.
$50 for the console. I'm a big boy. I can take one honest fucking, but I didn't want to buy Mario Kart for $60, let alone $70, but I did. So now I'm paying $80. And so far, the only response I've gotten from Nintendo is, what do you guys not have credit cards?
I like that. I didn't want to buy Mario Kart for $60, let alone $70, but I did. So now I'm paying $80. And it was like $450 for a Nintendo console. Look, I'm a big boy. I can take a good honest fucking.
Bowser's called us all broke. I'm not broke. You're broke. Really broke. Brokeback Bowser. That's what we call him.
Brokeback Bowser. Oh my god.
I'll show you who's broke. I'll pre-order 3 of these Switches right now. You don't have the credit card. I have the credit cards. Hang up.
You don't have the cards. Oh my god.
Whatever the fuck you are, then. But it's not all bad news in the last week. Not a minute late. 10 years later, Nintendo is finally launching their competitor to the Kinect, which also doubles as a face cam for their new, legally distinct Discord.
Yeah, like this part, I'm like, no, like there's just like no part of me that is interested in this, like at all. Like it just is like a fucking Zoom call. Like I've just been on so many of them from my like corporate life, and I'm like, why would you want to like willingly do this, but also like pay money for this stupid thing so that just people can like watch you while you play the game with them? Like I'm just like, no, there's just like no way. And it looks like the frame rates of these like are really bad too.
Listen, your friends and family, the NSA can finally put a face behind the slurs.
Hey!
Wonderful piece of hardware this is. This is what I'm calling in
Oh my god.
480p for on-play camera. Everything's computer. I found the visuals. All of it is so good.
Oh my god, the smoke detector chirp.
Quality, I mean. I'm testing the city camera.
Oh my god, why is there a smoke detector going off?
At least Nintendo's finally adjusting to reality. We're done with that whole rooftop ritual sacrifice or whatever the hell was going
Yeah,
on
what
with
is
the Switch 1
Oh my
trailer.
god, that Switch 1 trailer is just giving like that's like some millennial core shit right there. Like all of these like young adults having like a rooftop barbecue playing their like Nintendo Switch. Like oh my god, it's such millennial.
And still though, people are being way
Hey, here's a question for you. You've been doing the dailies on your alts, right? For the
Yeah.
Do they give you the what is it called again? The confiscated cultist bag again? Or is that only you only get that one time? You do get multiple limbs? Okay, cool. Good to know I can farm that amount on alts. So.
Yep, you even get rep and all that.
nice to each other for a game of Mario Kart. This kind of feels like false advertising. Check this out.
26.
Okay, I got it.
Your mother's a whore, Janice. A really beautiful whore. She's seen more dicks in a locker room mirror, that lady. So much dick.
Wow. God, smoke detector. Why?
I'm sorry, that was me. Please don't cry. Don't cry. I'm getting hard.
Oh my god, the smoke detector again.
We're planning on upgrading to the premium plan to get better screen.
Oh my god. Are these seriously the frame rates of it? Or is that like when you're playing online with people, the frame rate drops? It can't be like that all the time. Like, I'm not like the biggest like Nintendo fan. I don't have like an issue with them or anything. Just like not really into the Nintendo games. Like if anything, the only Nintendo Switch 2 game I'm probably interested in is that new FromSoft game. But I don't know if I would like actually buy the Switch 2 just for that. It has to be like really fucking good. But like these like frame rates, like are you fucking kidding me?
Share quality, make new plans, because this is the premium plan. Couldn't you tell? The dead giveaway was that you could use legally distinct Discord at all. Because the dusty bitches that aren't a Nintendo Online member don't get to use this. They're not people. If you don't pay for Switch Online, the C button won't send you to legally distinct Discord. It'll send you to zip recorders. So you broadcast and get a second
That is so funny.
You need to keep Nintendo afloat. You think it's cheap to make DK look this sexy? Oh, look at the ass on that gorilla. What a great ass. A huge ass. I quite Melange's ass. I salute that ass. This ass.
Grab the wrong
The
Warbound
screen looks
item.
good, so Nintendo's begun shitting on the quality of the old screen. If you think that looks good, take a look at Cyberpunk on this bitch.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I can't imagine people are actually going to be playing Cyberpunk on the Switch 2. Like if you really wanted to play it on the
I'm like
go,
grabbing
like,
a piece of
Steam,
mail
the Steam
gear,
Deck's gotta look better
equipment,
than
and
this
then
for this game.
realizing, oh,
Like I don't know.
yeah.
Like I feel like most people are buying this
I
Switch 2 for
wonder
the
if stats
exclusive games,
are
but it's like I don't know why even like have a Cyberpunk port when it's gonna look like such shit.
God, it doesn't look a frame over 30.
Seriously, not a frame over 30. Like what the fuck are we doing?
Great buddy, my good pal. You know what I think about that? Well then change the channel. I'd like to solve Pat. Tariff. The word is tariff. In fact,
Well, that's
Pat, my
weird.
sweet sugar my honey bear, the sun to my moon. Look at me with those piercing blue eyes, baby. I tariff me. Commercial break. In other news, they've announced the games will be running at 60 FPS and 120 FPS in some games, sometimes if they've been.
I kind of doubt that it's ever going to get to 120 FPS. Like if it does, I would be shocked. But also since they're saying like 60 FPS and 120 FPS sometimes in
To be
some
honest,
games,
said
like
hi.
that's like pretty sketchy.
And if you bought that up.
Rihanna. I know you hate me.
She doesn't
Wait.
hate you. She's
That's why she doesn't want to see me.
just really tired because she's picking up extra shifts and stuff so that she doesn't miss out on money for the time off she's taking.
For what, entire 2 days, I expect, is honestly what she's going to get off.
What, man? We have court tomorrow. She's got to go back to court for something else in a week. Mm-hmm.
This is annoying. My paladin is currently stuck in combat, and I'm literally walking across the entire zone. And I still.
Yeah, love you, babe.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
What's up?
I was just saying I was stuck in combat, and a friend typed in the chat saying that happens to that quest a lot. The room underground.
No.
I'm gonna go into a follower dungeon and then leave it. That'll probably get me out of it. Whoops. There we go. That fixed it. Yeah, not like paladins have feigned death. Yeah, why is that a hunter-only ability? Explain that one for me.
Right, everyone can fake themselves dying.
What's that?
I said, yeah, everybody should be able to fake dying.
Yeah, like half the population or of the world can already fake their orgasms. Why can't people just fake dying?
Exactly.
So then you also have to buy an upgrade too. So Nintendo Switch upgrade pack will cost $10. God damn, this is just like 1,000 gachas. He was not kidding.
Or perhaps if you join the not a broke bitch plan, you can always rent 60 FPS. Because of course you didn't think when you bought your
That
fancy
was
Switch
cool.
Pro that you'd be able to just boot up the games you already own and take advantage of all that power without paying even more, did you? You dumb bitch! I care of you for being so stupid. Hang up, chubby face, twirly head, lollipop dance. And the sad part about all the price gouging is that these games look fun as hell. We got Red Dead, another mech game, wheelchair basketball, Metroid Prime 4, Escape from Bloodborne, Kirby, Mario Kart Horizon. And some of these games are only going to cost $70. I mean, some of them might cost 80 and maybe 90 for the physical editions. But don't worry, once a year, some of these games will go on a deep discount of 10% off. What do you guys not have kidneys? That Spaghetti Bender Mario is a fake.
That's Spaghetti Bender Mario. So much slander against Italian people from Flub right now.
Fraud. All of Mushroom Kingdom knows this. Mario Mario. $80
Mario.
for Mario. Luigi's the better brother. I've always said this. Mario can't even hold on to Princess Peach, and all of Mushroom Kingdom's been in her castle. I'll tell you that much. But not you, Mario. I wonder why that is. And you better not buy this for $80. You know how much shit I got from Big Winnie for all those terrorists? He told us, he said, we'll be banning Hollywood movies in our country. I said, do it, pussy. That's actually a great idea. I think I might do the same here. Have you seen that new Snow White movie?
Oh my god, please do it. Please ban all these Hollywood movies in our country. I would be like so happy. They're all so terrible. I haven't been to the movies in a fucking year because there's literally nothing out that I want to see. Like the thought of like sitting in a movie theater for 2 hours to see these fucking modern films sounds like literal hell. I would rather do anything else than have to see like any of them.
So bad. I care of Snow White and the 7 slightly short average fellas. Minion Banks, hang up the phone. Then they get another stab on you with the tech demo. This one's just for shits and giggles. No one's gonna play this tech demo anyways, but they're still gonna charge you $10 for it.
Oh, I thought they
Not
were.
out of ski mask and a block.
It's escalated first. It's like you have a credit card. Then it's like, oh, here's a ZipRecruiter. That's like, wait, just go rob someone at gunpoint to pay for this shit.
$10. I'm terrified that demo. I care of them. Now I know why the Switch 2 is coming out in Pride Month. Don't ever just won't stop fucking me.
So true.
What do you mean I changed my Crystal? I care of you, Crystal. I care of that. Take your ass of yours, Crystal. And then another detail, I think this is a bad thing, but it's actually a pretty good thing. They're calling it the Switch 2 because you get 2 hours of battery life.
God damn, only 2 hours of battery life. Oh my god, sparkly Trump.
2 hours of that shitty new power without guns at a time. Whoa, care. That's it for Trump House, everyone. Now, if you excuse me, I'm flying to Mexico so I can pre-order the Switch 2, and they're gonna pay for it. You are great, big, and beautiful, President Flump. You are great, big, and beautiful, President Flump. You are great, big, and beautiful, President Flump. Japanese. Now, excuse me, I've just arrived in Mexico.
Oh no, oh god.
I care of those stairs.
Oh my god, so detected her.
Like here?
There's a lot of hurt feelings going on in the VTubing space right now, and I believe that when someone is crying, a lot of the truth comes out, intentionally or unintentionally. And this situation has been very hard for a lot of people to deal with. It has. I'm not gonna react to all this, because there's a lot more.
I'm looking for, sorry, people in chat said that people were criticizing the artist. I'm saying I haven't seen it. But then again, guys, like, I must be real, like, this is kind of like a huge thing. So I'm telling you, I haven't seen it.
And I'm trying to be sensitive on the subject, but I think it's important to kind of showcase just how much it's hurting everybody. And you know, a person who I care about quite a lot, Shy Lily, was forced to tear from how awful this whole situation is being. And it kind of breaks my heart.
I'm not really terminally on Twitter, by the way. I just want to be clear. I only see the very surface level stuff.
Play this whole thing. I just want to say, right now, things are very difficult on Twitter side, the social media side, for all the VTubers involved, for all the people involved, and everything's going on with the Cinder debacle.
Camilla says I on Twitter for food posts. Yeah, me too, man. Those fallow stuff on X is so nice.
It is a shame that no one really got a legitimate apology from Cinder, that she wasn't trying to downplay, divert, and scapegoat off to her boyfriend. And I think it's important to showcase just how bad this really has gotten to where, you know, VTubers are going live in full tears, breaking down over this situation. So this is going to be a little bit uncomfortable, but I want you guys to understand how emotionally fragile things are right now. And if you guys can do me a personal favor, if you can go support all of the VTubers that have been involved in the situation, Spike, Shy Lily, Bao, Cotton, Nano, I mean, and then there's many more. But right now, a lot of VTubers need y'all support, a lot of VTubers need y'all's love. So please go over there, show them some appreciation, especially if these clips resonate with you at all, because it does hurt the feeling of losing a friend. It would be, you know, it'd be nice to say that it's just one VTuber that would reduce to tears. In fact, there's actually two. Yeah, so Gary with a snail says, this bit hit me at my core. I dealt with countless times my whole life. Just communicate, man. Don't go to who care about you, even if it's one-sided. Just talk like an adult. Let's just watch this and I don't try to break it down here, because I know it's getting very muddy with emotions. And by the way, I do want to say, if me posting this content to any VTuber, any content that I post is causing any VTuber any harm, please DM me on Twitter. I'm down to remove type of video that I have. I just thought this was important to showcase and kind of break down and show everybody just how truly everybody's hurting. And please, I'm gonna include the link to these VTubers in my bio, to where you guys can go support them directly. It's really bad.
There's nothing more confusing and more painful than seeing someone in your friend group.
So from what I heard, correct me if I'm wrong, chat, but what I saw was basically, wasn't there a case where Bao felt bad about not getting the model, and then Cinder was the one comforting them about it, and it was like, dude, that's crazy. That was actually like so crazy. Like, I can't do it. Oh my god, that's crazy. Crazy if true. If true, that's wild. That's something else.
Be so kind and so warm to everyone around you, and feeling that they have slowly become colder and colder towards you, and not knowing what you did or if it's your imagination.
To be fair, that's a girl problem. That's an insecure girl problem. I don't think that has anything to do with this. That part specifically. Yeah.
And this is something that I feel like a lot of people have gone through this entire.
Yeah, I know, because I have that too.
Communication is the most important thing, and letting resent build up without proper communication is going to lead to fallouts. And fallouts is going to.
I've learned to do this thing where I just message them. I message like one of my friends, and I did this to Shy one time. I just messaged Shy. I was like, Shy, I need to ask you a question. And she was like, what's up? I was like, you mad at me? Did this make you mad when I did this? She was like, no. And I was like, okay. And then it was solved. And then there's no problem.
It's turmoil, and that's going to be an earthquake amongst everybody, you, that party, and your entire friend group. As a guy, where I've, you know, and obviously my Twitch chat's here, my YouTube chat's here, you guys have seen how many people I attempt to help who stabbed me in the back. I want to remind you guys, this is something that I actually forgot. So first of all, I had dinner with Cinder's manager, with Mythic, yesterday, and they reminded me of a lot of things where, I'm not sure if you guys know this, I was actually the one who...
Didn't Tectone stab... Wait, what? I didn't even hear about that. Wasn't Tectone the one person that stood up for Asmon when everybody was busting him? I swear that's what happened. I thought Tectone was the one person. It was like, Asmon Gold's a good person. What are you guys talking about?
Got Cinder into Mythic, and it kind of fucks me up a lot, because getting people into Mythic is a fucking big...
Tech did bait a little?
It makes people...
Now everybody baits, though. Everybody baits. Like, if it's for like a YouTube video, everybody baits, man. Bait is how you get clicks. That's just the world we live in. That's the game. That's how the game works.
A lot of money. It is the greatest ad agency of all time. It's not even close. And this is something I completely forgot about. And I guess I feel somewhat responsible, in case you guys are wondering, Cinder's manager, the collaboration manager, I went to go eat with him. He was the one who messaged Silvervale to perhaps collab with Cinder. I'm sure you guys saw that screenshot. He's a great guy, by the way. He's a great guy. But I somehow feel responsible knowing that I gave someone such a life-changing opportunity, and somehow maybe I'm at fault for causing a ripple effect of setting up Cinder for financial success so much that maybe it got to her head and she just wanted more. And I'm trying to myself, because how can I know? Because it is crazy. I shit not. Like, meeting Cinder, she was so fucking nice. But I often have a bad time blaming myself on all these ordeals. But yeah, it's just difficult. Things are very muddy right now. That's why everything's very confusing.
Because everyone loves them. You don't know if you want to say anything, so you keep it to yourself, and you keep hoping it's your imagination. But then the cool...
It's like music is like so fucked up. Like, what's happening? It's creating like dissonance in my brain. Like the music.
Realization hits that it
was freaking elevator lobby music with like person with Bao being really upset.
Is it? And it's even more worse than you could have ever imagined.
Watching a friend slowly turn to hate you and resent you, and you don't know what they did, you don't know what you did, and it's genuinely because you didn't do it. There's a lot of friends that even I've lost where, and I think Bao might be blaming herself right now, and I'll be real, as a guy who often blames myself for a lot of things and I shouldn't have. Bao, and I think you need to hear this, Cinder never hated you for anything that you did. Cinder hated you for what you had, and I think Cinder's greed to become more consumed her, and she saw...
It's envy, not greed.
Anybody with anything...
I guess it's a little bit of both.
Why do they have this? I don't. And I just want Bao to know that you're okay, we appreciate you, we love you.
Amalgamite says I focus on politics and games responsible. VTuber drama is just a bunch of cat fights. You know what, Amalgamite, you're not wrong.
Everything's alright, you didn't do anything wrong, don't you so much. Now this next one is from Shy Lily, and this one's gonna be so hard. I've never heard... Okay, to be fair, I've seen Lily cry one time, and that was because she was so excited to meet me in real life, she teared up a little bit, which, by the way, was one of the most wholesome moments of my entire life. This was like 3 years ago. I love this woman, I do. She's amazing. Beautiful on the inside and out, just an all-around amazing person. And I think what's important is, a lot of people saw her crash the fuck out on Cinder, and a lot of people are wondering why that. Well, I think this clip And
because she doesn't really participate in stuff, right? I think Rev said that.
All of it.
In like drama, basically. And she went fucking nuclear.
Explain how deeply hurt everybody is from this, because right now there's this narrative going on, and I hope that I'm wrong. I'm usually not wrong. A lot of people are saying, okay guys, enough's enough, leave Cinder alone, she doesn't deserve all this. And I feel like if the community starts holding people's hurt emotions against the VTubers, that some VTubers are going to be bullied into apologizing when they really shouldn't. And that's why I kind of want to make this video, is to show how real this is, to show how raw this is, to show how hurt they are, because people are thinking what they did to how people are acting is disproportionate. It's not, and I'm sorry guys, it's not. The VTuber circle is so tight-knit, it's so involved, that when someone who's so heavily tied with everybody else becomes a bad egg, and you realize that every moment that you had meant nothing, it hurts, it sucks. And to weaponize that against the girls is incredibly toxic and incredibly fucked up. We need to understand there are real people behind these VTubers, and I know a lot of people want sunshine, rainbows, and happiness back, but you can't demand that on a whim. You can't demand that out of nowhere. These people are hurt, and they need to get that hurt out, because otherwise it's going to destroy them. So a little bit of understanding would be even better. Now let's keep going here. All right, by the way, I do want to go on record, and Cinder said that she didn't get a proper thank you for her raid, because she only said the pyro pups. I've been raiding Lily for like 2 years, and she always says Eggy raid. She never says Tectone raid, because get this, that's how you're supposed to greet a raid, so that shit was insane.
I know I'm emotionally too close to make unbiased statements, but this is not a VTuber thing. This is not an indie thing. This is not a girls thing. This is any person. This does not. People always make such a bigger picture when they just drag in the whole fucking everything. It's such a big deal because it's one person, and this isn't the norm. That's why it's a big deal. It's good thing
I don't have eye trackers right now.
Fucked up, but
it's a girl thing 100%. That's kind of that's not to say that like dudes wouldn't have something similar to this. It's just it's very prevalent among women for sure. Yeah.
To keep in mind that there's so many people that connected because of this like space. They made lifelong friends, brother. Like it's just you can't replace that because of one bad egg. You can't. Yeah. It's crazy to make it seem.
Leaf with a self call out says Solka. Listen, what's the best way to deal with those kind of things? Like negative mental inclinations. What's the best way? The best way to deal with it is to be aware of it. If you like pretend it's not there, then you're more likely to give in to those things basically.
All just like a blanket. Sorry, I'm so emotional. I can't talk about it. I'm biased.
So what she's saying is a lot of people are freaking out on who's real and who's fake in the VTubing scene, and I understand that. Sometimes when people get hurt once, they just don't want to risk it ever again, and they're willing to throw everything away. I'm not going to say who, but I know at least 2 VTubers who have been burned so many times that they're just kind of done with everybody. And it's a shame when 1 bad egg, 2 bad eggs, well, a whole bunch, but it's like even me. I mean, you guys know how many times I've been fucked over, and that never makes me give up on trying to meet new people. Just because Michael and Brandon hurt me doesn't mean that Zarya will. You know what I mean? That was some fucking crazy ass fucking names, but I'm just trying to make sure you guys understand the analogy. That a lot of people are kind of just so fucked up by this because once again, and I mean this generally, I am usually not the one to be fooled. Even I did not see this shit with Cinder coming. And I think, as no joke, a top 5 player in North America for Among Us, I think I'm a pretty good read at people. That's a real statistic, by the way. 2022 top 5 North America Among Us. Even I got fooled by this shit. So just imagine how, to replace a more severe word, a lot of VTubers in the space, they're just a little bit silly, and they're very easy to fuck over. And that's kind of the problem. And so if I didn't see this coming, I don't expect anybody else to see this coming because it was from fucking out of nowhere.
I'm too close. I think the reason behind this is specifically the VTuber community has done this. VTubing has created a optics basically that is all one big friendly happy family, and that like everybody, we're all VTubers, we're all part of the VTuber community, and that's like kind of what happened. So like everybody kind of assumes that like everyone's friends because they're VTubers. That's the problem.
The fucking topic, bro. Like one nasty egg doesn't make you throw away the whole fucking box of eggs, bro. It's just you just remove the nasty egg and you're like, ew, what the fuck? You're not gonna never buy eggs ever again just because one of them was rotten at some point. Hell no. You can't blame the whole egg industry for one rotten egg.
True.
That's crazy.
True.
Suki, hello. Yes, it's still. I've met such lovely fucking people, dude.
Yep.
Saying it's all of those people that literally have things in this very room. And this room I don't keep any.
People do that all the time. So yeah, I was about to comment on that too. It is something that people do all the time where if something happens to somebody, they get traumatized by it and then they just don't want anything to do with like the entire thing. Like a good example is like sometimes someone will eat something bad and then anytime they even think about eating that again, they get sick, like preemptively.
But I literally have things in this very room that is from people I love and support.
I think the thing that has been the hardest for me in all this is the personal conviction. I've been realizing that as I've been researching and working on things to try content creation, that I've been trying to do and think about what and how others do things, not about how I want to do things. And I'm realizing the only thing separating me from others is that I do have these ambitions and dreams and desires. I just haven't acted or given into them. I'm hoping I can be better.
Okay. Real quick, if you're not caught up on drama, you're so good. To the people who do know, having ambitions and goals.
I think it's so important to get caught up on this shit because it's heavily affecting the I know a lot of people want to not see drama and live in delusion, but I think it's so important to get informed on what's going on in the world. Yeah.
Goals and the need for growing and a specific drive to keep up with your peers. All of these things are all of these things are normal.
Can somebody make me It's Just a Business email for whatever I can name it on something?
What isn't normal is
that'd be an amazing email actually. That'd be so funny. Thanks for the follow, Raven. Thank you.
Down others, sabotaging and manipulating them actively, while on top of that, also
Yo, Anonymous, thank you for the gifts of the Buff Pup. I used to talk to Buff Pup all the time. Buff Pup's very sweet. I haven't talked to them in a while though.
Playing 2 sides of the coin.
Damn YouTube videos are
Ces territoires et
stopping
d'autres
me.
partenaires importants, nous mettrons intégralement en œuvre les actions recommandées de la Commission de vérité et de réconciliation. Nous commencerons par donner suite à la Déclaration des Nations Unies sur le droit des peuples autochtones.
Now, if this were actually a real policy goal of Trudeau's, and not just virtue signaling, then he utterly failed at it, because nowadays, in 2025, like a dozen of them completed. However, if there is one way that Trudeau has had a lasting impact on the day-to-day lives of your average Canadian, it is on this issue. Curriculums detailing the true history of the abuse are now commonplace in Canadian high schools. There are new national holidays commemorating the abuse that are observed, and probably most noticeably, land acknowledgements are now normal in Canada.
Before we begin this evening's performance, we would like to acknowledge that this theatre stands on territory of the Anishinaabe, the Haudenosaunee, the Huron-Wendat, and the Petun First Nations. We are also mindful of broken covenants and the need to make right with all our relations. And now, please enjoy the show.
Sorry, hello. Excuse me, should we go?
Excuse me?
Oh, no, I just mean if we're on someone else's land, shouldn't we leave?
Oh, no, the theater's here now. We'd just like to acknowledge whose land it is.
I'm sorry, I'm so confused. So if we're on someone else's land, shouldn't Shouldn't we do something about that? Or
Hopefully we'll enjoy the performance.
okay, so some of the money from the ticket sales of the show are going to the indigenous communities?
Well, no.
A portion of them?
No, the ticket sales go to the theater.
So is the money from the bottled water sold here going to the First Nations for clean drinking water? Or?
Oh no, that money goes to Nestle. Their sponsor.
I'm so sorry. I'm so confused. Whose land are we on? What are we doing?
It's a dialogue.
How are we making right?
Well, there's a plaque you can read in the lobby.
Yeah, I personally find these to be cringe and annoying. It doesn't matter to me who's to live on any given piece of land that an event is happening on hundreds of years ago. And having heard so many of them in common everyday life at this point, they simply come off as self-flagellation that's been made so routine it no longer has any impact. It's become one of those things that you just sort of have to say, because if you don't, somebody will get angry, not because anybody actually cares. While the land acknowledgement stuff might be uniquely Canadian, we've also experienced our share of political activism that Americans are more familiar with. Statues of John A. Macdonald, our first Prime Minister, are regularly vandalized or torn down by left-wing activists here in Canada, because he represents an old white slave or colonizer class that we should be ashamed of, the same way that similar activists tear down statues of Washington or Jefferson in the United States. And while this anti-Canada stuff has certainly existed for a while, for example, I did an old video on how these people wanted Canada to cease to exist as a state back in his 150th birthday in 2017, a new discovery completely changed the conversation. In July of 2021, an anthropologist was examining the Kamloops residential school grounds using ground-penetrating radar technology and observed roughly 200 disruptions in the ground, which she believed could be unmarked graves. Some indigenous communities in the area believe the school held a mass gravesite, and some attendees of the school claimed that they had heard of other students who were forced to dig graves in the school's apple orchard. This went viral in Canadian spaces online, and for a time it actually spilled out into the non-Canadian internet, which is pretty rare for a domestic Canadian story, with one other big exception. And you know what? I believed it too at the time. It's not hard to see why. The residential school system was real. The abuses suffered by children in that system weren't simply made up. There's ample evidence of it happening, and we have discovered other graves on or near residential schools in the past, both marked and unmarked. For example, in 2004, near the former property of the Blue Quills Residential School, the partial remains of Aboriginal children were discovered, consisting of multiple skeletons wrapped in cloth. The method of burial used is in line with disposal of corpses of people who suffered from typhoid at the time, and there is some other evidence of a typhoid outbreak at the school during the same time period. Other schools had graveyards with marked graves attached to the grounds, and they weren't all just mass grave sites where bodies were dumped after disease outbreak. Other locations were simply graveyards that had been abandoned and overgrown to the point nobody recognized them anymore, but old records still confirm their existence. The point I'm making is, despite the Kamloops mass grave site not appearing in any official records, the story wasn't inherently implausible. However, the Kamloops story turned out to not be true. I got it wrong, as did so many others. Lauren Southern did. In fact, she went on Hippy Dippy Stream to debate the issue against Lance from the Surfs, whom she absolutely fucking slaughtered. She was paired up with counterpoints, and Lance's partner was this rabbit dude, who got so utterly fucking destroyed, he ended up deleting his channel, at least for a little while anyway. Despite the very strong claims about the Kamloops story from the media, from activists, from Trudeau himself, no evidence was ever actually produced from subsequent investigations that the Kamloops residential school was the site of a mass grave. No human remains whatsoever have been discovered at the site. 1 year after the story broke, in May of 2022, the Canadian government had assembled a team of archaeologists to exhume whatever remains were present. But by May of 2024, the local indigenous government stated that the process was still ongoing, but all results were being kept confidential until completion. Now, just between me and you, it doesn't take you 3 years to dig a hole and see the bodies in there. And it's pretty likely at this point that the ground-penetrating sonar was detecting something other than human remains. And in fact, it later came out that the technology can be used to semi-reliably tell you that something's underground, but it's nearly impossible to tell what's actually down there using the scans alone. After the Kamloops story broke, the technology was used at other locations as well to discover even more apparent mass graves. And after archaeologists dug those up too, they found pretty much nothing. The only sites that were confirmed to actually contain bodies were ones that were already known to the parliamentary committee, meaning there was no hidden cache of corpses or whatever that was covered up by the authorities. In response to the initial announcement though, the summer of 2021 saw a series of church arsons all across Canada, since as you'll recall, the church helped administrate the residential school system, and activists viewed random Christian churches as appropriate targets for retaliation. The number of burned churches claimed by the extremists on the other side ranged between 80 and 100, but actual investigations into these events have confirmed 24 arsons and a handful of other possible arsons, with at least 2 of them being unrelated to the residential school story. But nonetheless, it's still pretty clear what's going on, especially since the arson spree kicked off with the burning of 4 Catholic churches, all on land controlled by indigenous governments, all around the same time. Ultimately, Catholic, Protestant, and Orthodox churches were all targeted, and the perpetrators that had been caught were all very different from each other, all coming from different ethnicities and having very different backgrounds, almost none of them outright saying this is for Kamloops, but a good chunk of them had been vocal supporters of the land back movement, or they expressed support on social media, that sort of thing. This type of support was common in Canadian left-wing spaces, both online and offline. One security video was released of a church being burned in Vancouver, and it's actually the funniest thing. This overweight university student looking chick waddles up, looks around, pours alcohol or something onto the glass door of the church, nonchalantly lights it up, and then waddles away like she's going to McDonald's or something. This casual attitude towards what could potentially be a murderous act if somebody's inside doesn't make it out shows either extreme sociopathy or a level of naivete that you don't even see in toddlers. Many members of the indigenous governments and communities actually just straightforwardly condemned the arson attacks, while it was Justin Trudeau himself who ended up lacking a spine on the issue. He agreed the church burnings were unacceptable, but he also said it was completely understandable for these people to be angry with the church, given its shameful history and its institutional racism.
One of my reflections is I understand the anger that's out there against the federal government, against institutions like the Catholic Church. It is real, and it is fully understandable given the shameful history that we are all becoming more and more aware of and engaging ourselves to do better as Canadians. But I can't help but think that burning down churches is actually depriving people who are in need of grieving and healing and mourning from places where they can actually grieve and reflect and look for support. We shouldn't be lashing out at buildings that can provide solace to some of our fellow citizens, but we should be every day committing ourselves, each and every one of us, to the hard work we need to do to actually rebuild a path forward that reflects the terrible intergenerational trauma and present-day realities of suffering that we are all collectively responsible for.
In the end, maybe a dozen people were arrested, one was convicted, and the entire series of events was quickly forgotten about as the summer of 2021 came to a close. But the initial Kamloops story was not forgotten about, despite ultimately being fake. Even though, once again, no evidence has been found, multiple Canadian organizations carried on referencing the apparent discoveries as if they were just true. Just making shit up has become completely normalized.
Canada's a little slow on the draw in terms of considering white hate groups as a domestic terror threat and the link to gun violence, because Indigenous peoples have been killed by white supremacists. Rural racism, not in the area of white hate group, but having the same feelings. I mean, what happened when unarmed Colton Bushy was shot point blank? What was the response by rural farmers? Let's get more weapons, let's shoot them, let's kill them and put them in the ground. And so it's that kind of incitement to violence that leads people to do things that they might not otherwise do if they didn't have that community of support.
One teacher was ultimately fired for saying that most children in the residential school system died of tuberculosis, which is actually backed up by the facts, and not of systemic torture and murder by the priests running the school, as one of the students claimed during class. The school received an anonymous complaint about inflammatory hate speech, and the teacher was sacked for refusing to recant. And in response to the continuing confirmations that the latest round of residential school stories are actually bullshit, both the federal and some of the provincial governments have repeatedly attempted to criminalize speech they call residential school denialism, which thankfully have not gone very far. It took a few years, but the story eventually made its way to the non-English speaking world. A Dutch newspaper ran an article in a series of events in February 2024, and incredulously remarked that Canada descended into collective mass hysteria over its own sinful past before even stopping to confirm that the bodies actually existed, which, yeah, is pretty much accurate. Unlike the actual residential school abuses, which have been reckoned with quite a bit by Canadian society, the hoax claims and the church burning stuff will probably never be reckoned with, and frankly they should be. There is a decidedly anti-Western, anti-first world, anti-global north, if you want to use that phrase, streak within progressive activism, and in Canada it manifests as anti-Canadism. At the same time, significantly more Canadians per capita are progressives versus Americans, meaning that self-flagellation is actually normalized around here, in comparison to the States where some weirdo activists might want the white American majority to hate themselves, but most of the time the white American majority tells them to go sit on a cactus. But not here. Canadian society is actually, in part, that polite stereotype everyone believes that it is, and that comes with a lot of upsides, but a major downside is total, uncritical willingness to engage with, well, this nonsense. The topics we've discussed so far today, Liberal Party corruption, immigration, the economy, indigenous issues, they're all core failures of Trudeau's government, and they've all deserved their devoted segment in this broader conversation about Canada's slow decline over the past decade. But if I'm being honest, this next set of issues, they're just kind of not nearly as important. They are things that Trudeau's failed to adequately tackle during his time in office, and every little bit adds up. But I don't think that these next ones are the core reasons his popularity has been in decline for the past few years. Nevertheless, let's talk a little bit about them anyway. First off, we've got gun rights in Canada. I want to begin by immediately admitting that I'm an outlier in my country. I personally actually really like the American Second Amendment, which is not a common view here at all. Most Canadians believe that the American affinity for gun ownership is part of why their culture is generally more violent than other first world countries, and why they have such a disproportionately high rate of gang violence and school shootings and that sort of thing. And while that's probably true, I still personally believe that Canada should have looser gun restrictions than it currently does, because despite whatever social costs may come with the Second Amendment, the Americans are correct when they say that making guns illegal simply means that good, upstanding citizens are disarmed, while state actors and criminals get to keep their guns, though both for different reasons. This probably comes as no surprise, but conservatives tend to deregulate laws around guns, while liberals tend to treat guns the same way that a lot of European left-wing parties do. Unlike America, Canada has no romanticized view of guns as these tools of liberation to be used as a final measure against a tyrannical leader, though in practice all guns are inherently that. But Canada does have a highly developed hunting culture, probably even more so than America does, since Canada has 1/10 of America's population, while at the same time having significantly more empty land, leading to hunting being
Oh my god.
Does have a highly developed hunting culture, probably even more so than America does, since Canada has 1/10.
I'll screenshot this to show it to you. I never know. This is so dumb, but it's so funny at the same time. Look at the group chat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of America's population, while at the same time having significantly more empty land, leading to hunting being a pretty common pastime. Meanwhile, the Canadian left is pretty direct in their long-term goal to one day abolish private gun ownership entirely, something that is always claimed with regards to Democrats in the United States, with the whole Obama's come after your guns thing, which almost never actually pans out. However, here it does. In April of 2020, a lone gunman committed the most deadly mass shooting in Canadian history, posing as an RCMP officer and killing 23 people during a traveling shooting towards the city of Halifax. I did a video detailing the event back when it happened if you want further details. What I didn't put in that video is that once again, Parliament's a committee to investigate. When the committee's work finished in 2023, the final report basically blasted the RCMP for being grossly incompetent, as they made several major errors during the shooting spree. And of course, despite the investigation determining that all the guns used in the attack were illegally obtained, Trudeau used the event as a pretense to heavily crack down on illegal gun ownership in Canada. By May 1st, just a few weeks after the event, he had reclassified 1,500 types of guns from restricted to prohibited under the Firearms Act, which the Prime Minister can advise the Governor General to do unilaterally. The bans were questioned by legal experts, who pointed out that these changes would not have prevented the shooting at all. However, it also came out that the list of 1,500 guns that Trudeau banned, it seemed to be sourced from Google, as it was actually a list of the 1,500 most searched for products related to guns. Funnily enough, this list included non-gun products that a word filter just happened to pick up, like Black Rifle Coffee. Yes, that means that for a while in Canada, it was illegal under the Firearms Act to own a bag of Black Rifle Coffee. Another minor topic in the bucket of minor topics we spent 2 minutes on is the Canadian healthcare system, specifically the voluntary euthanasia program. Once again, I've looked at this topic previously, but things have just gotten so much worse since then. This is also a topic that I've changed stances on over the years as I've become more educated. If you asked me like a decade ago whether or not I supported legalizing voluntary euthanasia, I would agree with the idea. It seems like a free, liberal, consent-valuing society would want to give people who are extremely old or extremely sick and they have nothing but pain and misery for the final few months of their life the option to opt out early if that's what they prefer. That logic still makes sense to me, but the way it's rolled out in Canada has just been utterly horrendous. In early 2015, months before Trudeau took office, the Supreme Court of Canada ruled that people who had grievous and irremediable medical conditions had the right to an assisted death. Before this, voluntary euthanasia in Canada existed under the same status as it did in a lot of other countries, technically illegal, but still quietly done in moments of extreme need, where the law just doesn't get enforced when it's obvious that the person who just so happened to have too much morphine in their system was also 98 years old and suffering from chronic pain. In order to prevent a free-for-all, the court gave the government a 16-month stay on their decision to give them time to pass legislation creating a framework for voluntary euthanasia. The court case in question, Carter v. Canada, is somewhat controversial because it turned out that the judge in that case was explicitly and intentionally not impartial. After retiring, she wrote in her memoir that her own experience of her terminally ill husband asking her to have their doctor turn the morphine out and allow him to die, and her rejection of his request completely colored her judgment on the issue, and she saw the case as an opportunity to make up for it. By the way, Americans, this is what an activist judge actually looks like. The program the government created, Medical Assistance in Dying, or MAID, has basically been a complete shit show, one that the Liberal Party has repeatedly doubled down on. Most of the independent reports and the various checks and safeguards within the program have revealed that they just don't work whatsoever. For example, MAID is a complete shit show. This is an opportunity to make up for it. By the way, Americans, this is what an activist judge actually looks like. The program the government created.
Healthcare in U.S. That'll be $271,000. In Canada, kill yourself. Israel, a missile comes through the window.
Medical Assistance in Dying, or MAID, has basically
American healthcare system. Build, breathing, $1. Talking, $5. Standing, $10. Existing, $2. Lollygagging, $2. And chewing, $1. Canada healthcare. And it shows the anime girl just be like, consider the following, and it's a rope. It's a noose.
been a complete shit show, one that the Liberal Party has repeatedly doubled down on. Most of the independent reports and the various checks and safeguards within the program have revealed that they just don't work whatsoever. For example, MAID is never supposed to be recommended to patients, only discussed if the patient asks first. But that boundary is regularly violated, with absurd stories constantly hitting mainstream media of veterans who request help getting prescribed MAID, or a wheelchair-bound individual who needs their chairlift in their house repaired getting offered MAID instead. The reason for this appears to be that the MAID program is actually really good at one thing: penny pinching. The program is routinely touted by both media and the government as a saving success story, driving down the cost of Canadian healthcare by just killing the patients. And don't forget the organs. You automatically consent to organ donation to get MAID too. Each time the program has changed, it was made easier to obtain, with the latest change allowing for people with mental illnesses to get euthanized, which in my opinion is a far cry from the original grievous and irremediable standard. Considering that suicidality is a main symptom of mental illnesses like depression or psychosis or gender dysphoria, allowing these people to legally off themselves just because they want to is highly irresponsible. And if your argument is, well, they're suicidal, they'll just kill themselves anyway, and if they truly want to do it, you can't really stop them. Well, yeah, I understand that. But the data coming out of the MAID program shows that as MAID deaths go up, suicides are remaining relatively stable. What this means is that MAID isn't killing people who would have killed themselves in the absence of MAID. MAID is killing a whole new set of
That is interesting. I didn't know that. So MAID in Canada is the thing that's causing euthanasia. They were showing the deaths of MAID and the deaths of suicide, and people were saying how like suicide is going to go down because there's the people in MAID are just killing them anyways. But in actuality, over the years, suicide deaths have stayed the same, and MAID deaths have increased. So MAID is killing a whole different set of people.
People who would otherwise still be alive. The next frontier in the fight to expand MAID to as many people as possible is to make it available to minors, though as Trudeau grows more unpopular, I think this particular initiative was quietly shelved. I can only laugh at this stuff because it's so absurdly stupid and evil. Whenever I look at right-wing dissident spaces, and they're talking about the evils of globalism and liberalism and communism, which aren't actually the same thing, even though they think they are, one of the common criticisms they have of the broader left is that leftists tend to standardize and bureaucratize evil practices in an attempt to make them appear normal. The vital, fundamental humanity of each unique individual is turned into a number on a spreadsheet. People are considered fungible commodities that can be swapped around without any fuss. Countries are not the homelands of population, they're an economic zone. You know these sort of arguments? The American Democrats don't quite fit the bill of this particular criticism of leftist bureaucratism. However, in Canada, the MAID program is actually a prime example of reducing people down to numbers, where the sick are regarded as an expense, and MAID is an inhuman solution that drives expenses as low as possible. The whole MAID thing, while completely morally reprehensible, in actuality really only affects an extreme minority of Canadians. Remember, Canada's a country of 41 million people, and a few thousand a year die of MAID. In my personal experience, it's not really a topic on the forefront of anyone's mind in real life, and it really only has such a high profile due to memes and internet culture, for better or worse. And our next mini topic is also cut from the same cloth, and that's Canada's approach to social media regulation. During the Trudeau years, the Liberal government has passed bill after bill after bill, restricting the free speech rights of Canadians. It's all been the usual anti-hate speech stuff that you come to expect from European-style social democracies, which in my view makes it objectionable but not really unexpected. The Canadian free speech issue first came to prominence when Jordan Peterson started talking about being legally compelled to use a trans person's pronouns when referencing them in the third person, which is once again one of those issues where it's polite to do so, but it shouldn't be illegal not to do so.
You know, of course, that since this story broke, you've been called a lot of things. Yeah. One of which is a transphobe. Yeah. Some people have accused you of using the free speech issue to mask what's really going on here, which is an attempt to deprive other people of what they believe are their legitimate rights. Well, I want to give you the opportunity to speak to whether or not you are a transphobe. Well, I can tell you that I've received more letters from transsexual people supporting me than opposing me. And I never said anything really about transsexual people, about their existence, although that was the first thing that I was accused of doing. I didn't say that transsexual people didn't exist. I said that gender identity, gender expression, and biological sex do not vary independently, which they don't. And so, this issue is in some sense only peripherally about transsexual issues. It's more essentially about gender issues, and then on top of that, and I think it's the biggest issue, is that it's a free speech issue.
It's not correct that there is such a thing as biological sex, and I'm a historian of medicine. I can unpack that for you at great length if you want, but in the interest of time, I won't. So that's a very popular misconception.
Well, I don't understand what the claim that there's no such thing as biological sex means, and I certainly think it's, let's call it an error, to suggest that there's some sort of scientific consensus about that. I mean, there's biological differences between males and females in animals and human beings at every level of analysis.
Look, I'm jumping in here. Yes. What about the notion you put forward at the end there, that if you do not refer to people with the pronoun that they prefer to be referred to, that is a form, according to the Human Rights Commission, of discrimination?
It's not just a form of discrimination, it's a form of hate speech. That's why I made the video. I said that we were in danger of placing the refusal to use certain kinds of language into the same category as Holocaust denial, and suggested that maybe that wasn't such a good idea, especially since there's plenty of debate to be had about gender issues in our society, which I also think are also in danger of becoming illegal, and quite rapidly. So it isn't clear to me how long we'll be able to have the talk that we're having right now.
Can I speak to the comment about this, because I don't agree with why Dr. Peterson has been asked to stop abusing students on campus.
To stop doing what?
Abusing students.
I see.
And other members of our learning community who do deserve respect and who deserve to be able to work and learn and contribute to society in a place where if they are physically assaulted, if they are...
The assault so far came from the social justice warriors who are at this free speech rally. Almost 2 million people have watched this so far.
This is not accurate.
I've been thinking about this very carefully over the last 2 weeks. And it's partly because of the videos that I've made. I've been thinking about this very carefully over the last 2 weeks. And it's partly because of the videos that I've made. But also...
You've accused him of abusing students by not using the pronouns they want to be addressed. That's how I see it, absolutely. That is tantamount to abuse in your view. Absolutely. Many global documents, many organizations.
Is it tantamount to violence?
Yes.
How about hate speech? Is it tantamount to hate speech?
Yes, of course, it's hate speech. To tell someone that you won't refer to them as in a way that they that recognizes their humanity and dignity.
This is a minor issue in some ways compared to the larger issue that's at stake, which is our right to have discussions of this sort of all.
And there goes the YouTube video again.
At the same time and playing one personality in one regard and another personality in another.
Yeah.
You know, like literally.
Using your friends as stepping stones for success and watching them fall into the pit so you can achieve the mountaintop is fucking disgusting behavior. Do that to your enemies. Why the fuck are you doing that to who you're supposed to love and care about?
Two-faced. Isn't that all of
Hey everybody, and welcome back to Zelda's Play, The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time.
This time, the Spirit Temple. And I've realized I've got a shield. I meant that.
Oh, so you're gonna need one because you're gonna have a rude.
It's a big bullshit. Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, introduction.
Oh, I still pressing
No, don't play it. You got the whole.
I'm so skillful. Yeah. But yeah, you were obviously here 7 years in the future, where
couldn't do anything.
Something you couldn't do.
Yeah, but this hole. Yeah, he's dinky. He's the size of a pinky, and he can enter this. Not her. The hole.
Yeah.
Okay,
right.
That came out
Well, it depends on which way you interpret her dialogue, I think. But
right.
You have to see this around. But yeah, this is another awesome example of a bootstrap paradox. Wait, what are we looking for?
What an adult joke there. You know the Spirit Temple, right, in Ocarina of Time?
Yeah.
Had it where I'm watching these guys play it, and they said they had to come back as a kid, and it's like you have to go through this small hole, and they look at the woman, it's like not her, the one behind her. We're gonna BRB quickly. I'm gonna heat up these chicken wings, chicken fingers I got.
Yeah.
you doing?
Just sitting at the Continental Hotel doing pretty much nothing.
The sages, let's get that one.
I think you have to ask her particular questions, right?
Oh, it's gotta be.
She didn't care if you just ask her that. I think you want to stress out nothing really. No, you have to play cool. She's into cool dudes, you know?
Right, just hanging out. You have nothing to do. What good timing. Yeah, like I said, this is a cool example of the bootstrap paradox because we are going to set up what happens to Naboru in the future. I don't know if we showed it off. I hate Ganondorf. Let's do that.
You want to say that, I think, because she's already against him, right?
Yes.
Like, obviously she was Ganondorf's first in command, but once she
Yeah.
realized his evil ways, she decided to become a lone wolf.
I think Ganondorf took things too far. I think that's the problem.
Yep.
There you go.
Mhm.
We're both thieves. I'm completely different. With his followers, he stole from women and children. He even killed people.
That's pretty deep. Like, especially being a little kid. Like,
right?
That's crazy.
Yeah, dropping some Gerudo lore. And I don't think we showed it off properly, but in the adult timeline, the Carpenters are all talking about Naboru and the evil things she's doing over in the Spirit Temple, such as brainwashing people, which obviously hasn't happened, and Naboru doesn't seem like the kind of person to do that.
Yeah.
So it's something will happen during our time in this temple. So another awesome example of the time.
I like the reaction there. Like, you think, oh, Link, oh, the hero or something? No, what kind of name is that? What stupid name?
It's better than Naboru.
Imagine if you were a kid and gave it your real name. You weren't, trying to give it
your
Link.
favorite ketchup called French Red Hot Sauce.
Be more.
Yeah. Luke.
David? I mean, Luke is similar enough to Link. I like it. I feel like I would be cool with that. But
True. Maybe not Ed, just like 2 letters. What's going on there? Right. She wants us to obtain the treasure, though, the silver gauntlets, which make us a lot stronger. Which, considering we couldn't get through that block, we've got blocks that might come out.
yeah,
handy.
I wish Zelda logic was in real life, to say the least, because I would have to go to the gym. Just put on a gauntlet, and nobody's messing with me.
That's it.
No.
No?
No.
Is it contagious?
No. It's caused by a virus, I believe, and then it's with you for your entire life after you've gotten it. Sometimes it can be in your system, but just be dormant as well, and you not know that you have it until, later on in life.
I was just wondering because, boss there apparently had it yesterday, and today he came into work and had to go to the hospital, I guess, because of it.
Yeah.
And he's like the same age as me, so it's just like, oh, wait a second, is that for old people?
Ganondorf and his minions are using the Spirit Temple as a hideout.
I wonder what Ganondorf's minions are, unless they're just really the enemies we kill all along. I guess those are his own minions.
Well, and the boss of the temple as well, I'd assume.
True, his surrogate mother, I forgot. I won't say any more on that.
Yeah.
But,
yeah. We get a little bit into family matters of Ganondorf in this temple. Let's give Ganondorf and his followers a surprise. If we can successfully get them, I'll do something great for us.
Yeah, I like how we're tasked to get it for her, but you know how Link works, finders, keepers, losers, weepers, so you're a loser.
Yeah. What do you think something great is?
No idea, honestly. There's been theories about it. I'm assuming you should pat on the head.
Yeah, or I'm imagining like a Cremia hug. from George
True.
Mason, that sort of thing.
Yeah, it makes you feel fuzzy inside.
Exactly, yeah. Something along
It
those
has some
lines,
really suspicious dialogue. It's like,
Fantastic.
okay, good thing you put on the right shield.
So far again, yeah. True! Otherwise that would have been, literally cooked. Actually, yeah. Yeah, that would have been bad.
Okay, I love the design of this temple because pretty much what Ed is doing now, I'm going to do 7 years in the future just with a different arsenal. The big boy arsenal that is.
It's so cool.
Because the rooms are laid out very identical, and you kind of go through the same thing. And I do believe, you also visit the main center room that's going to get us to the boss 7 years from now as well. Yeah, overall, again, like I said, or I'm not sure if you said it, but I have to say it now, it's my favorite dungeon. And this time, I'm not lying.
Oh, you can't
It
use
genuinely
it.
is.
I mean, yeah, I think Forest Temple's mine for like just the atmosphere and whatever, but in terms of gameplay, this one is just unrivaled.
Right.
Like we already said, that it's kind of 2 temples in one. It's just so cool. And to be fair, although I do like the Forest Temple, this is, pretty vibey.
Aesthetically,
It's,
yeah. Ancient Egyptian kind of vibe. We'll just go with Gerudo vibe because that's what, the equivalent of is in this universe.
Yeah, it does feel very, that's not doing right. It does feel very kind of Indiana Jones,
Yeah, true. Ancient tomes, stuff like that. I don't know if Indiana Jones, but Zelda's
I put it on the plate and he heated it up for a minute, and my mom was asking what you got. I'm like, oh, some spicy chicken fingers. Like, you can smell them. They're gonna ruin you though. And she smelled them, and then just like her eyes were like, whoa. It's like that's a spicy.
Somebody just spawned Dark Fuse Precipitant.
Nope. You wanna bite me? Oh no, there it is. That's it. My bad.
Yeah.
Well,
About to head that direction.
Hopefully I'll get credit. Well,
You should.
no, I was thinking credit for the scrap thing that I just did.
It just ended, so. Did you get credit?
Yeah. If you go too far away, I guess it doesn't count.
Yeah, 100 yards.
Oh, interesting. The rep that you get from them aren't dark fuse. It's whatever
No.
you're with.
Yep. Oh, there's the scrap. I need the last one.
Influence from it before. I feel like Wind Waker is like the most Indiana Jones like Zelda game, right? Even when they advertised it, remember? Like, Link is gonna have to. They constantly showed him on the grappling hook and like jumping from area to area and going through like cryptic things. You didn't really see much of the Great Sea. Actually, I remember too. The marketing also while you're.
What's going on here?
But the marketing back then was so much different. Remember, like save the girl or end up being one, like the ad or whatever.
Wilt thou save the girl or play like one, something like that.
Right, dude. Like early 2000s marketing was pretty crazy. I mean, it was the radical dude, type of marketing. Everything was edgy and not your parents' cup of tea or whatever. And I think that's why the transition to the Wind Waker was a lot harder pill to swallow because I wanted the edginess. That was all about shadow and all that crap.
Yeah, I completely agree. That's
You don't want to use a boomerang, but you want it. Oh, okay, never mind.
I go threaded the needle.
This is the one thing that I love also about these playthroughs.
You can climb it, yeah.
It's like I can always see your way of puzzle solving because we have completely different ways sometimes. Especially because this is a game that we actually just grew up playing. So sometimes we solve things very stubbornly. Like I would say what you did there, but it worked. It actually was super efficient. I would have never done
no.
that. Oh,
this is a cool enemy. Can I get okay, I want to go read off now, but sure. So yeah, this you will be able to. This is an Anubis, I believe it's called, and it copies copies your movement.
Well, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does mimic you. So like if I go left, it will go right. If I get closer to it, it will also get closer. And its weakness is fire. So there is a way to beat it. If I lure it over here and hit that, you can burn it in that.
Yeah,
okay,
such a cool
in that
puzzle.
case. Or
I like how he shoots his own weakness. Oh yeah, cheese it.
Or we can cheese it with this. If I can get close to it without it.
Wait, no, target. No.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, you forgot. It's fine.
Yeah, oh my, right. I just got to it.
We'll see another one. I think so. But I do like the name Anubis.
I think you fight one, I believe. Yeah.
Ooh, okay.
Anything else? No.
Obviously carrying from the Egyptian, references, I guess, or whatever inspiration this game has. Anubis.
Yeah.
Right. Like, great. But it looks nothing like an Anubis, or I don't know. This was like a dog-like creature that does not look like a dog.
Sort of a half person, half dog. I don't really know. My Egyptian laws.
Yeah,
like the Zonai, Anubis type hero. That's obviously.
That's fine. Yeah, exactly.
Common knowledge. Yeah.
Can I?
Okay. Yeah. You can't. Oh, be careful. Okay, nice. Yeah, nice. That was. I think you planned it.
Yeah, definitely. Cool. But yeah, I believe you fight Anubis as well.
Because these suck.
Yeah, that would put me
at the beginning, right? Very beginning.
That would put me all the way back at the beginning, right? I think so. Yeah, definitely.
I'll be honest. I'm too much of a professional to like have that I want.
Never happened. Yeah, well, this is weird. It doesn't look like the boomerang's got space, and sometimes it doesn't. But
yeah, I think they're clipping onto it. But I think you're better with the fairy slingshot though. I think we'll go through it. Like this one, you fairy slingshot. If you want to kill it now, but who cares? We'll come to it later. Yes, it does go through.
Interesting. Yeah.
But I don't think we can grab it. Yeah.
No, we'll get it. By the hook shot, maybe. Yeah.
Wait, am I gonna have to come back for that? I thought the sword.
No, I think I'll be able to get the boomerang from the other side, right?
Oh, true. Yeah.
Also, this is weird. This feels like this. Should be a
chest. Or chest at least. Wait, take it. Is it not?
The nightfall scenario before it finishes.
Usually only lasts about 10 minutes. So it's probably already over by now.
side gigs, and then that'll probably be just enough time before the bottom of the hour before the surge pricing starts.
Red Hot Savings here. I'm on it. Stay sharp.
Shake that right up. Interesting.
I don't remember either, but let's figure out.
Nothing.
Let's reveal the truth.
That's very weird. Right.
So I guess the whole point of this room was what to open up the opposite.
Nice, huge. Wait, I must be missing a.
Right, because I feel like that has to open up this door.
That's how do I knock this down? Right? I thought it was the silver rupees to knock this door.
Roll into it. Roll into
There's
it.
no way.
Oh, okay, yeah. The physics wasn't born yet in Zelda.
Oh,
Dude,
it's here.
oh my god! Dude,
A little stealth rupee. Wow.
Yeah, it's been some time since we both played it. That's what makes it fun. But yeah, that is hilarious. How it was just literally out of your line of sight. That's all it was.
Yeah, that's so.
It's been some time since we both played it. Yeah, the physics wasn't born yet in Zelda.
Oh,
Dude,
it's here. It's
oh
here.
my god! Dude,
A little stealth.
Roll into it. Roll into
There's
it.
no. Wait, I must be missing a.
Right, because I feel like that has to open up this door.
How do I knock this down? Right? I thought it was the silver rupees to knock this door.
Roll into it. Roll into
There's
it.
no way.
Oh, okay, yeah. The physics wasn't born yet in Zelda.
Oh,
Dude,
it's here. It's here.
The opposite. Figure out.
Nothing.
Let's reveal the truth. Or chest at least. Wait, take out your lens. Is it not?
I don't think so.
I don't remember either, but let's figure out.
Nice, huge. There's no way.
Oh, okay, yeah. The physics wasn't born yet in Zelda.
Oh,
Dude,
it's here. It's
oh
here.
my god! Dude,
A little stealth rupee. Wow.
Yeah, it's been some time since we both played it. That's what makes it fun. But yeah, that is hilarious. How it was just literally out of your line of sight. That's all it was.
Yeah, that's so cool.
Okay, so what is this? I guess it's
Oh, okay. Well, there we go. That's why
it all comes together.
Yeah. See, there's never just a random bit of carpet. There's always a reason for it, wasn't it? Oh, and this will be the key, obviously. There we go.
The
Nice.
chests are like celebrity. You know, they need the red carpet. They can't.
Right. And now we've done a full circle back into this room. And we could have obviously crawled through this earlier, but there's a locked door, so there wouldn't have been much point in that.
Yeah, how Zelda works, it's never going to be that easy to just move forward. You're always going to have to find a locked door.
Exactly.
Again, that's old Zelda, that is. Again. I've come to this new thing where I'm just going to refer to all Zelda that is a
One thing that happened right when we started this was that there was an initial claim, for example, that there's no such thing as biological sex. Well, I believe quite firmly that if we continue on our present path at the universities for 5 more years, that's a discussion we will not actually be able to have on campuses. Because by fear, I mean, the legislation already implicitly presumes that biological sex, gender identity, and gender expression, which we haven't even talked about yet, vary independently. That is simply not true.
It's when people sometimes become politicized, is when they realize that no matter what they do in the world, there will be people who will continue to attack them on racist grounds, on gender and sexual violence grounds, and that's why people start to fight back, and that's why people object.
And your attempts to regulate my language use and
I don't care about your language use. I care about the safety of the people who are being harmed.
I know people who make your kinds of arguments are always concerned with other people's safety.
I'm concerned with my own safety. Just so that people are aware, my physical, emotional life and livelihood is at risk from being here.
I mean, I would hope that if I were a student of Dr. Peterson, that he would refer to me as she, and I wouldn't have a problem with that. But at the end of the day, you know, our personal pronoun preference still is a preference for what language other people use. And at the end of the day, I don't have ultimate control over what Dr. Peterson, what the language he chooses to use, or anybody else for that matters. That's up to them.
Okay, let me find out then. Let me find out. If she were a student of yours, what would you call her?
She.
You. Okay.
And while some lefty naysayers occasionally say that nobody's been charged under the law, so why worry about it? One man was, in fact, charged with hate speech under a provincial version of that law and required to pay $55,000 in restitution for distributing flyers that prescribed a trans person for office as a biological male who promoted homosexuality and transvestism. I don't agree with this guy's take, but I also don't think the government should be punishing people for hateful speech. However, the most internet famous attempt from the Trudeau government to wrangle speech was their internet control bills. The obsession with hate speech capped out the 2024 Online Harms Act, which actually included provisions in it that retroactively made old hate speech on the internet illegal, as well as hate speech you haven't spoken yet, but rather that somebody is afraid you might speak. I disagree with all of this stuff, and I think it's a massive government infringement on people's civil liberties. Individuals should have the right to be rude and distasteful, and even hateful, even if I don't agree with them. But there's way more to this conversation beyond just hate speech. JJ McCullough did a series of excellent videos on this topic, covering the story in detail on his channel as involved over the years. He's the guy to go to for this one. But basically, the government of Canada wanted to regulate social media using a similar framework as the Broadcasting Act, which regulates radio and television, meaning that big tech would be obligated to promote Canadian content to Canadian users, and more important, provide money to help fund Canadian content. That was the Online Streaming Act, which the Liberals specifically limited debate on and pushed through. A similar bill, the Online News Act, laid out a similar framework to regulate social media platforms, but this time with regards to Canada's news regulations rather than cultural production. Unsurprisingly, big tech, which isn't headquartered in Canada, told the Canadian government to pound sand. Social media sites simply began to block Canadian users from accessing all sorts of content. All in all, the internet regulation stuff coming out of Canada has been completely ineffectual and a total embarrassment for Trudeau's government. The last video I want to cover is climate change in Canada, and this is probably the single topic that Justin Trudeau's been the most overtly virtue signally over.
It's really, really easy when you're in a short-term survive. I gotta be able to pay the rent this month. I gotta be able to buy groceries for my kids. To say, okay, let's put climate change as a slightly lower priority. And that's something that's instinctive. When a storm comes, you want to hunker down and just sort of huddle up and wait for it to blow over. We can't do that around climate change. And unfortunately, we have an awful lot of political amplification of the kind of narrative that is directly opposed to that.
Like most of the progressives, Trudeau's paid a lot of lip service to climate change issues, and this is one of those topics where I broadly agree with him. I just think he's really cringe how he goes about it. However, Canada's geography is actually relatively unique in a way that makes transplanting over European-style leftism particularly dysfunctional when it comes to climate issues. Like I said earlier, Canada's got more landmass and 1/10 of the population as America does. However, we also have significant reserves of vital natural resources that America just doesn't have access to. Canada's potash reserves, used in fertilizer, is 4 times the amount of America's. We have 5 times the oil, 10 times the uranium. Canada is the 3rd largest producer of diamond in the world, while America has virtually no domestic supply. Though Canada and America have roughly the same amount of lumber, America needs its own supply, along with what Canada sells them, while Canadian lumber needs are much smaller. And while the planet heating up like a pretty bad place near the equator, it's actually pretty good for Canada, at least to a point. Longer summers and shorter winters into the longer growing season, the permafrost line is proceeding northward, which means that more land can be used for farming or lumber. Northern resource extraction will be way less costly, and the Northwest Passage might actually be usable for shipping. If Canada was smart, we'd be investing in the north in preparation to become the next Canada, and we'd be building the infrastructure to get our vast quantity of natural resources to market. However, Canada under Trudeau has consistently failed to take advantage of these opportunities. Now, it's not fully for lack of trying, mind you. Trudeau, to his credit, largely agrees with me here, and he's taken some flack from progressives for not permanently shutting down Canada's mining or oil operations, even though doing so would completely destroy our economy. But the causes that Trudeau gave lip service to, the environmental stuff, the land back stuff, that all came back to bite him in the ass during the 2020 pipeline protests. So a natural gas pipeline is being built in British Columbia, and the plan was to build it through the traditional lands of the Wet'suwet'en people, another indigenous tribe. And they've been protesting the project since 2010. The pipeline, as currently planned, doesn't actually go through their reservation, but it does go through land that the tribe views as ancestrally theirs. Eventually, in 2018, the legal dispute was finally settled in court, and the development company was given the go-ahead to start building. Activists in the area began to set up blockades of the various access roads that go through what they view as their territory, which are necessary to use to reach the construction site. The RCMP began to dismantle the barricades and arrest the activists in accordance with court order. And on January 1st, 2020, the tribal government demanded the eviction of the RCMP and TC Energy personnel. Pipeline construction was paused for the month, while the province attempted to negotiate with the chiefs. But by February 4th, negotiations had completely broken down. On February 6th, the RCMP moved into the area in full force. They destroyed all the blockades, they mass arrested everybody in the area, including journalists. And after this, the immediate will to continue with the obstruction seemed to vanish, and work on the pipeline continued. The provincial government declined to press criminal charges, and TC Energy declined to press civil charges. However, a series of solidarity protests broke out across Canada, while the activists continued their obstruction through legal means. Cycles of court cases and crackdowns continued until February of 2022, when masked assailants threatened pipeline workers and destroyed millions of dollars of equipment. Though these individuals managed to get away, it's at this point that both the company and the province began to press charges, and the activists finally started seeing some time inside a courtroom by late 2023. A lot of the various stories go cold at this point, but I did find a case of one trio of activists who were found guilty in 2024, but in 2025 they had their sentences reduced because recordings were discovered of the RCMP officers who arrested them acting racist towards them. The racism in question, by the way, was that the officers, while they were in private, laughed at each other about Aboriginal protest makeup and how it looked like the orcs from the Lord of the Rings. Well, shit, guys, I guess extra credits was right. Anyway, the reason I'm going over this is because basically the laughed at each other about Aboriginal protest makeup and how it looked like the orcs from the Lord of the Rings. Well, shit, guys, I guess extra credits right. Anyway, the reason I'm going over this is because basically the entire drama played out under Trudeau's nose. He gave his token support for the cause of the land back people whenever he was asked publicly about the events, but he ultimately sided against them. However, more importantly are the solidarity protests that broke out across Canada during
Heard a dark joke today.
What's that?
Said I heard a dark joke today. Dark humor.
What's the joke?
Basically, you know the phrase "good things come in small packages" is pretty common usage, right?
Yeah.
But it has a whole new meaning when a pedophile says it.
were blockaded in Toronto, Hamilton, Montreal. Bus lines were blocked. Across the borderline between Vancouver and Seattle was blocked. Every day the blockade continued. An estimated $425 million of economic activity was lost. But most importantly long term is that the protracted use of blockades, along with the government's reluctance to actually clear them out in a timely manner, contributed massively to the normalization of the idea within the Canadian consciousness that forcing civil life to a standstill by gumming up the works with a mass of recalcitrant activists was now a form of acceptable political expression, a normalization which the government would heavily come to regret contributing to. The Canadian trucker protest that went down in early 2022 has probably become my community's largest meme. Like most people, Canadian and otherwise, I follow the trucker protest story as it unfolded, intending to eventually cover it on my channel. I have a tendency to not make a video on a topic until that topic is fully complete, even if that means being late to the game. For example, tons of people did early videos on Chuck Conroy's channel before he came out with receipts vindicating himself, and so they had to make follow-up videos where they pulled a complete 180 and pretended that they weren't part of the initial dog fight. But I waited until I felt like I could do a complete video covering the entire story from start to finish, and I think what I eventually created was better for it. This is probably worse for my channel in terms of the algorithm and growth metrics. YouTube does like daily videos and hot takes. Tons of channels do nothing but the bare minimum. A 10-minute video where they slowly read an article and give you nothing more than their surface level take a couple times a day. And to their credit, they're far more successful than me. More subs, more views, certainly more money. But I've tried to do that sort of thing before, and frankly, it just feels like I'm wasting your time and mine. I want there to be some expectation that when you click on my video, you're getting something that is at least kind of interesting, something that's worth your view, not just some off-the-cuff take that has to be disavowed or reworded down the line. No, I've got Twitter for that. The downside to my approach is that sometimes in the pursuit of being a completionist, projects will snowball out of control, especially when there's always new things to add. That's happened to me a lot, and not just with the trucker video. It's kind of like perfectionism, but rather than making the perfect product, you're trying to make sure you have all possible info. I guess it is just completionism then. My initial reason for not making the trucker video was because I wanted to wait until the entire story was over. When the protest ended, that seemed like a pretty good time to do it, but there was still more going on. The leaders of the protest were going to court. The Canadian Parliament had an upcoming committee where members of government would testify under oath and present evidence to the country that the use of the Emergencies Act was valid. Canadian civil liberties groups had sued the government, and those cases were still ongoing. I kept watching, I kept collecting info, all of it with the intention of one day finally doing the trucker video. Eventually though, I just got lazy and played more video games. I played more Blueprints. I know most of the time the trucker video when stuff is setting good fun. There's actually a fair number of former fans or hate watchers or whatever who are out there who think that I'm refusing to do the trucker video because it's so obvious the truckers are correct that I won't be able to be a centrist in both sides of it. Or they believe I'm afraid of the government, that I won't speak out because I don't want my bank account to be frozen by Trudeau the tyrant. Or they believe I actually support Trudeau, that I'm some progressive cuck who loves the boot and wants to see the truckers crushed under. But none of that is true. Like I said, I'm just lazy, nothing more to it. As I said at the start, this video is about explaining to an outside audience Canada's slow decline over the past decade, covering multiple causes, which means that although this isn't the full autistic trucker deep dive, I still want to talk about it because it was probably the single most important political event in modern Canadian history. And although I intend to be as impartial as possible, I will plant my flag right now just to get it out of the way. I am what I guess you could call soft pro-trucker. Now to be clear, I'm not an anti-vaxxer or a COVID deniers. COVID is very real, I've had it myself. And I don't think the vaccines cause more damage than the virus. The three main vaccines, Pfizer, Moderna, and AstraZeneca, all went through phase 1, 2, and 3 trials throughout 2020 before being authorized for emergency use in the States by Donald Trump in December of that year. Initially, I actually agreed it was kind of spooky that this new tech arrived so fast and was being widespread pushed everywhere. The vaccine skeptics in those early months had a point, but time marched on, testing continued, and widespread adoption of the vaccine proved that any negative side effects were far less frequent and generally less damaging than COVID itself. When full authorization for vaccine use was granted in August of 2021, at that point, in the absence of any new major piece of evidence swinging things the other way, continued vaccine skepticism just seemed to be conspiratorial nonsense. And despite this, I'm still soft pro-trucker because although I'm not an anti-vaxxer and I generally believe everyone should get their shots, I also believe that making it illegal to refuse a vaccine is a gross violation of individual liberty, something that a liberal society should hold in high regard. In my opinion, the right thing to do is make the vaccine widely available, educate people on why they should get it, maybe even pay them to get it since you catch more flies with honey than vinegar, and then let people make their own choices. The trucker protesters themselves were far from perfect. In some ways, they were motivated by highly conspiratorial thinking, believing in nonsense that would later be proven false.
So there's one person that we follow here, the Tam chick, right? That ran the Fauci in the States, right? And there's thousands of other
Everybody, but what CEO of a hospital, what medical director of any province?
Hey, why are they getting paid all this money?
Do you think all these doctors and the Canadian Medical Health Association, they're all in on the conspiracy?
You think you need everybody? You just need the top people and then it rolls down. They're all bots, okay? They're all bots.
There were also instances of violence committed by protesters towards both journalists and random Ottawa citizens filming their actions. There were also death threats from protesters towards members of parliament.
Trudeau, someone's gonna make you catch a bullet one day. For the rest of this government, someone's gonna fucking do you in. You sons of bitches.
The only way that, and I'm going to say it out loud, the only way that this is going to be solved is with bullets. And some of the funding of the event, especially with regards to its organizers, came from some pretty shady sources, and an extreme minority of people actually intended to commit terrorism and overthrow the government. However, it's also true that the vast majority of protesters, while destructive and crude, were also overwhelmingly peaceful.
Well, guys, it's getting worse down here. Somebody bought Connect 4. This is big time. We need help. Help!
They set up bouncy castles and grills and hot tubs. They cheered and danced and sang. Optimus Prime even showed up. But most importantly of all, despite the presence of some conspiratorial nonsense, they were not motivated solely by conspiratorial nonsense. They had real grievances with regards to how the government had conducted the pandemic restrictions. Maybe it's not that well known, or maybe people have just forgotten, but Canada had some of the most restrictive pandemic measures in the entire world. And paradoxically, our restrictions got worse as the pandemic got better. Initially, unlike other countries with their 2 weeks to flatten the curve rhetoric, Trudeau was actually pretty honest about what we were in for.
Earlier today, we released our modeling on how we think this pandemic might unfold. The modeling shows that COVID-19 arrived in Canada later than in other countries. So we're in an earlier stage of the outbreak. That means we have the chance to determine what our country looks like in the weeks and months to come. Our healthcare systems across the country are coping for the time being, but we're at a fork in the road between the best and the worst possible outcomes. The best possible outcome is no easy path for any of us. The initial peak, the top of the curve, may be in late spring, with the end of the first wave in the summer. As Dr. Tam explained, there will likely be smaller outbreaks for a number of months after that. This will be the new normal until a vaccine is developed. But as we saw, that is so much better than we could face all of us if we do not rise to the challenge of this generation. The path we take is up to us. It depends on what each of us does right now. It will take months of continued, determined effort. We'll need to keep practicing physical distancing, staying home, and washing our hands. It will help. It will help get the numbers that Dr. Tam was talking about, between 4,000 and 44,000 deaths, as low as possible.
And this is what became the pandemic social contract in Canada. There was this general sense among your average Canadian that while the lockdowns suck, we're going to pull together and do them until the vaccines invented, because we don't want our vulnerable populations to get hurt. However, as the vaccines became more available, as Canadians began to take their shots throughout 2021, as vaccination rates improved, as deaths and hospitalizations decreased, as we began to reach the light at the end of the tunnel, both the federal and the provincial governments continually ramped up restrictions, rather than shuttering them as they initially promised. We actually had stricter lockdown measures when the Canadian population was 80% vaccinated than we had before the vaccines even invented. Things boiled over when the government finally took it one step too far. This is, in my opinion, the event that caused the public to finally turn against COVID measures, and against the government more generally. This is the April 2021 Ontario police scandal. Even as vaccination continued to accelerate, the provincial government of Ontario announced this.
We have to do more. The reality is, there are few options left. We've implemented the strictest measures in all of North America. And the difficult truth is, every public health measure we have left comes with a massive cost to people and their lives. So effective immediately, we're extending the emergency declaration and prolonging the stay-at-home order province-wide. We've made the difficult but necessary decision to give police and bylaw officers special authorities to enforce public health measures for the duration of the stay-at-home order. I know that the majority of Ontario residents are doing the right thing. They're following the rules, keeping each other safe. But we need to step up enforcement. We need to focus on those who are deliberately putting others at risk by ignoring the stay-at-home order. Those gathering in large groups, continuing to put themselves and others at risk. So understand the restrictions will be strongly enforced, because they must be.
We have made the deliberate decision to temporarily enhance police officers' authority for the duration of the stay-at-home order. Moving forward, police will have the authority to require any individual who is not in a place of residence to, first, provide their purpose for not being at home, and provide their home address. Police will also have the authority to stop a vehicle, to inquire about an individual's reason for leaving their residence. I cannot stress this enough. It is imperative that everyone limit their trips outside of the home to permitted purposes only.
Yeah, hi, thanks for taking my question. I'm wondering about these new police powers to just randomly stop someone walking down the street or to pull over. What happens if a person refuses to answer the police question?
That's after the Solicitor General.
So by issuing these new additional enforcement measures, it allows police officers to ask the person why they are not at their place of residence and what the place of residence is. And specifically to your question, if you are not willing to comply, then you are breaking the law. And there is an option for the police officer to issue a ticket.
How much is the ticket? And also, if someone sees their neighbors breaking these new regulations and having a party in their yard, that sort of thing, should people call police on their neighbors?
So in terms of the ticket cost, that of course is set by the Chief Justice. Currently, if you break an order under the EMCPA, then it is $750, as I understand it. In terms of people calling to snitch, to inform, look, we all have a personal responsibility, And I would hope that the vast majority of us would take that personal responsibility seriously. If it means saving lives, then I think we have to think about what your social responsibilities are as an individual to make sure that you don't empower other people and invite a whole bunch of individuals to your home.
This was far beyond anything that had been done anywhere else in Canada, even in the exceptionally compliant Quebec. In Ontario, there was a total ban on all travel outside your house. Every single person was expected to stay inside in perpetuity unless they had explicit authorization to be outside, provided by a doctor or an essential workplace. And the police were empowered to stop anybody they saw and ask to see that authorization. When the dissident right began to talk en masse on social media about COVID Nazis who wanted to keep you locked down forever and force you to show your papers for travel, those conversations began around this time because they saw it actually happening in Ontario.
Apparently, over in Ontario, the capital of our state of Alberta, when COVID was starting to come down, they apparently doubled down and made restrictions even worse and said if you are outside of your home, the police are enforced to ask you why are you outside your home of residence and where your address is. And if you refuse all of that stuff, you get $750 fine.
Need some help? Get it done.
And then they asked to someone asked the question of should we if I see a neighbor having a party, should we report it? And they said that it's for people's safety. Yes, you should absolutely report it. Basically, to keep people safe.
And to make them money.
Exactly. Price searching should be happening a second now.
Yeah, I just finished all the gigs. So.
Yeah, just
there it is.
You have your chat list, by the way. I don't know if you did it for the week or not.
Yeah, I have it. Where the hell? Stupid arrow. Oh, all the way over there. What the fuck? Stupid trash.
I hate when I want to jump over something, but the game's like, "Oh, you want to drift, right?" I'm like, "No, I wanted to jump over the slime river. Dang it!"
Dude, get off me, you stupid hyena. There we go. And surge pricing done, but I still have to do jobs.
Welcome to the best place ever. What's the damage? How you doing, pal?
And they believe this would be the first step towards the New World Order. Of course, it wasn't. And you can make a pretty good argument that the White Oaks were just too conspiracy brand. No state in America or country in Europe was getting ready to follow Ontario's lead if it worked out. And yeah, that's true. But you can also make the argument that the reason it utterly failed in Ontario and was immediately repealed after one day is due to a mass revolt by the entire province. I know that I personally went for a defiant walk around my neighborhood that day, which Lance called me an anti-vaxxer for. Pretty much everybody in Ontario who noticed what was going on, regardless of political affiliation, objected to this new policy. Journalists objected to it, doctors and scientists objected to it, and police departments across the province declared their intention to not.
Apparently, after Ontario made that statement, saying we're going to be doing this, everyone, left, right, all of them disagreed and came out in protest.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
enforce the order given by the provincial government. So the next day, the plan was scrapped and the government apologized. But this attempt basically burned away any remaining goodwill the average citizen had towards anything COVID related. Vaccine rates were on the rise, but the popularity rates of lockdowns and restrictions began to fall. To put it bluntly, this was the moment, in Canada anyway, that large segments of the population began to lose trust in the government. Of course, this was the provincial government. It's not exactly fair to blame the federal government for this. And yeah, I agree. But at this point in America, lockdowns were largely a thing of the past, while confusion and stupidity continued to reign across Canada. As more and more Canadians began to lose faith in their government, beyond just the crazy anti-vax and anti-mask fringe, Trudeau started to paint everyone who objected or dissented with government mandates with the brush of that fringe group.
Mais aussi des gens qui sont farouchement opposés à la vaccination,
sont extrémistes,
qui croient pas dans la science, qui sont souvent misogynes, souvent racistes aussi. C'est un petit groupe, mais qui prend de la place. Et là, il faut faire un choix en tant que leader, en tant que pays. Est-ce qu'on tolère?
Once again, I'll go into this in greater detail in the future. But basically, despite the pre-election Trudeau understanding the dangers of divisive, corrosive politics,
Their instincts are now to be suspicious of people who do not share their beliefs, to harden divisions with people whose views differ from their own. Their approach to politics might work in the short term, but it is corrosive over time.
Everything that Prime Minister Trudeau did during the pandemic was far more divisive and corrosive than any of those conservatives critiqued during that whole clip. When the trucker protest kicked off in January of 2022, it was during a national conversation where mid-level cabinet members were quietly floating the idea of making it illegal to refuse to get vaccinated. Even people who had got all their shots began to turn on Trudeau and his government at that point. And all throughout the protest, Trudeau did what he always does: deflect, demonize, and double down. Though there were those bad actors in the protest, I genuinely believe that most of the rank and file would have simply left Ottawa and gone home had the government announced that the constant escalation of COVID measures was finally over. But instead, Trudeau invoked the Emergencies Act to clear the protest out. It's important to point out that while the Emergencies Act had never been used before, the legislation that it replaced, the War Measures Act, was used 3 times throughout Canada's history. The first time during the First World War, the second time during the Second World War, both of those uses are pretty self-explanatory, and the third time during the October Crisis. And yes, the October Crisis is kind of relevant in a roundabout way to the story. In October of 1970, the FLQ, a Quebec nationalist terrorist group, kidnapped the Labour Minister, Pierre Laporte, and a British ambassador, James Cross, in Montreal. They demanded the release of other FLQ members in exchange for the 2 men. Instead, the Prime Minister at the time, Pierre Trudeau, declared an emergency using the War Measures Act and sent the military into Quebec. Martial law was imposed across the province, and hundreds were detained during the resulting crackdown. In a now famous interview, the elder Trudeau is chided by media outside Parliament for his use of force, and he responds with what would eventually become his catchphrase.
So what is it with all these men with guns around here? Have you noticed? Yeah, I noticed them. I worry you people decided to have them. What's your worry? I'm not worried, but you seem to not worry. I'm worried about living in a town that's full of people with guns running around. Are you? Have they done anything to you? Have they pushed you around? They pushed around friends of mine? Yeah. What were your friends doing? Trying to take pictures of them? Aha. Is that against the law? No, not at all. Well, doesn't it worry you having town that you've got to resort to this kind of thing? No, it doesn't worry me. I think it's natural that if people are being abducted, that they be protected against such abduction. But isn't that one of the... Is your position that you should give in to the 7 demands of the FMQ and... Not at all. My position is completely opposite. What is your position? My position is you don't give in to any of them. All right. That you don't protect yourselves against the possibility of blackmail. Well, how can you protect everybody that is going to be a possible target without a much bigger military force, without putting somebody on everybody in the country, turning it into almost a police state? So what do you suggest? That we protect nobody. How can you protect them all? Well, you can't protect them all, but I'm therefore arguing that you shouldn't protect any. Well, that's right. That's your position. Right. All right. So if Pierre Laporte wasn't protected and he was abducted, if you had hindsight, would you not have preferred to protect him and Mr. Cross? Well, it's second guessing. It's pretty easy, but you can't do it. But I'm asking you the first guess now. No, because it's impossible. With all the diplomats that are in this country now, we've got a big army. You use it up pretty fast in history. But what you're talking about, to me, is choices. And my choice is to live in a society that is free and democratic, which means that you don't have people with guns running around them. All right. And one of the things I have to give up for that choice is the fact that people like you may be kidnapped. Sure. So you have to right now. But this isn't my choice, obviously. You know, I think it's more important to get rid of those who are committing violence against the total society and those who are trying to run the government through a parallel power by establishing their authority by kidnapping and blackmail. And I think it's our duty as a government to protect government officials and important people in our society against being used as tools in this blackmail. No, you don't agree with this, but I'm sure that once again, with hindsight, you would have probably found it preferable if Mr. Cross and Mr. Laporte had been protected from kidnapping, which they weren't because the steps we're taking now weren't taken. But even with your hindsight, I don't see how you can deny that. No, I still go back to the choice you have to make in the kind of society that you live in. There's a lot of bleeding hearts around who just don't like to see people with helmets and guns. All I can say is go on and bleed, but it's more important to keep law and order in the society than to be worried about weak-kneed people who don't like the looks of at any cost? At any cost? How far would you go with that? How far would you extend that? Just watch me.
Ultimately, only 2 people died during this event. Laporte was killed by the FLQ when he decided to try and fight his way out, and a random Canadian soldier accidentally tripped over his own gun and shot himself. But nonetheless, Pierre Trudeau's decisive action, as well as his willingness to hand back all emergency power after the crisis had passed, helped cement him in the minds of Anglo-Canadians as a strong, capable leader. Meanwhile, Franco-Canadian reaction was more mixed. Support for the FLQ and the Quebec militant cause dwindled away to nothing, but Quebecers were pretty shocked after seeing tanks and soldiers occupy their cities and towns. Since the October crisis, no prime minister has ever broken the glass on emergency powers. And when one finally does it, it's the son of the last man who did, who's been desperately trying to live up to his dad's enormous legacy the entire time, who even adopted his catchphrase, the one made famous by that very same crisis. Whenever I hear about American Democrats or left-wingers talk about the Canadian trucker protest, they often speak of it in the same breath as the January 6th riot. And I understand why. Both events are instances of a populist right-wing uprising against what they perceive to be a corrupt government. However, I personally don't think it's accurate to put these 2 events in the same basket. January 6th was an overwhelmingly violent riot that happened over the course of one day, where Congress was stormed due to the false belief that the election had been stolen from Donald Trump. And it was so incredibly explosive because, at least in part, a lot of right-wing talking heads had been riling people up for weeks beforehand. But the trucker protest is factually different. It was a highly disruptive, but generally peaceful occupation of downtown Ottawa. Of course, there were many instances of harassment and violence and threats. I'm not downplaying those, but I do want to point out that unlike January 6th, not once did the truckers try to storm the Parliament building, despite being camped outside it for a month. And also, unlike January 6th, the truckers had clear grievances that were factually accurate, and they were objecting to things the government had actually done to them. I think it's far more appropriate to talk about the trucker protest in the context of something like Chaz. In fact, the truckers even hung up signs that were very reminiscent of Chaz. For those of you who don't remember, Chaz was the Capitol Hill autonomous zone. During the summer of 2020, the Capitol Hill neighborhood in downtown Seattle was taken over by groups of BLM activists, Antifa, and other left-wing anarchists. The city government pulled back all policing and civil services from the zone, and the area was de facto a breakaway seditious territory for just under a month. I did a whole video detailing the rise and fall of Chaz if you're interested. But the point is, January 6th was a single riot that was extremely destructive to American political culture, and it demonstrated just how propagandized the right wing had become. While Chaz was a passive acceptance of left-wing anarchists carving off entire city blocks from the jurisdiction of the country for an extended period of time, during which the Democratic city and state failed to restore order and administer the area. While the trucker protest has some similarities with both of these events, in my opinion, the longevity, the loss of jurisdiction, and the fact they didn't attack the Parliament building makes it a lot more like Chaz than January 6th. The actual trucker video will still happen, even if it's largely irrelevant post-election, mainly because I've recorded hours of audio for it. I don't want to go to waste. There's still so much more to get into. The darker side of the truckers, the funding scams, the government freezing bank accounts of private citizens if they so much as bought a pro-trucker t-shirt, the attempts by Trudeau to make the emergency powers permanent, the court case that ruled Trudeau violated Canada's constitution, which is still working its way through appeals. But basically, the extremely heavy-handed way Trudeau approached the whole event was, in my opinion, his final nail in the coffin. The reason he held on to power for nearly 3 years afterward is simply because the NDP kept propping up the minority government. As soon as Pierre Poilievre became the leader of the Conservative Party, the general feeling around Justin Trudeau became very similar to how it felt during the end of Stephen Harper's term. Everybody knew he was on the way out. Nobody really wanted him around anymore. And at that point, we're all just waiting for the clock to run out out and an election to be called. Funnily enough, Justin Trudeau was kind of like a progressive Donald Trump. Not nearly as extreme, obviously. For example, Trudeau never broke the law trying to steal an election like Trump did, which I explained in a previous video. But despite being the complete opposite of Trump in rhetoric, in tone, in how he carried himself. There are still similarities in how he governed. Both Trump and Trudeau are men of privilege. Neither of them built a political career by working their way up the ranks. Both of them won their offices and the star power associated with their names. Both of them were elected by waves of populist fervor, one right, one the other left.
Sweeping Mo will actually knock you back on your mount.
Yeah.
And once they were in office, both were utterly corrupt and self-serving, violating legal, precedential, and constitutional norms that prevented them from doing whatever they wanted. They gave favors to their friends, even if it was entirely unethical. They bent the rules of procedure as far as they could in order to hold on to power. They even punished dissenters with bogus lawsuits. Yeah, I didn't bring this up earlier because there was really no good way to fit it in. But when the conservative leader at the time, Andrew Scheer, was criticizing Trudeau for one of his many corruption scandals, Trudeau had his personal lawyer threaten him with a libel suit.
I think it's important that all politicians be straight with Canadians in how they characterize their own actions and their own beliefs. I think we're going to have an election in the coming months. You can't be inventing things. You can't be lying to Canadians. And I think highlighting that there are consequences in short term and long term when politicians choose to twist the truth and distort reality for Canadians. It's not something we're going to.
Just so we're clear, Trump's gone way further than Trudeau in pretty much every metric. And additionally, what he's doing during his second term is completely unacceptable. But my opposition to Trudeau isn't because he's this woke, progressive, far-left, suicidally empathetic cuck or whatever. That's really fucking cringe. I hate listening to him talk. But his personal style isn't related to his policies. My objection to Trudeau is that he embodies all of the worst excesses of the Liberal Party in Canada. Gargantuan governments and budgets, bloated with waste, ideological blindness, demanding strict conformity and stifling dissent, and overwhelming amounts of corruption. All throughout this video, I've repeatedly made the point that Justin Trudeau and his government in Canada is in reality what the MAGA crowd falsely thinks the Democrat Party is in America. When MAGA paints the caricature of the American Democrats as being these far-left, revolutionary, communist, progressive whatevers, there's really only two things to say. One, their description of the Democrats is generally inaccurate. And two, if that description were true, it would be absolutely terrible to live under that administration. And in reality, outside of MAGA fantasy land, they are actually describing what Justin Trudeau's administration has been like. Where the American right has painted a strawman of the American left, the Liberal Party in Canada for the past decade has actually been that strawman. Trudeau never really recovered in popularity after the trucker protest and the resulting political fallout. The Conservatives enjoyed a slim lead in popularity, and after Poilievre took over as leader of the party, they began a steady climb. Americans, as well as Canadian leftists, like to call Poilievre Canada's Trump, which isn't all that accurate. Firstly, leftists in Canada call all conservative leaders Canada's Trump, even when they're the most milquetoast loser candidate. The previous guy, Aaron O'Toole, was basically just a progressive, and he was still called Trump and Hitler and other nonsense.
I am an MP with a clear track record on standing up for human rights, whether it's women, whether it's the LGBT community. I won the leadership of the Conservative Party as a pro-choice Conservative MP, one that won with a strong mandate. That's how I'm going to lead as the leader of the opposition, and that's how I will be as Prime Minister. I'm in politics to defend the rights of Canadians, to secure a brighter future.
Showing that, at least in Canada, the far left will always call the Conservative leader a Nazi, regardless of what his actual policies are. But while Poilievre is certainly riding the wave of right-wing populism, the way a lot of other politicians across the world are right now, he's much more of an old-school, guns and weed and capitalism libertarian than he is a strict populist demagogue.
Now, it should go without saying that in a free country, professionals should not lose their jobs and licenses because they express a political opinion contrary to the licensing body that's mandated by the government. But, of course, in saying this, my liberal critics in the media will, of course, say, well, Poilievre agrees with freedom of speech for someone like Dr. Peterson, therefore he must endorse everything Dr. Peterson has ever said. Well, of course not. I don't endorse 100% of everything anyone has ever said. There's no two people in the world who agree 100% of the time on 100% of things. And so I'm sure there is something he's posted that I do object to, but that is not the point, because freedom of speech only matters when you disagree. I mean, if we all agreed, we wouldn't need freedom of speech, because no one has ever tried to censor someone for saying something that they agree with. It is only when there's a disagreement that it matters. We're seeing the idea that someone can lose their job, their status, their ability to study because they express something that is contrary to the government line. Now, I don't believe that is the Canada we want. We have Section 2B of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. To be or not to be, that is the question. I may not agree with what you say, but I will defend to my death your right Just say it.
He's certainly fiery when he speaks, easily commanding crowds with his passionate appeals, but beyond tone, he doesn't really have that much in common with Trump, making him kind of the opposite of Trudeau in this regard. However, the general public in Canada linked the two together somewhat, which he was more than happy to play into. Everything was going swimmingly for him and the Conservatives, until Trump basically torpedoed the whole thing. After Trump won the 2024 election, he began threatening Canada and Mexico with tariffs. Trudeau met with Trump at Mar-a-Lago in late November 2024 and began negotiations to try and avoid a trade war. On December 13th, Trudeau told his longtime finance minister and deputy prime minister, Chrystia Freeland, that he intended to replace her with Mark Carney. I don't think it's public why he wanted to make that switch. Maybe it's because Mark Carney has a long history of working in finance, and in the face of a trade war with the Americans, Trudeau wanted somebody with a bit more experience in the job. Regardless of reason, Freeland wasn't having it. Freeland was basically with Trudeau since the very beginning, performing multiple huge roles in his cabinet ever since 2015, earning her the nickname Minister of Everything. She was extremely loyal to him, standing by him during the SNC Lavalin scandal, the trucker protest, and internal party revolt in October 2024 that went nowhere. Anytime something big happened, she was in the background, securing his power.
Because it's 2015.
And now she was the most important woman of all the women he had thrown under the bus. Trudeau wanted her to stay on in his cabinet in a different position, but instead she abruptly resigned, posting a scathing letter on social media, blasting Trudeau for costly political gimmicks during a looming trade war with states. This was the final straw for Trudeau's support within his own party. He had managed to hold on to power through multiple scandals, purging dissenters repeatedly, but this time it was too much. Many Liberal MPs stated it was time for Trudeau to resign, while Freeland was given a standing ovation at a Liberal caucus meeting. There really seems to be a lot of bitterness from Freeland with regards to the whole affair, which I don't exactly blame him for.
How would you handle things differently? Like if your finance minister came to you and said, Prime Minister, I think we're on the wrong track here. How would you tackle that differently than what the experience you had was?
Well, probably I wouldn't tell my finance minister I was going to fire her the day after she delivered the fall economic statement. I probably would say it 3 days before she was supposed to deliver it.
On January 6, 2025, Trudeau announced he was stepping down as party leader. He also announced one final prorogation as a last fuck you in order to give his party time to run the leadership election. Of course, you're not supposed to prorogue Parliament because your party's in a crisis, but nobody really expects any better from Trudeau at this point.
Despite best efforts to work through it, Parliament has been paralysed for months after what has been the longest session of a minority Parliament in Canadian history. That's why this morning I advised the Governor-General that we need a new session of Parliament. She has granted this request, and the House will now be prorogued until March 24th. Over the holidays, I've also had a chance to reflect, and I've had long talks with my family about our future. Throughout the course of my career, any success I have personally achieved has been because of their support and with their encouragement. So last night over dinner, I told my kids about the decision that I'm sharing with you today. I intend to resign as party leader, as Prime Minister, after the party selects its next leader through a robust, nationwide, competitive process. Last night I asked the President of the Liberal Party to begin that process. This country deserves a real choice in the next election, and it has become clear to me that if I'm having to fight internal battles, I cannot be the best option in that election.
The two frontrunners in the Liberal leadership campaign were, unsurprisingly, Freeland and Carney. Carney was viewed as the outsider candidate, since he doesn't currently hold a seat in the House of Commons, and he had worked with Conservative Stephen Harper in the past, while Freeland had been loyal to Trudeau for a decade and was involved in everything he had done. This was an incorrect view of the two candidates, since Carney was chosen to replace Freeland in the 11th hour. He was the actual continuity candidate, but he was nonetheless seen as a fresh face and won an overwhelming majority. Ever since Trudeau's announcement he was stepping down, the Liberals have skyrocketed in popularity, showing that maybe he was the anchor around their neck.
My friends have the same drive. Everyone wants to do as good as whoever. Like, when really does something that's really successful, right?
The problem is ambition is like double-edged, right? Seeing like what other people achieve gives you the drive to like want to do better yourself, but it can be easily twisted to like the dark version of it, basically. It's like 1 degree from being like using it as like a healthy motivator to like going like, absolute witch mode, right?
You can be happy for her, but at the same time, getting the energy and drive to also do something as
yes, ambition without principle is fatal. Exactly, Argo. So the problem is that the unchecked ambition is the problem. You know how people use the analogy that like medicine is also poison? It's kind of very similar to that. You need to be tempered in what you do, and that applies to medicine as well. If you don't have like a fundamental grasp of like morality, it can easily corrupt you. And that's why power corrupts, by the way. And the thing is this is a thing that is just a part of being human. Like, actually, a perfect example of this that like everybody talks about all the time is like masculinity and aggressiveness, right? So like we are so quick to like see that the masculine drive of aggression as being a bad thing. It can be a force for good, but it's like if it goes too far, then it becomes evil. But you need to have like the temperance to like not push that beyond into like the evil realm, basically. And the way you do that is through having the foundations in some kind of morality, basically. That's how you prevent that.
Great, fun, and grand as she did.
And this is the problem with society. Actually, it's kind of related. Is that we have societally thrown away a lot of morals and made them relative. And that's the issue. But these beings aren't human. They're all different kinds of beings.
Without feeling malice, jealousy, or the need to put her down, like you can be excited.
You always see this also, where you have like some kind of backstory for a villain where like they wanted something and then they immediately take like the thing that gives them the power the fastest, right? So when it comes to like this specific example, right, what's easier? Is it easier to like ensure your position by outplaying and like outplaying and outmaneuvering the other person, or is it easier to just like basically leg them and like cut them off at the legs before they even know what hit them, right? And and that's why people do these things. It's easier to tear down than it is to build.
And happy for someone, but at the same time, having that be the reason that you also want to give it more.
Cinder will be okay. Hot takes as deviation. Well, we've seen cases of this happen before, and it didn't really affect them. So, but then this is like probably the biggest one I've seen. So it's hard to say, I think.
You also it reawakens your drive to do something. Be like,
Camilla's a great example of this. Camilla's one of my favorite VTubers, a very good friend of mine. I love her with my whole heart. She's always been good to me. But Camilla did a very good job of showing that you don't need to burn people to get ahead, but she would just befriend everybody, lift everybody else up, and in turn, those same friends would lift her up. And she's had a meteoric rise in the content creation space. I'm gonna give her a little plug here real quick. I mean, look at this fucking meteoric rise. I met her in 2020.
Zarglog says it's like the Apostle Paul once said, the fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, peace, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control.
By the way. Yeah, this is where I met her. I met her when she had about 10 or 11 viewers, and I would talk to her late at night in a VR chat world, and I talked to her about like how to grow her channel, how to do better, how to be better, and to see where she's at now in 2025, it makes me so fucking proud, because she is absolutely amazing. And I'll be real. Me and Camilla haven't talked in about 7 months. We haven't. We talked yesterday, and she always apologized saying she's so bad at getting back to DMs. Here's the thing, it doesn't matter. Some people take that shit way too serious.
Just because it's funny mentioning religion when the entire branding was being a hellhound with a heart from heaven.
You know what I mean? If we were good the last time, we'll be good the next time. Sometimes people don't talk for a long time. I'm gonna be real.
That's true. Like Ayla. I haven't talked to Ayla in like a long ass time, but we're like talking now.
And I'm gonna keep these people's names anonymous. I got reached out to by about 15 people who I admire greatly in the content creation space, who I used to talk to much more frequently. but you have to be understanding in this field. It is so hard to keep up with messages between creators.
It is.
As a CC.
This is very fucking hard. I gotta, oh my god, guys, I gotta fucking tell you guys, okay? And I know someone in the chat's gonna be like, ooh, Leaflet, so many friends, Leaflet. If you're a content creator, you get like a fuck ton of messages, and I miss them all the time. And like, I feel bad about it like every time. Like, man, I feel so fucking bad. Like sometimes, like, because what happens is when you're busy, you'll read a message from somebody, but you don't have time to reply at that moment. So I'll reply to them after, and then after you come back, you have another 20 messages. Do that small even happens to me, says Carol. Yeah, it happens to everyone that does this kind of job. Shayla, thank you so much for this. And that's, by the way, it's not even just messages, by the way. I'm not even talking like just like DMs. Like all of the DMs from all the platforms. DMs from Twitch, DMs from Patreon, DMs from X, DMs from Discord, and then you have emails. You have like random emails that you get, and then like you have the you know, like the different emails you have, like your personal email. You have your email from like the website. Like if somebody has to contact you, like business opportunities. You have like sponsor emails. You have agency emails. You have like all of this shit. Yeah, and the thing is like it's kind of hard. Like it really is. And like sometimes you'll just miss it, or you'll reply with like something short, right? Because like you don't really have much time, and that's just how the game is. You know, I mean, it is what it is.
And with no exaggeration, guys, I get around 400 messages a day, and I attempt to respond to at least 5 of them.
So fucking true, man. So true. Shit.
But it's hard. It's hard, bro. It's hard.
Yeah, sometimes like I get like emails. Like I get emails from like random stuff, and I can only really afford to read the title. So like, I'll read the title of the email, and then if the title doesn't immediately like the subject line doesn't immediately like make me think, oh, this is something like I would be interested in, I just don't even reply to it. And it's not that like I'm too good to like give a reply to like the email. It's more like I just don't have time. Like if I literally replied to every single thing, I would have no time in my day, like at all, right? I try to read every comment on YouTube, but sometimes I'll miss them because I'll usually read comments like right before bed or like when I'm pooping or something, and I'll read comments, or like, you know, I have a little bit of time, like, you know, I'm in queue or something for like, you know, I'm taking a break, I'm in queue for like a game, and like I'll read comments during that time. But sometimes I'll miss like a block of them because I will just go like, oh, where did I leave off? When was the last comment I read? And I'll just like fast scroll until I can see, oh, I read that one, and I'll fast scroll, oh, I didn't read that one. Okay, I'll start here, and then I'll just like go from there. But then there might be like 4 to 5 comments I missed, so it's hard. Yeah.
So having understanding, sometimes you gotta grind that shit. It is what it is. But if we ever find ourselves in the same area, we'll always be good. But yeah, you don't need to burn bridges to grow bigger. Just be good to those around you, and those that you were good to will be good and turn back to you.
Man, that's so cool. I also want to do this, you know. But what you wouldn't do is
what the fuck?
undermine Numi's success and idea.
What the fuck? I'm not even gonna give such a XQC. Thank you.
And everything she's done behind the scenes and sabotaging it, so I can do it bigger and better and grander while saving face in front of her.
Yeah, do this shit to your enemies. I'll be real. There was a streamer called Enviosity that was a massive piece of shit, right? I fucking hated the guy. So I took his time slot on Twitch and I obliterated his entire content creation channel and I exposed him as a fucking fraud.
Holy fuck.
Right? That makes sense.
That's crazy.
But if I were to go do
That's
that
cutthroat.
to
Holy
like
shit.
Sophia or like Laro or Shinya or Gotcha Smack, like what the fuck? This is a fucking rat ass behavior. Like tearing down your homies is insane. Bro, just find the motherfuckers that you hate and do it to them.
Being happy for her and encouraging her to do these things.
I sent a message to my friend. I said, sorry, I was trying to obliterate your time slot. And she replied with, how dare you? I trusted you. Oh my god.
I'm being so proud of her while behind her back, sabotaging her at the same time. It is completely normal to have it. Whenever my friends do something, I'm like, fuck, that's so fun. I also want to do this. Or something like it. But my friends get a cool...
Yeah, some of my favorite memories were like, oh dude, Asma and Emmy are gonna play this game. I want to play it too, so we can see who does the best. Like our Olia was so fucking fun. And I remember Emmy, this is making me reminisce. I miss those two so bad. I'm not gonna fucking lie. I do. I love those two so much. They were so good to me. And I'm trying not to get sad about it. We still talk. But don't get me wrong, guys. I do miss Steak and Eggs. I do. And, you know, I've never admitted that publicly, but I do really miss Steak and Eggs. I miss our weekly talks. And I told them that I wouldn't say that because I don't want anybody to get sad. But I fucking miss that podcast, bro. I love it so much. It was such a good time. It really was. It was such a good fucking time. Those two were some of the best friends I ever had in this place. They were so fucking kind. Legit. But yeah, it hurts. It does hurt.
Why did they stop? I think they stopped because of the Asmongold thing. When like people were canceling him because of the comments.
It's been like 2 years. I also want to have like a cool new thing. I can feel the drive reawaken of wanting to do cool things. I'm like, I also want to do this. And my friends have a cool collab idea. I'm like, fuck, I also want to do this. And my friends play a cool game. I'm like, fuck, I also want to play this.
I gotta tell you guys something. As a VTuber, Shy Lily is so fucking good at puppeting her model. Like as a VTuber, like I'm looking at it and I'm like, she probably looks like a crazy person in real life, like sitting at her desk. Like if you were to like walk in on her VTubing and just observe without her knowing that you're observing, she would look like an absolute fucking psycho. And the reason I know this is because I know what it's like to actually like have to like you know, I know what it's like as a VTuber, right? All of like the way that it moves is all fucking intentional. Like you can see like where it's over exaggerated and like all of that. Yeah. She's really good at it.
Shit, oh god, this topic gives me goosebumps, bro.
It's like every one of those like little bounces, that's like real. That's like her like intentionally doing that.
Exactly. I use it to be uplifted by it, to be encouraged. And
yeah, you get encouraged and inspired by your homies. You don't think, oh, I'll do it better and I'll take all their viewers, and then if they want to get a model, no. What bullshit is that?
I'm just glad to be surrounded by people that gave me the drive, but not taking them down. Exactly. Being inspired by them isn't the same as wanting to undermine them. And this is where the big issue comes in place.
This is what we said earlier. That it's basically like the ambition and like kind of seeing somebody like do well and inspires you to do better is just like a couple degrees away from I want to like tear them down so that it makes it easier for me.
And it's especially hurtful when some of the people are. It just sucks when someone you really liked and thought was your friend, and then you help them with opportunities and you platform them, and you make them part of companies and other things, and all they have to say is just, oh, the other partner, you know, it's just when they see you as something so vile, when part of what they want to one-up you about is something they have because of you.
Jesus Christ. And once again, it's not anything that Lily did, it's just what Lily had, and that's what's so heartbreaking about this.
That just hurts, you know, when you see the way they talk about others that mind their business and stay in their lane, or how they go behind others' backs, contacting companies to steal that's what hurts, you know?
Yeah, definitely a feeling that I'm very familiar with.
Man, that's super fucked up.
That's a feeling that a lot of
That's super fucked up. So like hold on, am I reading this wrong? Basically, it's like they were kind of buddies, and it was like, yeah, let me share my resources with you. And then they were like, now that we have it too, like let's freaking monopolize them. That's fucked up. That's like turbo. That's turbo fucked up, man. That's like next level fucked up.
I don't know how people have the ability to break down like that and regain control so quick. When I lose control, I lose it for so long. So like the fortitude it has to talk about this is actually so impressive.
Let's get some
Yeah, this is what we were complaining about. She received help from everyone. Oh man.
There you go.
Oh god, I'm so shaky from having any sugar today. It's already
That would have been an amazing segue into like plugging the gamer subs thing or whatever. That would have been amazing if she was like, I didn't have any sugar today, but you know what does happen? It would have been fucking amazing. Actually, it would have been so good.
Have hate.
I would have fucking lost it if she did that.
I'm sorry, I did a bad job at the comprehending chat, but thank you for the hearts. It's really sweet.
Yeah, where the hell are all her super chats for fucking get the subs, guys? What the fuck is this bullshit? I don't see any alerts going off, man. Why aren't y'all showering her with your fucking
Go send her some right now, TikTok. What the fuck?
All you guys there, where the fuck is her 100 gifted, bro? What's going on?
Of you. I don't even have the right to be so upset. I'm just upset for
You absolutely do. You have every right.
I was good.
It sucks. I would love to fucking do a podcast with her right now. I'm fucking banned on Twitch. Like, fuck me, bro. Like, come on.
Oh wait, that's right. He can't because he's banned. Right, true. Thank you for the gift sub to KQSI. Thank you so much. Oh, you got banned today? All right.
Yeah.
Did they change their mind?
It's passionate for them.
Yeah.
Like the audio you have replaying in your head every time you think about the night that was so hard for them. Fuck, man. Oh, that hurts so bad.
Yeah.
You got banned for calling someone fat?
Who's calling audience?
So impressed with her ability.
Wait, hold on. Are you telling me it's actually so crazy that Tectone gets banned for calling a person fat and he gets a 2-week ban, and then the other person tells veterans to get PTSD and they only get banned for like a day? That's crazy. Also, like, aren't veterans a protected group? Isn't that like hate speech? It seems like hate speech to me, you know?
To regain control of something.
Not in America. I don't believe in hate speech, by the way. I don't believe in that shit. But I mean, I'm just saying, according to their own rules, that's hate speech, right?
So painful. But hopefully this makes sense more to you guys of there is no disproportionate response to what has happened in the future. And all of this animosity, all of this vitriol is very much deserved. These are real people who really got hurt, and if they can't breathe, they can't heal. So I encourage you guys to be a little bit more understanding if this situation lasts a little bit longer, comfortable with it. But it's a very real thing, and it needs to be talked about. Please go support the girls. And I appreciate y'all for watching. Like, comment, subscribe. Go subscribe to all of them.
All right, this is guys, this is a little heavy. I want something a little light, you know? Oh, this sounds so good though.
While the I guess like wisdom is classic Zelda, those threads.
Time. While Polyev's libertarian, down-to-earth, shoot-from-the-hip style that has helped him for years now has actually begun to hurt him, as Canadian voters view his perceived alignment with Trump as a major downside. You see, ever since Trump started the trade war with Canada and began saying that he wants to make Canada the 51st state, and other nonsense like that, the Canadian public has overwhelmingly turned on Trump and the United States and anything remotely seen as Trumpian here at home, including Polyev. Canadians are overwhelmingly boycotting American goods at rates that I haven't seen in, well, ever. Imagine being in Polyev's shoes right now. You're the most popular conservative leader in a generation, and you're slated to win big against a former progressive icon, now tarnished by scandal and hypocrisy. But because Trump's a retard, defeat is snatched away from the jaws of victory. Polyev has to be beating his head against the fucking wall right now. Now, I don't know who's gonna win the next election. Frankly, I would be happy with either Carney or Polyev at this point, because at least neither of them are fucking Trudeau. The Trudeau years have been an unmitigated disaster for Canada, and I'm glad to see him go. And yet, I still have one tiny drop of sympathy for him. Yeah, he ruined the economy, he shredded the Canadian Constitution, he turned his back on all of his little principles, he pit Canadians against each other, and that's all pretty bad. But I have to remind myself of my earlier criticism of him. He's a himbo, he's a dilettante, he's not fit to rule. That made him a terrible ruler, sure, but it's kind of like, imagine if Paris Hilton was like an American president. Is Paris Hilton still the cultural go-to for a stupid rich girl nowadays? I don't know what Zoomers think. She was the quintessential idiot rich bimbo when I was younger. Maybe Kim Kardashian, whatever. Imagine President Kardashian, someone even less fit to lead than Trump, because while I think Trump's pretty bad, he at least knows how to do some things, other than charge his phone, eat hot shit, and lie. And even though President Kardashian tries her best, she still ends up wrecking the country and breaking every law because she's an utterly incompetent 75 IQ rich girl whose entire personality is being attractive. And when she's finally tossed out of office, she'd likely cry, knowing that she had given it her best shot and failed. It wasn't the system that ruined her. It wasn't anybody else's fault. It was her reaching the limits of her own capability and understanding that she just was not enough. And that's what I see when I see that picture of Trudeau crying like the Governor General after he stepped down. A man who desperately tried to follow in his father's footsteps, but just was not enough. Also, Trudeau's a corrupt piece of shit. Bye.
So here we go. There has been this girl, like there's been like a astronomical, massive fucking amount of VTuber drama. I did not get a chance to see this at all. I was going, oh boy, buckle up. Yeah, I heard this was this might be one of the biggest ones that's happened. We're talking about Cinder? Yes, we are talking about Cinder. I apologize, I was a day late on this, but we're gonna get to it.
Oh my fucking god, here we go again. Now, what is it this time? It's nothing gacha related. Surprisingly,
Wow.
this is VTuber related. Now, we're talking about Cinder today. Now, if you don't already know,
Okay.
Cinder is a pretty fucking big VTuber, co-owner of GamerSubs, which I'm still trying to get sponsored by, but god fucking damn it, they don't want me. But she is a big content creator, VTuber, obviously. She is
Sure.
a co-owner of GamerSubs, and she looks like this. Pretty fucking hot.
Yep, I can see why people watch that, definitely.
I know. Now, she's had a little drama recently, and a little is a fucking understatement, because she is in, for the VTuber community, she's cooked, okay? She is cooked. Now,
I do think that after all this might have actually just ended her career. Like she'd have to like rebrand or do something totally different, because I've never seen such a unified hate towards a VTuber ever before in my life. This is probably the biggest amount of hate that I've ever seen towards a VTuber before.
Tweeted out this. Effective immediately. Redacted will no longer be managing or overseeing my VTuber activities. He no longer represents me as a creator, my brand, or my
Redacted.
intentions. I'm sorry, everyone. I will make a larger response when I'm able. Now, if you don't know who Redacted is, from my knowledge, don't take this as guaranteed, but from my knowledge, Redacted is their boyfriend, or so to say.
What a surprise. There are a lot of these girls, and this is extremely common, that lie about having a boyfriend in order to continue farming simps and getting donations. It's a meme on the internet, and I think in a lot of cases it isn't true, but there's a reason why it's a meme. It's because in some cases it actually in fact is.
Hey, something like that, or girlfriend, I don't fucking know. It's their love. What even happened? Nanolus, a great artist, tweeted out, "Hello, I'm here to
Simp
share
farming,
something
yes.
that has affected me personally."
Shondo called it out months ago. Well, everybody called it out. I mean, of course this is what happens. Let me see if I can find the clip about that. Give me a second. Cinder. I'm not seeing the clip. I'm sorry, guys. I would play it, but I might not be able to. Maybe it's a tweet. I thought we'd start talking about it. Either way, yeah, a lot of VTubers do have secret boyfriends. Of course they do.
And hurt others.
I mean, it's
this is
common
very
sense,
hard
right?
for me,
Of
but I
course.
feel it is necessary. Please do not send hate to anyone on my behalf. This is all I want to say with a Google Doc attack. Now, this Google Doc is pretty fucking long, right? Pretty fucking long with some damning evidence. Now, I'm personally not going to read all of this because I have a great summary. Tectone tweeted out, after 2 hours, 4 documents, and 2 posts, and a lot
2 hours reading this shit?
of reading, here are the major
Oh my
takeaways on the
God.
Cinder situation in each document posted. What we can conclude. Nano's document. Redacted is Cinder's mouthpiece. Confirmed Cinder knew everything Redacted said. Red/Sin were attempting to monopolize an editor/artist against their desires. Guilt trip and manipulate
It's kind of a hybrid, definitely. Ecotalism, though, right? It's just kind of...
Nah, it's a top-down modern Zelda. You know, it's the evolution.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. But, like, it's crazy to think about, because I don't know, I make you sound like a bitter old man, but like Zelda has been around for almost 40 years, and every time I think about it, it's like for 1/4 of its time, we've been on the Wild Saga. We've just been Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom.
Oh, don't say that. That makes me feel so old.
Right?
Wait,
No, but
really?
for real, that's what I'm saying. Right?
That's
Yeah,
almost
think about
10
it.
years out of 40, almost. Like,
Right?
okay,
So it's
yeah.
like literally 1/4 of the entire existence of this
I don't
franchise.
like that at all. Don't
Right? I
say
don't
that.
like it either. That's what I'm saying, but it's the truth. So it's like, I'm ready for more classic Zelda, because technically even Skyward Sword is classic. We're old.
I suppose, yeah.
Okay, good thing we got Pikachu. Like, it's
Oh, yeah,
Raichu,
of course,
I don't know. Rakachu? I call Sandshrew Rakachu, that's how lazy I am. Like, I don't know.
Wait,
It looks like a
Sandshrew?
rock Sandshrew, like the...
Oh, Sandshrew, oh yeah.
Yeah, I might have mispronounced it. Maybe you didn't hear me. I wouldn't be surprised. Most Pokemon names I learned as a kid, so I have
What's another one?
majority of them. Yep, you hear it. You can hear them.
Oh,
Yep.
sorry, they're not very quiet. Are they?
Oh yeah, those Zelda, I mean, I love them in this game though, especially again coming from like Breath of the Wild.
They're so goofy.
From modern Zelda, how annoying they are.
Oh, they're fun to fight, yeah, but that's one of the memes that I think has kind of a Zelda meme that kind of got outside of the Zelda fan base. It got so big, it was like.
Dude, this is probably the bomb too many game. This is it. The in-game version.
Yes. Terrible. But it shows like the concept art of the Zalfos Ocarina of Time compared to the model. And it's like the difference is unbelievable.
Oh, yeah.
Obviously it's the same with all Ocarina of Time concept art, but the Zalfos just look so goofy.
They got a major down, but yeah, they're like few polygons, and I mean it makes sense.
Oh,
But
wait.
yo,
Here she is.
Yeah, dude, a statue this big, yeah, indoors, and
Goddess of the Sand.
some pretty cool Easter eggs. One thing that Link is too young, it's too mature of an Easter egg for Link to handle as a kid. But in 7 years, he'll be able to handle it. I'll make sure.
Oh, he got something to show off. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. This is something that like it wouldn't surprise me if I knew about and you didn't. Like, it's just, like this is the like one thing
It's
I
the
know
kind of
about
thing. I can imagine you spent a lot of time playing around with it as a kid. It's kind of thing. But yeah, I don't think there's any way for me to get that one. I think you've got to come back for that, right?
Because even if you play it now, I don't think he exists. Or does he exist?
Oh yeah, I don't think he does. 'Cause I think you have to go see him in the future. And he says, "This is what does he say? Like I'm going adventuring or something like that." Okay, I'll try that. It's
Might as well give it a shot. I missed your Song of Healing.
Then what? Left down? Okay, no.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Classic. Bangers, goddamn.
Oh,
sweet.
yeah.
But yeah, sadly he can't make it. Well, let's see if he's waiting for us 7 years from now.
I think he might have got bored in that time.
Such a silly looking character too.
This is.
Oh yeah, the build up. But we're not there yet.
Like it's just. I know, but just the general. I don't know. You can tell where Ganon got his interior design ideas from later on.
This is rare.
I wonder for the Nightfall event if I can literally just wait around for the final guy to show up and then kill him and then be done, or even or you'd have to kill him just to sit there.
You can wait around. You won't get credit for the 3 chests that you can get from participation.
Crests, crystals, and gold, and valor stones. Gold is probably minimal.
You're saying it's rare to have just a room, a loading
Well,
room.
that's just the green.
Nothing else.
They have so much.
How much for what?
That's just the green chests. The other ones have different stuff.
Well, we'll see what it is, and then if it's something important, I can jump in.
Just for
It
like, does.
Well, saying you won't get credit if you don't actually participate, so you'll always be on the green one.
Oh.
It's individual participation. Now, I don't know if the other chests have a chance for the mount to be in it or not, because I don't have my add-on running.
All I've really seen, I think, was from the confiscated.
I'm gonna look and see what it has.
Mounts.
If it shows anything.
Only latest edition. Why did not let me do the arrow keys? Vendor.
So it's Warbound gear.
Confiscated cultist bag. Confiscated. That's it. I think it was just one in the confiscated bag and then one from the vendor, which I assume is via rep.
Yeah, the Arathi champion spoil from 100% participation has a Warbound veteran piece. 180 gold. 350 Flames Radiance reputation. And then some weathered crests and resonance crystals.
I mean, it gives you more of a setup. It lets you know how important this place that you're reaching is. And I mean, it's only going to get better. Oh, nice. I forgot how... Wow, you can definitely race through this. Bomb 2 is definitely something I missed. It is a very weird... Again, I'm just going to go with Zelda-esque. That's my best way of describing the fantasy whimsical vibe Zelda gives off, but in a Zelda way.
They're really weird, yeah. It's like, you can kind of picture the Zelda team thinking of it. It's like, what if there were... It's kind of like remote control, like a... What am I thinking of? I think of the Monkey Bomb from Black Ops, you know, that sort of thing.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of too, yeah. Like, it is like just kind of like...
Clockwork Bomb thing.
There you go, yeah. A Clockwork, thank you, Echoes of Wisdom. I wouldn't have known that word if it wasn't for Dante, so...
Oh, yeah. That's something that I thought was really cool, but underused in a...
So underused, yeah.
Oh,
yeah, you can see it. Also, literally out of sight, like perfect in the corner of the map. I mean, it just shows the game designers did a good job, I guess.
These damn silver rupees. There we go. Ah, now we have fire. So could I have cheesed this before with Din's fire? Probably.
I bet, yeah, I bet. But it probably still wouldn't have been. You would have taken some time though, because no matter what these switches can.
True. Yeah, I need to get my. I was going to say I need to get my pass straight. I'm just going to go for it.
Yeah.
So another one on the ground floor. Probably should check that. Or is it just the 2? There's definitely one over here.
No clue.
unless I'm really... No, wait, have I invented one over there that wasn't even there? Okay, wait, I need to actually know where they are.
Okay.
Just one over there.
And that's it.
I think it's just those two, right?
Three.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's
Wait,
three.
three.
total.
Wait, where's the third?
Well, no, the one that's already lit, my bad.
Oh,
three
okay, I
including
see. Okay, right.
I did all on the ground. No, there's three. There's three. One
Right.
behind you,
There's
one
one
on
here,
then one right there. No, or even on that second level. I was gonna say, I'm like, I guess it shows how good the game designers were able to make a game in which you can't control the camera angle. But then here you are, kind of showing me that maybe there's some problems with not having control of the camera.
A little bit, yeah. It's like if you kind of come to this from one of the older 3D games, it takes a little while to point it where you want the camera and press whichever button you go back to this.
They said they opened 276 of the confiscated cultist bags before they finally got them out.
Nice.
66 a day. Freaking nuts. But it's right up your alley. Right. So why are you doing the event exactly if you're just after them? Is there another mount from doing the event?
No, I need to get reputation. I didn't do the event before I got sucked into Gallywix.
Well, if you're after the rep, participation is key.
Yeah, well, I'm in queue for Gallywix. I'll probably see myself bringing my tunes down here and grabbing the 3 quests. Go around and do those.
Yeah.
That was weird. I phased and the event just ended, or something like that.
Yeah, that happened to me. You have to leave the area and come back into it, and it'll pop it all back up.
Oh, I remember. No, I've got to do
Wait, the solution to this room is lighting up.
Yeah, it's the sun's block thing, isn't it? Yeah.
Oh no.
Okay.
Okay, we're good.
No, it is because one of these blocks has a sun on it, right? So that whole thing is just to get a key.
Yeah, which is still mandatory. Though. That's my point. Like, as you weren't doing something completely optional.
Oh yeah.
Just for 20 rupees. Imagine that.
Yeah, right. Now that's not an opinion assignment. That's more Breath of the Wild thing. I've done all that in like a forest dweller's sphere or something. Actually, that's
Right.
quite cool. Maybe like a traveler's sword or something like that.
There you go. There you go. That's modern Zelda. My bad. Classic Zelda doesn't do that.
Yeah.
But hey, this is the one time lore-wise in which these blocks fit. The
Oh yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Right? Like it feels weird to see it in an area that actually fits. Like shouldn't it be like the Great Deku Tree somehow?
Yeah, right. And also, I can't find
Yeah,
these are really creepy. Yeah, right.
You
Like,
know, the smile.
what's
I mean,
going on there?
Right. I wouldn't mind having them in my house though. Like imagine if it would turn like at daytime it would just light up like that, and at nighttime it's asleep. That'd be a pretty cool clock.
Oh, okay, you're imagining. I didn't know. I think just kind of faces around.
The clock only tells me whether it's morning or night, and it doesn't offer much else.
It's right, you've already got your alarm anyway.
Okay, there's Sculptula.
Oh yeah, of course, nice.
Thank God I heard it.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, no, good thing they make noise because you could have missed that. Well, you can still grab them as. No, you can't. You can. Can't you grab it as a dog?
I don't think you can't. I think this whole side is just the child link.
True, because you got to be dinky.
Exactly.
Like,
Yeah. I think even once you've opened up adult link side, you can't get here. But anyway.
Oh yeah.
Are you ready? I'm not sure if I'm ready.
You'll be fine. You got the hearts for it, I believe.
Here he is.
Yes, it's
one of the coolest mini bosses in the series.
Yep.
The Iron Knuckle. I didn't need to do that. I've angered him.
Really? I'm surprised. Angered her.
Angered her, of course.
Yes, because what's super cool about this? You want to read first? Have Navi. I feel like if you be the lore guy, you don't use Navi enough.
True. Watch out for its axe attack. It hurts a lot. Striking drops its guy. Well, that's why, because Navi just doesn't drop anymore.
True. No lore. That's actually kind of sad. Well, okay, you got to give us the lore. So yeah, obviously, like Naburu said, the brainwashing. Well, it probably wasn't from her. It was from someone, whether it's Ganondorf or maybe his surrogate mothers. But yes, this is a Gerudo that was brainwashed and forced to wear these iron knuckle armor and just work as a guard essentially. It's so messed up. And you may not believe that, but as Ed slowly chips away, and I emphasis on
slowly being the operative word for sure.
Yeah. Because I mean, as you said, I do agree with you. Young Link, when you go to adult Link, you notice how strong you've gotten. This is the hardest battle you have as Young Link. Straight up, nothing comes close.
I forgot I said I was going to show this.
No, that's some wisdom you got there.
Yeah, which is something I almost never ever use this. I'm interested to see how many hits this can block.
Probably like one.
Okay, so do it knock back.
Okay, that's it. Probably one.
No.
Get back and forth with these spawns.
Unless you're planning on doing anything tonight, I'm probably gonna log out.
Alright, have yourself a good night.
You as well.
Oh no, I'm still.
Oh, it's very set time. Oh, so Neighbor's Love is easily the most OP version of being invincible. That's cool. Yeah, I do love how the colors also give you hearts, some environmental, There you go. Okay, so you can't really see too much. Is it Inventory's Mask or is it just in my head? I guess you don't. It doesn't really scream. There's a Gerudo under there. I guess you can suddenly see they have a sort of inflated chest. It looks feminine a little bit. If you're looking first person, if you want to first person, you can get away with it. You would have Neighbor's Love. Yeah. Yeah, you're definitely feminine figure.
Yeah. But I think it's I think you need to actually kind of take the camera in. I think you can clip it in, but it's easy if you have a free camera or something like that. But yeah, they're all Gerudos on the inside, which obviously becomes relevant later on. Wait, what do you want, sir?
No, I just say like when I'm first person while they're dying. I was like,
I think did it take the camera? It might take the camera, right? But
it could have.
Yeah, maybe it did.
But yeah, that took way too long. But again, you were fine. It was like OP, man.
I just love this stuff. But yeah, this again, this is kind of used to show the power difference in child and adult Link because you've got similar fight coming up, which is very different.
It's so cool. I mean, it's very much the same, but with the years of experience, very different. Let's just like his experience. He woke up and he was 7 years older, but with the adult body, I guess, you're ready.
Yeah.
With the Lala Milk having you, I don't know what I'm this, but
see, here's a familiar face, but this is a really interesting line. So obviously, Hyrule Historia confirms that Rauru is Kaepora Kaboris and Rauru Sage of Light. But then here we have Kaepora Kaboris saying, even I thought that the tales of a boy who could travel back and forth through time was merely a legend. Which is really weird, right? If he is Rauru, he would know. Unless, because the only actual real kind of evidence that he is, aside from it kind of making sense, and I don't know, his eyebrows are pretty similar, is there's one gossip stone that says something along the lines of, I believe Kaepora Kaboris is the reincarnation of an ancient sage. He's quite solemn, but he's actually light-hearted, or something like that, and people take him light-hearted as like concrete proof that it's Rauru, but it's never actually explicitly confirmed. And unless we want to, take it as Raru's spirit is in the sacred realm and his kind of physical body.
Whoa. Yep. And also this dialogue. So I don't want to cut you off. Like you can tell that Link has been through it, even though he's in a kid body, he has fully matured. In his which I find really interesting. Like he can see through it.
Yeah, because he seems to know that we're able to travel through time. So he does know more than he lets on whether or not he actually is Rauru.
Yeah.
Still, it's very interesting.
And again, Rauru, the fat bald old man, not the furry. It's context for those who, because there's so many other things.
Of course.
Yeah. Yes. Disclaimer. That's what I was talking about.
Yeah. True.
And of course, even if you're an adult, he still wants to trick you.
Yeah.
You want to listen to what I said again? Good thing you said no.
But here we go. Are we ready for the the final item Childlink will get, although he can't use it.
Pretty much, yeah, this is the end of Childlink's portion of the dungeon. So, yeah, you're right. Something you can't even use. It's too big for him. I mean, granted, he was getting it for Nibiru, not himself, but luckily, well,
true.
Let's see what happens to Nibiru. We should probably tell her. I wonder what's going to happen.
No. Something's happening. Where are you taking me?
What's that? I can see my acting is 10 out of 10.
Oh, it's amazing. Oscar worthy.
You ever played this game? It's a weird way to screech, but I mean, if you were getting, I don't know, absorbed into quicksand, I don't know if it's quicksand. I took a look for a moment to like realize. I do like how we also see it from his point of view for a second.
And here we are, you're asking at the start of the dungeon, who are Ganondorf's minions?
Yep.
And here we go, explicitly confirmed that these are Ganondorf's minions, and they are fiends.
Who would have thought his mother became his minion? Weird child.
Yeah, interesting. It's kind of flipped. Link, get out of here now. And these witches, they're using black magic on me. Not good. Yep. So this is Twin Rover, this is Kotake and Koume, who I think we learn later on, they're Ganondorf's surrogate mothers, and they raised him, which is really interesting. Link looks a little bit confused.
Yep, straight up just witches.
Just witches, just evil witches.
Right? Are they Gerudo? I guess I don't think they are. Well,
I'm sure they are. But also they're kind of weird Gerudo, like you know how Ganondorf is a Gerudo, but he
has green skin.
for
Yeah,
whatever reason.
it also has green skin. They also have green skin.
Oh, and that's something that you'll be able to get later. But yeah, that's really weird.
They're weirder than that too. There are twin sisters that are essentially one being. It really takes the whole twin thing to the next level. You know, like twins are inseparable. This is like
that's it. Exactly. Yeah, taking it a bit too far, I'd say.
Yeah.
But is there anything else to do here, or shall I say goodbye to Childlink?
You have a plan? I guess not.
I don't think so.
Dragons are evil, dragons are evil, dragons are evil. And if you say that, you know, one of
At a certain point, we're gonna have to accept imperfection. Clean. Is that acceptable? Wait, should it be kind of hidden? Like a hidden switch? Oh.
I too for years, and it's the church's fault.
Oh, I think it's all done.
Damn, I mean, maybe we'll have to come back as Childlink, but yeah, I guess we're gonna put your sword into rest for good.
Yeah.
or pull out the sword.
Pull it out for good. Or, yeah, something like that.
You can carry sword, we'll rest.
Yeah, we'll go with that.
Oh, yeah, it's my time. And this is interesting, because we're not done with the dungeon. It feels like you're done with it. But no, it's my turn. Ed passed the controller to me. Mom said it's my time to play.
But yeah, that is the final main challenge for Childlink, which is cool. He gets, he gets a little bit of extra bits for the Shadow and Spirit Temple. But yeah, it's time for me to put down the controller. Are you ready?
Yeah, sure. I mean, after the big boy stuff, literally, because it's gonna be a tad more difficult. Like, even though this was the most difficult thing Young Link had, it was. I mean, the odds are actually that. We'll see how much more difficult it gets for Adult Link.
You'll be fine. Because although you pulled the Master Sword, I doubt you'll be using it in the Iron Knuckle fight.
But okay, let's make our way straight back to the temple. I forgot the song though. It's been 7 years, Ed. Come on, you can't give me crap, all right?
That's fair. And this one's got loads of A's in it as well. It's a little bit more complicated than Childlink.
I mean, nah, it's kind of sad. It's my favorite song, man. You know.
Oh really?
Yeah. No. Okay, that one I'm not sure. But favorite temple, sure. I don't know about favorite song. I'd still say either the Water or Fire Temple ones. My favorite.
I don't know which one I've said. I've said kind of so many things throughout this playthrough. I don't know what genuinely would be my favorite song now at the end of the game.
Yep.
I don't know. Maybe the fight.
Really? Okay, Boulder of Fire. Yeah.
Oh, but yeah, since I planted that in the past.
It's grab an announcement.
Yeah, why not? We're already flying around.
True. Okay, there's a couple things I
think. Is it on that? I think it might be on that rock, right?
Oh, no, it's on this one. You saw it as a kid too, which is pretty nice. Okay.
Yeah, but there's also a sculpture you can get. Hey, the hover boot's coming clutch.
Oh, true.
On one of those rocks, there's a sculpture. Do you want to leave that? You can leave that.
Let's leave that because it will just kind of take away from the temple a little bit. Let's just get back into it and yeah, complete it. So you got how many sculptures already?
I got 3, so you've got 2 to find.
I guess I'm a bit more prepared than Ed.
Yeah. It's not hard, I think.
Again, yeah, I mean, if a wise man learns from the mistakes, a wiser man learns from someone else's, so I'm the wiser man.
Ouch. Yeah. But finally.
Yep, we're strong enough to hit the gym, aka put on silver gauntlets. He's good to go.
Very convenient. And that's a lot of stone to move.
Yeah, and with those slippery hover boots, bro, the traction? How's he getting that traction?
So I forgot what we said. You are just hovering for the rest of the playthrough, right? So
yeah, my stubborn ass.
Skiing, what's the word? Not skiing, skating around during the game fight and everything. That's the way we're doing this.
It actually makes it slightly useful during that battle, I'll be honest. Because you don't have to like... okay, let me not speak too soon, but okay. As you can see, the room, again, identical, but different weapons, different way to solve these puzzles. I think you literally did the exact same thing. You boomeranged it and also killed the beam. It's like exactly this room is beat for beat, no different, but it'll change that.
It's so cool, yeah, you'll see a lot of... Again, this room looks very similar to a moment ago.
Yeah, just remove some components. It's actually a completely different room.
Just ignore it.
Yeah, right? Are you happy to kill him?
I don't know. Plays out as well, yeah. It's howling away down there. It's like Wolf Link trying to howl along to the songs or something like that.
Yeah. Oh, okay, good. Also, yeah, something that completely went past both of us. I don't know why. I guess like sometimes we both don't think about something really obvious, but like it's there, and that is like.
I think that's quite a lot of the time.
Right. Like, bear with us, guys. Because some of the points are kind of true, but it was when we were trying to figure out, how do we make it across in the Gerudo training grounds? Can we jump? How are we gonna make it? We could have just hookshot it onto the chest.
Oh, no.
Yeah, because you end up doing that a lot throughout the game. I don't know why that completely slipped my mind.
Yeah. Oh well.
It's pretty efficient. Yeah. So
I think sometimes 2 minds aren't better than 1 if they're. I think sometimes it just makes it worse. Because I don't.
That would be one of the times.
At least in my experience, a lot of time, when I'm playing for Zelda, like half of my brain switches off because knowing that you'll pick up on something if I miss something. But then I think we both end up doing that, so we both just go like.
Right. I feel like because when we both think we're wrong, we end up gaslighting each other, and then we're more like like certain about it when it's still wrong.
Exactly. Yeah. You just get more like stubborn about your own wrong opinions on things.
Yeah.
In case you could hear the scuttling, there's something going on here.
And this is what you said. So 2 in, we have 3 myself, right?
No, I did 3, so you've got.
You did do 3. Okay.
I did 3.
Sweet.
Yeah.
This is always the only thing I worry about when I revisit these games. Because let's be real, once you solve the Zelda puzzle, you're never gonna truly forget it. Or even if you do, it's like
It's like easier to solve the second time around because it's kind of stored somewhere upstairs.
Oh,
but yeah,
like this.
No, I don't like that way of looking at it. Whoa, okay, nice, interesting sounds.
But
yeah, I don't think it's as bad as what they call the stray fairies in Majora's Mask stress me out way more because they're so easy. Because there's so many of them as well. There's what 15, 20, 15, I think.
I don't know.
Something like that in each dungeon rather than 5. Okay, just made it green. Nice.
Right. I saw Navi went green. It confused me. So, okay.
Well, it could have been anything. It didn't spawn a fairy or whatever then.
No, at least maybe
it does.
I didn't do it properly, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. I could have not. You know how you have to also be standing on it? Yeah, okay, as you can see, this time we didn't have a pinky-sized corridor to enter.
A man door.
Yeah. For men. Men, okay. This is not the way
you say men.
No, I was gonna say, as a man, this is not how I like to be sucked. But not by like.
Oh, okay, right, I see.
I don't know, some raunchy J failed. It's whatever.
Yeah.
Moving on.
Moving on. Now, yeah, again, this is kind of the mirror of the Childling half. Oh, okay.
I did not see that coming.
Was it?
Literally.
Oh, okay.
This one is
as well.
the
Floor Master, yeah. So you don't have to worry about getting taken out of the dungeon, but he will have his spawn his little friends.
Yeah.
If you don't kill them all, somehow.
They latch onto you. No, they don't somehow. You want to see what happens?
I mean, they're all dead now, right?
Yeah, I think I didn't know I killed 2 with this attack. But they absorb your power and then become big. Like they'll grab onto Link and literally like.
Well, your magic goes down, or your life goes down.
Maybe that's probably why you drop magic.
That's cool. I didn't know that. That's awesome. I thought they just somehow grew again. But yeah, that makes way more sense.
Yeah. One of the times in which my makes more sense. That's a real one. I'll take it. Like that's a W for me, man.
Yeah.
Okay. I think it's the final one. Like, I don't want to go through them all and then mess around. I don't know. Let's see.
Oh yeah.
We're looking for the right.
Oh, there's a high target on one, right?
Oh wait, all plan, baby. Okay. So this one, as you can see, let's actually have Navi tell us. Wall Master. There we go. So there is a difference.
Yeah. Even though they're ceiling masters, they don't fall from the walls or whatever. But.
Right. Oh no. Wait. This
I think that was a jump.
Fake out.
A troll. Yeah.
So do I have to hit one down here? Oh no. But anyways.
I don't think you do. I think.
Oh true. Again, make sure you're 7 years older than you last were earlier this episode. Or you cannot listen to this joke. This joke just for adults. Yes. As you can see, you can't hook shot to any spot on this giant statue. Like nothing works. I mean, later on there'll be something inside her face, that we'll be able to hook shot onto. But if you're curious and for some reason you're feeling it, and I don't know, you want it to hook shot. Okay, with the N64 controller stuff. But there we go. Let's go. Oh man. Yeah, we got a full fistful, a full faceful of that giant rock titty.
You can just imagine the developers like coding that bit.
Right?
Like the funniest thing that they've ever done.
Because legit, if you try any other part, I'm not exaggerating. Look, so you have to be super precise. You have to be on the nipple, like where the nipple would be essentially, right on the tip. I don't think I could probably get this angle. Maybe. There you go.
But yeah, there's no point in that. It's just it must be a joke, right?
Yeah, I mean, why else, right? I guess it's some little adult joke for those who are curious. I mean, I'll be honest, as a child, I figured it out,
yeah, but so
I was curious.
Yeah. But anyway, I'm glad it exists. I don't think you're ever too old or too mature for a good old boob joke. I think they're pretty timeless.
Right, I mean, literally from when we're babies, we want them in our mouth. So, like, it's just inherent.
Anyway, dungeon map. Wait, we've got the dungeon map and the compass. We've failed.
Oh, but was that on you? No, I got him. Dude, my dumb ass got the compass. Yeah, okay, it's fine.
It's fine. We haven't been doing a compass this round because it was the first.
True.
One of them we got the map, not the compass, and we forgot. And anyway, it doesn't matter. But nice, there's a handy hookshot there.
Yeah, because unlike Young Link, which you need that thing to climb back up, Adult Link is just cool.
Just built different.
Yeah, exactly. So, oh yeah, I don't know if you want to specifically have a boost race, right? Yeah, that's the only way to solve it. Okay. And also, a lot more Zelda in this dungeon.
Yeah, you do want to.
Because I don't know, maybe you can get a chest to appear in front of you? No, wait. Okay.
Well, maybe you do then. Yeah.
I don't know why I thought the chest would appear here and then I hook shot through it.
Yeah.
No, it's the Scarecrow. And he's not there, he's gone.
Yeah, I told you, 7 years is a long time to just kind of chill.
Yeah, but I think, we play it from here.
Can?
Right?
Well, I think
Navi's at least showing.
I want to say you go. There's another hookshot target on the other side of the room that I was at Childling.
Oh, okay.
And then you can just get up to where I was as a child and either hover boots run over there or.
Honestly, with hover boots, I could probably make it like this. Oh no, what am I saying?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, now go to the top. And to be fair,
no, there's only a thing I can climb.
Oh,
I don't even know why I was
nice.
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't even know if we need the scarecrow. I reckon you can hookshot that sculpture.
Oh. Why would they give us such a safety net though? That's weird.
I don't know. Yeah.
Well, let's
yeah. Okay. Right.
Yeah, you're right. You can literally get the end of this wall.
Like the lunch shot. It's crazy.
Yeah. Huh. Then
weird. Yeah.
Just for fun.
I want to say there's a couple other scarecrows in the game that are kind of pointless, right? That you don't really need.
That is true.
I can't think of any off the top of my head. I mean, the one on Lake Hylia's island, kind of, but so it means you can get there when the lake's drained. But I don't know.
Yep. I'm trying to think. I mean, there's really ones that are so unnecessary, like in the forest, like when you're reaching the forest temple, the giant maze with the moblins. You can either choose to do that or use the scarecrows. Like,
oh, true. Yeah.
There's optional stuff like that. I wonder why that is. I don't know how this helps you. Okay, wait, what? I was right. The chest disappeared. I don't remember how or when or what happened. I feel like it wasn't there before. Am I blind? Either way.
Maybe that was there before. I reckon that must have been there before, but we just both missed it. Surely.
Yeah. All right. This went from rusted to busted. It's only one or the other. Right.
Yeah, there are two states of matter.
Stays winning and doing absolutely nothing, basically. Alright.
You know, in a sense, this is like grim and depressing stuff, but honestly, for the scope of this video, man, this is fun. I can't wait. This is a banger, so let's go. Steam's policy just forced Activision to disclose their use of AI in Call of Duty. That hard confirms what, well, we've all seen with our eyeballs, but it also confirms leaks, including leaks of...
Low-key, I can only tell from the hair and from the shading on the hair right here. This doesn't make any sense. I don't know if you can see this. Hold on.
guys. What the hell? Why am I out of the frame? Hold on, what the frick? Yeah, can you see that? Yeah, I can tell from here that it looks really weird. Yeah, this part right here, the belt buckle doesn't make any sense, the reflection doesn't, the eye reflection's kind of, or is it blood spatter? The wrinkles don't make sense, the fur, but it's kind of passable, but like, you'd have to really know what you're looking at. 6 fingers, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, yeah, I would've counted that too, you're right. The hand, like right here, I don't know if you can see it, this hand looks really weird as well. I think I could point out a lot of things that's wrong with this picture if I took the time.
So, well, we've all seen with our eyeballs, but it also confirms
Very
leaks,
sussy.
including leaks of internal documents that we actually covered a little while ago. But then we zoomed in the story, and when we did, it got worse. And this has got to be seen to be believed. It's not the title we've run with for today's video, I think, anyway, but they've literally found a way to profit from your death. Yeah, hilarious.
What?
Now, COD has always been a massive money-making machine. Now it looks desperate. Even though it's literally not desperate, it's
Bro, this is not COD anymore. What the hell are we doing? This is literally Fortnite.
successful. No, this is not desperation. This is them pushing and pushing. And most egregiously, there is a new system designed to profit from your death in the game. It's all made worse, of course, by AI cheapening what we even see in the game, including our rewards. And that means that it doesn't feel like the fruits of their truly absurd, overpriced, complex, layered monetization system. I mean, even just before recording, there was a thing that we thought conferred certain benefits, right, for like buying it for the season. Then we found out it's actually a like stacking thing as you buy it across season. This is insane. I'm going
10% player XP and weapon XP, loyalty boost for repurchasing, black cell, loyalty bonus boost. Bro, this is verbal diarrhea. What the hell does this mean? Is this some sort of stacking buff that you can buy?
go mad, but don't worry, we'll go mad for you. And the upshot is
This is
something that
cringe.
costs $70 with a budget of well over 600 million. I mean, COD blocks cow. Yeah, that one costs $700 million. Something with that.
What?
This price tag has never.
What? What? I thought 200 million for a game was a lot. 700 million?
Never felt so cheap. Let's go.
That's
Something you don't know
insane.
about me is that I enjoy building things like this app front
What
end.
are you
And
doing
that's
with
why this
that
sponsor
money?
boot.dev is so relevant because with the you're in backend web development using Python and Go, I've got a sick discount for you. Those are two excellent lines.
Oh, shit,
Will set you up
shit,
well
shit,
with
shit,
programming in real time. So cool. Just Call of Duty and it's zero risk. You can browse their content, do demos, and a lot more for free. And when you do buy, that's the free account. Call of Duty Black Ops 6 was the best-selling game of 2024. Per Microsoft, it delivered the franchise's biggest launch ever, had record day one players, it had substantial Game Pass growth, but also in Steam, PlayStation unit sales were up 60% year over year. And I'm not embarrassed to say that I was one of those sales. I didn't buy the previous game. I'm part of why those sales were up 60%. And that's because actually, it's a bloody good game. Seriously, the campaign's one of the best ones in years. I had a lot of fun in the multiplayer. But if I go anywhere near it now, it's all garage brands and insanity.
Wait, they put Squid Games into COD? Are you for real?
Just kind of makes me go, ugh. What it is more, though, is
Oh my God, it's
a test that fully justifies the renewed wave of calls for core multiplayer to become a free-to-play experience matching Warzone. Because when you play it, a full $70 game, it feels honestly worse than many free-to-plays. And nothing makes it feel cheaper than this new tactic.
Well, yeah, when the game costs allegedly $700 million to make, of course you're gonna try and squeeze even more money to like skim off the top. That's a lot of dodge. Isn't it 1,000 million is $1 billion? Yeah, $1 billion to make a game almost. That's insane.
The new tactic is designed to funnel you from death to store, but before—
No, wait. Are they gonna start charging you for dying? It wasn't there some sort of EA guy, like a CEO a long time ago, that said that he wasn't opposed to the idea of charging people per bullets? Yeah, he wanted to charge per bullet. For reloading bullet. Anyway, that was supposed to be a joke. No, he was serious. I read an article on it, wasn't it? They're gonna play ads when you died out. Chat, are they gonna charge you or are they gonna play you an ad? A joke? No, Chad, it was not a joke. He was completely serious. He said word for word. I might be paraphrasing, but it was something along the lines of, I'm not opposed to the idea of charging people for reloading or for bullets. Like, it's a haha, but like, he was like, I'm starting to see how people are gonna respond.
that you need to learn about a patent, because this patent at the time
What is
raised
this?
eyebrows. It's horrible, and knowing that it exists, yeah, makes me think about the future of this game.
What's
So here's
it?
what the patent does in their own words.
What?
Match a more expert/marquee player with a junior player to encourage the junior player to make game-related purchases of items possessed/used by the marquee player. Yep.
The system may match a more expert marquee player with a junior player to encourage the junior player to make game-related purchases of items possessed used by the marquee player. Wait! No, I think Activision Blizzard has been doing this since like Hearthstone. I know this is a very, very conspiracy-oriented theory, but when I played Hearthstone, I would get matched against people that I just fucking knew were bots. Like, they would top deck shit, they would make like insane, ridiculous plays that didn't make sense like 5 turns ago, but I don't know, it's hard to explain. I feel like that's a thing that's been around forever, but doing this and making, so to speak, like the player who is the underdog feel forced to play or pay more to become better at the game, I don't think this is new. I know this is a thing. It works. They're gonna put higher number of players and cosmetics into new players to make them need the skins. Yes, or like, I don't know if it works like this in COD. I haven't played COD in literally like probably over, 12 years. But if I saw a gun that somehow did more damage or like, I don't know, like an ammo add-on or whatever, like item, I don't know how the game works now. I would feel more inclined to swipe if I was a stupid player.
The idea here is really simple.
would.
It's matchmaking with pair players with no cosmetics against players with loads of cosmetics to entice purchases. Of course, if you know anything about matchmaking, that's not going to be good for game quality. Now, I must be clear.
You can buy blueprints for guns that cost IRO money, so you can make guns. Right. It's not SBM, it's EOM, engagement, optimized matchmaking. Look into its patent, it's scary shit. Chat, I 100% believe this has already like been implemented. They just officially patented it because they realized it works. They wouldn't patent something without thinking that it might work.
There's no evidence that this has been implemented, right? No evidence. But it is something they thought of. It's perhaps in the back pocket. And with that in mind, let's talk about the new change. Whenever someone kills you in Call of Duty, of course, you get a kill cam. The kill cam now displays a prompt.
No way! No way! Oh my god, no fucking way, that's so funny! That is so funny! I remember in Hearthstone, if you got a fucking stupid deck, like everyone plays the meta, like at the top like 100, everybody starts playing the meta because they're scumbags and they want to play the meta and they want to win really bad. If I lost a game of Hearthstone and I saw like wishlist this deck, I would lose my fucking marbles. Yeah, you wanna wishlist this shit? You wanna wishlist a winning team? This is what you're gonna do. You need this to win.
Prompt to wishlist the cosmetic blueprint of the weapon that just ended your life. It's a direct pipeline to the in-game store.
That's
And it's
awesome.
one that
I
exists
love
in a
that.
world where they've already designed a matchmaking system that, if implemented, would complement a feature like this perfectly. Right? Oh, lovely stuff. And if you've got a keen memory, you may remember the copy loadout feature from the Modern Warfare 2019 beta.
Yeah.
You could copy someone's loadout. That's just their loadout. That was a game-oriented feature that was removed before the actual launch of that game. This though is
Yeah,
what?
because that would have been more fun. Yeah, I know about copycat death streaks. You can do that in Dead by Daylight as well. Like if you die or if you go against the killer and then like you have to play killer if they beat you and like whatever. It's the same thing. I understand the concept. You copy their build.
It's for fun. Now those are
Which is
cosmetic,
fine.
but they've also got a pre-built attachment setup, which in many cases can circumvent hours upon hours of grinding. I have one really clear example of that. It was the Akimbo Diamatis at a point in Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War. They were absurdly overpowered. And funnily enough, when a build of them that was very overpowered, which took hours upon hours upon hours of grinding to earn, existed, they published a cosmetic blueprint that basically had the OP build. So you could
That is devilish. That's wicked shit, bro. No, they instantly published a market build copy. That's fucked, man.
just buy the OP build right now, immediately, and use
Yeah.
it. That does not feel good.
And then they nerf it, and then the person's like, fuck, they nerfed my build. And then another fucking build goes out. That's meta, or like really good. And then they nerf it in like a month or two. Because you don't want to nerf it right away, right, chat? Like, think about it logically. You don't want to nerf it right away. You gotta let them like feel really good about it. Get that dopamine up. They've done this regularly for like 5-7 years. Oh my god, bro, that's so evil.
And there's a
That's
thing, the content that appears
fine.
on the kill cam. The kill cam's the very thing someone will watch if they want to improve and, kill the guy instead of, well, now being sat watching the kill cam of the guy killing them. Now what it does
It's a psychological thing too. You're obviously upset that you died. You're like, oh my god, frick, BS, bullshit, that didn't even hit me. What is this guy's fucking setup? And then like emotions are running high. You're pissed. You might whip out a credit card. Like casinos do this too. They do this with like emotional, like environmental emotional manipulation.
to say you can buy the thing they killed you with.
Uh-huh.
The implication is perhaps you can then kill that person and other people with that thing that you can buy next time.
Oh,
That
man,
feels
dude.
bad. But
No, it's really good.
Today. I told you this would be a fun video. It is. So yeah,
pumped,
it's
bro.
turtle time. Few examples are worse than the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles crossover because it demands approximately $90 plus event pass promotion to unlock all the awards. So each turtle costs $20 and comes with a custom melee variant, additional cosmetics, and a color match weapon blueprint. So $90, a lot of money.
Holy
But, of course, we
shit!
do live in a brand invasion, and that means that we can compare these turtles.
They have a pizza gun?
Outings in other games. As an example, in Fortnite, all 4 turtles plus their weapons is $32. There you go, Tim Sweeney, man of the people. Injustice 2 has a $20 pack that adds all the turtles plus 2 more characters. Now, Street Fighter 6 does edge Call of Duty out just a little bit. It's $100 for all of its turtles.
Holy shit.
But
I mean,
that-
Street Fighter's egregious.
It's only because they charge for individual sticker sets, which I've got to imagine a lot of people don't buy. But guess
Yeah.
what? Everyone, the squeeze is actually worse. Crossovers have now got their own separate passes layered on top of the regular battle pass.
Oh my
It's very starting with the
God!
January Squid Game crossover.
Oh my god!
Now, the game's event pass will offer 2 Foot Clan Ninja Operator skins for free. But if you want Master Splinter, you'll need to complete the entire pass and pay an additional $10. Big happy smiles. But that's
And then the event ends like at a certain time. So if you want the end skin and you don't play enough, you have to swipe your credit card. Otherwise, everything goes for naught. That's strong. Yeah, the FOMO. Like you in DVD, you have 3 months to complete the fucking pass. Like it does not take long if you just play here and there.
It's not all. No, it's not all. There's the Black Cell Premium subscription. That adds a cumulative layer to all of this. Yes, cumulative. It incentivizes you to do
Yeah,
the
loyalty
every
boost.
season with cumulative rewards, and when you've got that, well, you get a 10% XP boost. That XP boost, of course, covers every pass through to the end of Call of Duty Black Ops 6, and that does include your event passes, which you'll want to progress so you get your turtle stuff. And to make
Oh,
this
the
worse,
turtle
it's
stuff.
a yearly model. Now, last year's Modern Warfare
Corpo's idea of extra monetization is more battle passes on more battle passes. I don't know. I just feel like I'm not shocked anymore at this point. Like I thought battle passes were like, I don't know. I'm kind of like indifferent about battle passes. I kind of like them if it's a free game or if it's a cheap game, but at the same time, it can get very out of hand. If that makes sense.
Exactly.
And now, yeah, we've got a small key as well, so we can go through there. We'll,
This is a shortcut though. Is this unnecessary? Oh yeah, but let's open it up. I think it's just a shortcut to the main room.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Yeah. Unless there's a chest, I don't know. At this point, I feel like when the company show us, right? So it's like,
Yeah,
compass your
yeah.
thing. Yeah. So okay, no, okay, yeah.
It's quite handy, isn't it, having a compass and a map? They make things a lot easier.
Yeah. Well, they simplified it in. I feel like in Skyward Sword, you just got the dungeon map, or do you still get the compass? I don't know.
Skyward
why.
Sword only had dungeon map, yeah.
Yep. Okay.
Sure. With Twilight Princess had compass, right? Wind Waker definitely had
Yes.
compass as well.
Maybe. Yeah. Wind Waker did. No, I can't remember.
I want to say Twilight Princess had compass as well. Come on, Mr. Twilight Princess.
Right? Like, but let's be real. Okay, even though, like, even for you, we say these are our favorite games, and they are, but like, we play other things, we do other things, and that's why it can go a year or two. A year or two is a lot not playing a game. Like, especially compared to someone like, dude, I look at speedrunners, and I'm like, truly, they have patience. Like, they're a goddess of patience. You know, like, it's crazy. I don't have it in me to play the same game a bajillion times.
I've never heard that term before, but I understand.
I was trying to make a Zelda universe equivalent.
I see,
You know, 'cause
right,
there's probably a
okay.
goddess of patience. You know, the virtues, whatever.
Yeah, there's something there.
Yeah. That's not me though, and nor you. I'm certain of it, right? Like,
No,
speedrunners.
not at all.
Oh, wait, and I just realized. So taking out the overthinking. Yes, we're down with the Gold Skull to us. Okay.
Oh,
And-
sweet, yeah. Here we go.
Anubis.
Oh, okay. Well,
so,
that's
okay, fire.
Yeah, see, Fi and Midna, they're a lot better at this whole intel
Yeah.
thing than Navi. It feels quite boring.
Yeah. So do you have any lore implication, or is it just straight up? This is, some kind of inspired Egyptian whatever.
I have absolutely no idea. I think it's very cool, but I have no idea what it's meant to be.
Fair enough.
It's-
Fair enough. If the game can't give us anything, it's not your fault at this point.
But it's cool that is so explicitly Egyptian as well. Because obviously, Gerudo stuff is kind of generally Eastern inspired. A lot of different cultures are kind of all mixed up into the Gerudo.
It's
obviously
very heavily Egyptian though.
Obviously, Egyptian's the
Ah.
number one with
Yeah.
like pyramids
Yeah.
and whatever.
Islamic
but
stuff,
it,
like,
for sure. But then Anubis is so explicit. Just like you're saying, it's that kind of jackal sort of creature, right?
Okay, wait. What does this do? I just killed it. I chuck this, or is this door open? Wait. Is the door closed? I got to kill it. Got it. I thought just killing Anubis would be enough. Anubai, is that the plural?
Ooh, interesting. Let's go with that. Even if that's wrong, let's go with that one.
Right, like, why? I don't know why I felt the need to say that. Okay.
I think a new run.
Now, okay, a lot of rooms are so much.
Yeah.
It's no longer. Oh, you still got the item.
I didn't have an equivalent of this.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Oh, true, yeah. Because that's on the other hand of Desert Colossus.
Yep. And what is this?
Are they all? No, that
one
was
of them. Yeah, so that's what I want to press on. I guess blue switches.
Oh, they are.
No!
Wait.
Then,
do you have to
have one hit
if
it?
you reset the room? Do you have to get one land on it while you're near the door?
Yes, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Okay, so.
Nice.
Wait, wrong guy.
Just hit and run, I reckon.
This guy. Yep.
Oh, big
Okay,
go.
Go. Let's go.
Yes.
All right.
Nice.
Man, that's you gotta be real quick about that.
Yeah.
I guess that's the only way of solving it. I don't know why it seems a bit weird.
Yeah.
Solving it that way, but maybe. Again, it's been a while. 7 years, guys. I'm gonna keep saying that.
Here we go.
Okay, so like you said, yeah. You know, we came around full circle now, from 7 years ago to now. Same battle, same place, same room, literally opposite sides, mirroring each other. But do you feel a night and day difference? Like,
I think
it's crazy.
you've come back with a much bigger sword. I think that's
yeah, true.
Basically all there is to it.
Not just bigger body, also bigger sword. That is true.
Yeah.
All right, let's see how fast it would take to cheese it then with the sword.
So would it take me 20 jump attacks, something like that? I've no idea.
Yeah. Okay, so that's 2, right? I think okay, so easy with the Goron sword because you can already get. Oh, that's 4.
Ridiculous, yeah. So maybe it was 16 for me then, which would make the Goron sword 4 times stronger than the Kikiri sword. That would seem.
I think so.
Reasonable. So I assume the Master Sword would be
It's
2
half the
times
Master Sword.
Kikiri.
Yep.
Yeah. So I probably did it in 16 hits then. That makes sense.
And
Well, technically 32 hits because they were all jump attacks as well.
True. Oh yeah, you weren't doing jump attacks. No, you were. So you didn't.
No, I wasn't doing jump attacks. It would have been 32 regular Childlink attacks, which would have been
true.
A very long fight. A war of attrition.
I like how this chest which drops. I feel like it's like the game. This is my theory at least. The game designers are somehow afraid, some way, somehow, young Link is going to be able to get his hands on this, so they don't drop it until you come into this room or something. I don't know. Or you somehow manage your way through here and hookshot here.
I was thinking you were going to say the chest drop animation is just so you really notice that it's there, so you don't kind of do what we would do and see the chest and forget about it. Go on, try it. No way. I reckon get your shield first.
Yeah, okay.
Go back to this.
I'll try.
There's no way.
No, but my new headcanon is a chest here and drop a chest. Boom. Double entendre, baby. Let's go.
Oh, I thought you were thinking. I thought you had a little idea about the Desert Colossus.
Oh no, I was. I'm gonna try to hook shot. Okay, first.
But also, yes,
you got the
mirror
mirror
shield. Yeah.
Yes, that's important. And again, the design changed. It's now the official Gerudo symbol that we know. But before it was again a reverse, like Ramadan or Islamic symbol, which was crescent. And again, I think it looked cooler that way. But this does look
I was
nice.
gonna say, which do you prefer?
I prefer the original. I literally grew up Muslim, and it didn't offend me. So.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, there you go. Yeah. And genuinely, the Fire Temple sounds so much better with the original.
Yeah.
I understand it's like because what you're saying is like actual kind of Allahu Akbar in the middle.
Yep.
Like kind of very explicit. It's not even kind of things that you could pass off as maybe fantasy. It's like so obvious. Yeah.
Yes, like it would be something that like they would say it's wrong to play it in the bathroom because it'd be like sinful in a sense. So it's like imagine, so you can't play the original version of Ocarina of Time in the bathroom.
Speaking of sinful.
Oh my God!
Oh, well, okay. No, I was thinking you have a little hook shot on some big targets.
Oh, let's go! I bet you can. No, you can't.
Wait, so we've never the other stuff. Like she's got one.
Are these?
Oh no,
I can't tell.
No.
I think that's a chest. It's a very low poly. I can't tell per se. Either way, you know how I mentioned if you try to backtrack through here, you won't be able to because there's a small thing. So I need to go back. This is literally a waste of time. I should know what I'm doing.
But that's
at least
cool.
you can't hook shot.
I didn't know you
right?
could do that. Yeah. Again, I'm underestimating the long shot. It's
right. It's a long shot. No. Well, actually, no. We have the.
It's fine. At least we got the mirror shield. That would be very annoying.
True, and we have a shortcut, so it actually won't take too long.
Oh, it's fine. Yeah, we're all
All plan, guys. I want to utilize. Obviously, I want to utilize the shortcut. You know, actually, that's how it works. Also, can I flatten myself? No. I want to see if I can make a link pancake. Sadly.
That would be great, yeah. I want to say, are there games you can do that, or am I just thinking of like Mario Kart? There's not a Zelda game you can like flatten.
Oh, well, he'll actually, you can flatten Link. It's in the Shadow Temple, but the screen goes black. You know, when not the guillotine, but the things fall on you, stuff like that.
Oh, yeah, and in Skyward Sword as well, in Ancient Systems, you can get squished by the Buddha.
But that leads to actual game over.
That's a game over, yeah.
On the channel, yeah.
Which is a cool one, yeah. Again, it never gets old. Link's little kind of squat run upstairs. It's so awkward.
Yeah, well, now we found a new, more efficient way. Next time, go from the back.
True.
Right.
Words to live by. But yes, now with the mirror shield, we can
new
shine some light on the situation. Yeah.
Literally, I like that. It's so dope. I'd say one of my favorite puzzle-solving mechanics in Zelda because, I don't know, there's just, again, it's something magical about it that cannot be described. It just is so cool. Like, shining light onto a sun statue that literally brings it to life.
It's amazing. It's something that Ocarina of Time obviously introduced. I want to say Link to the Past didn't have any reflecting, right? It had the mirror shield.
Yeah, it had the mirror shield, but it just like absorbed the fire.
Yeah, it wasn't the same as this. But that's obviously Ocarina of Time introduced that. There's not a huge amount of using it in this game.
Just here, really.
Compared to later on, like other games in the series.
Oh, yeah.
Obviously Stone Tower, Wind Waker's Earth Temple, all use it loads.
Stone Tower, I'd say, does it best.
I think so, yeah.
But no, our temple in my eyes is the most fitting in the sense of like, okay, now I want to backtrack completely, right? I don't even want to go through this room.
No, now we've got the small key. If you go back to here, a new buy works. We've unlocked a new way through.
No.
Yeah, no, I agree with the Earth Temple. It's like bringing light to the darkness or whatever. It's all very thematic.
Yep, exactly. And the boots are little.
Oh, wait, mirror shield it.
Oh, yes. You can?
I think you just did it. I don't even think it was the bomb, right?
Oh, I gotta see.
Oh, did these guys respawn?
Yes.
Oh, no, yeah, just mirror shield. I'm sure that's what we just did.
I guess that's why you get it.
Oh, no way.
Only elemental damage. I guess the beam is laser damage, so that the mirror shield doesn't understand it.
Yeah, that would have been very Breath of the Wild.
Yep. Kind of almost like a guardian shield parry.
Yeah.
I like, okay, this room is always funny to me. This, crazy, ladder of sorts of death and doom and destruction. Yeah, I'm just gonna do this. Thank you.
Yeah, can't blame you for that one. Oh, can you affect the beamos in the Wind Waker? I'm not sure. I don't think you can. I want to say you can't. But
can't remember either. Also, pretty cool.
Yeah, cool. Little what are they, skulls or they remind me of little what they call Kodami, I think, from Princess Mononoke in the little forest.
Ooh, yeah, yeah, because it's like all of their faces are like not accurate to each other. It's all like unique. They're like snowflakes. Every snowflake is a unique one.
Exactly. There you go.
Okay, so now we're literally at the tail end of the. No, we're at the face.
The head end, yeah.
Yeah, I have to say. Okay, you know what I'm trying to make.
Yeah.
A really bad part. Yeah. Okay.
Nice.
So
if you Megaton hammer the floor, you can flip all these guys at once.
Oh yeah, true. It's something again.
Kind of quaked.
These items are kind of like sadly they're designed just for the temple they use them in, but I do like how they do have some use outside of it. Oh, okay, this is straight up.
Oh,
you like it fire side up or fire side down? How do you like your what is this called?
Torch slugs, I think. Yeah.
Okay. I don't remember this.
No, you need to, behind one of the fake doors there's something, like, I think an eye switch. I couldn't tell you what. Not that one.
Not this one. Oh, wait.
Oh,
this
it's
one.
one.
Aha.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
You have to use the bomb? Okay, I was going to say. I thought I couldn't do it with the hammer, but you can. Sweet.
Nice. And then what, that makes another platform? Yeah.
Oh, I see. I don't know why I thought this would have been like a Lens of Truth type of puzzle. I'll be honest, again, Master Quest has slightly disoriented me permanent. It's permanent disorientation because it's just like Tears of the Kingdom. I can't go back to Breath of the Wild without thinking, wait, is it shrine here? Or is it in that game? Or is it in this game? Or is it in that game? It's like the Mandela effect almost because giving you the same world to explore in, but slightly changing things up.
It messes with you. Yeah.
Right. Even Master Quest. But again, I thought it exists. I wish Zelda would do this more often. Like redesign the dungeon puzzles. That's
awesome.
That's way better than just double damage.
Yeah. And another thing that I wish they did, especially for Breath of the Wild's Master Mode, would have been crazy with a world like that, is flip the overworld. Which is something that obviously Ocarina of Time Master Quest does. Twilight Princess had that with the Wii and the GameCube versions.
The real deal.
I want to say the HD version had it for Master Mode, right? You could,
oh yeah, it did.
You could flip the world. Or?
It was Twilight Princess. Yes, Hero Mode.
Hero Mode.
You flip it. But the main time it actually worked and made sense and literally confused the hell out of you was Master Quest 3DS, right? And they did that deliberately to make it confusing. It's again, that's my biggest pet peeve with Breath of the Wild is how Master Mode wasn't mirrored. In a game that's about fighting
Imagine.
disorient the hell out of you, right?
Because I get lost. Like it's been so many years since I played Master Mode Ocarina of Time, but Master Quest, sorry. But I get lost in Hyrule Fields when it's flipped, and that's tiny. Let alone imagine Breath of the Wild's world flipped. It'd be a completely new thing. If anything, I mean, it wouldn't really make sense in the lore. Not that Tears of the Kingdom's lore is particularly fitting with Breath of the Wild.
But does Master make sense in the lore?
Well, no. But I was going to say for Tears of the Kingdom, if they're going to reuse the overworld, imagine if they mirrored it. Like I don't know, there's like the. There's no way Zelda in the lore makes sense, but what's happening?
Yeah. I don't know. Okay, I'm an idiot. I'm like, wait, why do I see a chest on? Dude, if anything, the compass makes me a dumbass because I'm overthinking it. Screw the compass.
Right, it's a compass. Right.
Right, it really is. That's why I do compassless runs. I can only trust myself, not the game. But yeah, no, 100%. I agree with you. It's something I've been saying it since day one. How that should have been a feature, and it is a shame. But yeah, like I feel like every any Zelda game, if it ever has a harder difficulty, just mirror the map. You know, who cares if it becomes right or left-handed? No, nobody cares. You did that before. The games are still fine. The lore still is loreable.
Loreable.
That's a new term. Yes.
That's a great
a real
term.
word.
I like it. Yeah. It reminds me of I don't think YouTube still does it. It used to be if like your channel name was taken that you wanted it, like suggested.
Oh yeah,
Apple was one of them. So you got a lot of it.
Yeah.
Like I know you watched the LA Beast, and he says he doesn't remember how he came up with his channel name. It's like Skippy62 Apple. Yeah. But I know a YouTube name when I see one.
Yeah. He just wanted to be Skippy.
Yeah.
YouTube first.
But this is actually a more extensive light puzzle than I remember being in Ocarina of Time.
Yeah, and obviously graphics do kind of limit what it's trying to tell you because I'll be honest, it's not scream, oh, now it's shining on that mirror, which is shining down. Like, it would take me a second to really figure things out, especially when you have to actually exit this room and load out of it.
For sure. To be fair, this is one thing that Tears of the Kingdom did do really well. Like, a lot of its shrines, and especially the Lightning Temple.
The mirror shield may have sucked, because you have to attach a mirror on one of your shields.
It's just the fact that it breaks.
That's really, I just think also, I mean, you can't go from a sexy, shiny looking shield like this to literally any shield with a giant, rusty, circular shield. I don't know.
I think we've had this conversation before. I think most of the fusings in Tears of the Kingdom look pretty goofy. Except for like the silver Lizalfo's horn.
Right, something like a scythe.
Yeah, that's very sick. But I think, I don't know, a lot of them I think look pretty strange.
Yeah.
Not even though I do love the fusing mechanic, I think it's really sick.
Oh yeah. I wouldn't want Zelda to go back if we had that kind of arsenal for Link. But if they went back to traditional items, then it wouldn't matter. Okay. Yeah, we gotta burn her face. It's time for her to have the worst tan of her life. I always thought this was super weird. But cool, very cryptic. I'll be honest, it took me a while as a kid to figure this one out. The dungeon room or the boss room was in her face, but you know, we already got pretty intimate with her already, so you know, who cares?
Why not burn her face off? Sure, that's step 2. Yeah. Anyway, are you ready?
Yeah, that's second base, right? Anyway, yeah. Alright. Zelda didn't teach me, guys, so leave me alone. We're here.
Here we go.
Minions.
Oh, it's the first time I hear their theme as well. What a banger.
Oh yeah, true. Yeah, the lighting, I like how they make it extra dim here to really show you how like ominous and creepy they are. But I laugh. I mean everything about it. Okay, Link, I'm sorry, it looks like Link is in his slippers. Like he just got out of bed. What's going on? I get too seriously with the hover boots.
But he kind of did. If you think every time we've passed the controller over, Link's had a 7-year nap.
True. Yeah.
Probably got some cobwebs upstairs.
But okay, this is.
Here we go.
I mean,
Loyal minion.
Calling her maybe she is a minion, right? Because they're calling her a minion.
That's just an eye knuckle. We've thought these before.
True.
Just a regular old eye knuckle.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, we know there's a Gerudo in but it's probably another random Gerudo. No one's special or anything.
No.
Oh, this is dude. Okay. Come, dude, Nintendo. Like, this is such a serious moment, but Nintendo still chooses to add some humor to it. I love it.
Oh, it's so good.
This is why Zelda is so special. It's just silly moments like that. Okay. Anything special? Oh, something strange.
This is not an ordinary enemy. Oh, she hit you out of midair. That's pretty cool.
Oh, that's the boots. Sleepiness. Sleepiness is not helping.
4 hearts of damage is crazy.
Right.
Oh, it's Neighbor's love. It's getting serious.
It's all good though. I got Neighbor's with. You know, if you use it, I'm gonna use it. Let's pop it.
That's fair.
Yeah. Okay. Because I'll be honest, I should be fine. There we go.
Bam. There you go.
Oh, and I should have destroyed everything so I could put some hearts. But yeah, as you can see, this one you get to see who is underneath the armor. Like someone you saw 7 years ago. This cutscene's ruined for Neighbor's wisdom though. Right? Come on, any day now. Please stop.
I reckon time has paused though.
Right. Yeah, it was Nabooru.
It was Nabooru, yeah. So for 7 years she's been brainwashed, and this is why, again, I can't remember if we actually showed it off, but all the carpenters were saying about Nabooru and all the nefarious things she was doing at the Spirit Temple.
They weren't wrong.
Because it's another example of a closed loop. And we see her captured 7 years ago, and for all that time she's been doing Ganondorf's bidding, basically.
And probably lived up to her name that we thought wasn't accurate, right? Because we see, oh, she's a nice one. Well, she probably wasn't throughout the 7 years. So,
yeah, exactly.
Messed up. What? And, so they're not done with her, even though we saved her. Nope.
Yeah, because that's one that's, again, I think a couple episodes ago I talked about the sages are dead theory, and that's a pretty interesting moment because they do seem to just kind of nuke Nabooru there.
Oh, you think it's gone bad? There's no expiration date on it. Bottoms up.
I wasn't sure you're about it, but the milk, yeah, sure, the yogurt or whatever I said it was, something along those lines.
Oh, okay. I don't have too much HP. Nabooru could help me out a bit, but it's fine.
True. Yeah, you can't Megaton Hammer then, right? There's no way.
Good idea though. I hope, but yeah, maybe we're not strong as an Iron Knuckle.
Even with the Silver Gauntlets, I doubt that. Nah, you gotta be a proper beast to get through that, right?
Yeah, sadly.
Yeah.
It's all good. Hopefully we don't die here. I mean, I still got a little bit of milk left, so we'll see how this goes. But I'll be honest, this one is definitely a battle that I would say isn't consistent.
Again, look at a little corridor that's kind of just for vibes, a little vibe corridor.
It's so fitting, especially with this being the final dungeon and taking on like another Iron Knuckle. You feel like, oh, okay, there's still more. Like usually Zelda doesn't force you with combat after combat. You know, there's usually like moments of peace. But yeah, I mean, this is a moment of peace, like I said, the corridor. Oh man, it's the atmospheric beauty is not over yet. Look, in the 3DS, dude, it had rainbow on the text.
Oh, it does. It's like glowing in the walls. Yeah, it looks really cool.
I'm sad it's not in the original version, but yeah, they definitely made it level up. And what do you think the text says here? It's all
I don't know if
Gerudo.
you can actually translate Gerudo. I'm not, because a lot of the time, even when it's a translatable language, they do just put kind of A, B, C, D, F, G, or whatever. Like, it doesn't mean anything. But I'm not actually sure. I'll have to look that up. If it's something interesting, I'll put it in the comments of this video. If it actually translates to something, because I can't remember. I'm sure it's something that would have been, on the Zelda Wiki for at some point. But anyway.
Okay. It's time. Yeah, empty room, not for long. Obviously, we know where the witches are. They're waiting for us here.
We've come to sacrifice ourselves.
Yeah, I like how they say that. Like, what are we gonna? I guess a Triforce.
Yeah.
That's what you're sacrificing?
Probably. Or just general. I've never noticed the platform she came out with had the fire medallion on, and that one's got, well, technically the water medallion, but there's obviously the whole cut content that the water temple is originally an ice temple, so the water medallion has an ice symbol. I've never noticed
the beta version, the water temple's cooler. Sorry.
Hey. And here they are, the Sorcerer Sisters, Twin Rover.
Let's go. Okay, favorite boss? Okay, what's your favorite boss now that we made it here?
I mean, mine is still yet to come, my favourite boss. I think in terms of the combat mechanics, this one's definitely more involved than the one that's my favourite. This one is a very cool fight. I wouldn't say it's my favourite just because...
No!
I don't know. How do you feel?
I'll be honest, at some points in this battle, I'm very cool, calm, and collected, but sometimes I'm just very heated and in heat. I don't know, it's hard to explain, but like, I'm just like flip-flop with this, so
I don't know why I asked you to do that.
But you know what's funny? Pun aside, I genuinely do mean that. Sometimes I do like this battle, sometimes I don't.
Oh, interesting. Is that why I think I cut you off? You're saying you find this inconsistent?
Yes, that's what I meant. Like, it's because you have to wait for the AI, and I can't deal with enemy AI sometimes, like...
Yeah. No,
see, like, literally... Ah! Alright, let me like, because again, I have to literally position myself where they're standing, and then hit him back. I don't know, I'm not a fan.
Yeah.
And also, when they start charging up like 3 in a row, which we're gonna see in phase 2, dude, like, come back! Like, what is this? You see what I mean? Yeah, so again, it's funny that we're getting...
They've figured out their weakness. If they just stay apart, then this fight's unwinnable.
Literally. And you have to deal with enemy AI, which, that's why it's a hit or miss for me, depending on the AI.
Depending on whether you hit or miss. It's a hit or miss, that's it.
True!
And even when they're charging their little attacks, you can see their fire nice medallion symbols. That's so cool. So I don't know how many hits this takes before they...
I think there's 2 on each, so they should be... Yes. Or,
go.
What? Did it not hit her?
Like, I don't know, yeah. Some dodgy collision, maybe. I have no idea. It looked like it did, but maybe not. Maybe it's just off.
Bro, so see if I target it like this, I will never get it right.
Milk.
This is bad. Yeah, okay.
It's time.
Milk time.
Time for a little calcium boost.
I'll be honest, I'm actually worried. I forgot neighbors with dude, neighbors with so OP. I guess as an adult playing this game, you can, I'm actually utilizing the, everything properly.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know whether that's you were saying, but for me, definitely when I was a kid in games, anything defensive, I was always like, I don't know, that's boring or whatever.
Right? No, always.
Whereas like offensive things, yeah, exactly, yeah. Maybe that's getting older. You appreciate defensive things way more.
Right. Come on.
Take it to
dude.
Okay.
Fine, okay, the fun part begins.
Let's get serious. What's it called? They've got a special name. They get a double dynamite attack. Awesome.
They were hot and cold, and now they're just hot. Sorry, no, they're not. This is,
no?
I mean, compared to what they look like, definitely a glow up. But I don't know if it's my type. Yeah,
that was pretty much. But yeah, this is awesome. Yeah. We don't see this much from the mirror shield in this game, where it kind of absorbs the magic to like fire.
Yep, look at that.
Which is so cool. Yeah. If anything like RuneScape, it's like the Dragonfire shield. You'll know what I mean.
And is it true fire like this too?
Yes.
Nice. Okay, look how giant she is. Like, that is insane. But yeah, I mean, I guess I think of like every time I see Fusion, I think of Dragon Ball Z. Oh god.
Fusion, huh?
Yeah. So this is essentially their version of it. But usually they stay the same age and kind of look alike. I don't know what's up with this. How they got much younger, and I don't know if they're more attractive, but better.
Do you want a neighbor's love or are you confident?
Yes. No. Okay. I don't know. We'll see.
Those are the options. What the rules in Dragon Ball Z is like if you use it like multiplies your power levels together or something like that, right?
Yep. But you gotta do the perfect dance. If they do the dynamite attack perfectly.
That's it. What was that? There's like the fat Gogeta. I can't remember what it was.
Honestly, swear.
Yeah, do it.
I can't believe I have to use this. I cannot believe it.
We're just showing
Never
off.
have I ever. Yeah, okay, true. We're showing off. Yes, how it works.
Yes, that's what it is.
It looks cooler if anything.
It does look cool.
Yeah. Okay, which one do I want to commit to? That's the question. You can still freeze? Whoa.
Interesting. You just take no damage. We've already got one fire in you, right? Or not?
Nope. Or do I? I think I do. I don't know. I think it reset. Okay, we'll see.
Right.
So I hate how you don't tell until the very last second. So you just gotta.
Which one they're doing?
Yeah. And again, this is also relying on the AI. Sometimes see, they commit. Okay. Now I have to commit to this, but I already used it twice, so like I don't even know if I can commit to it because if I choose fire right now. Okay, guys.
Nice. Yeah, right. She doesn't give you much warning at all. Because Ocarina of Time combat usually things are very telegraphed in this.
And it also could fade if you don't commit to the one that you want to use.
Nice. Is that your third or second?
No, one more. This one. Please.
I wonder if there's a trick.
Let's
yes,
go.
Ice.
Right.
Here we go.
Perfect. And just like the Gerudo statue, we can hook shot clear, and let's go!
Let's go!
Yeah, don't want to waste time with that. Even though this is the one boss I don't find it to drag on. Like, I'm ready to move on.
Oh, no, yeah, you get this cool little cutscene at the end of the fight as well.
Yep. And the humor, the Zelda charm.
Uh-huh.
They're so, they're so petty with each other. My favorite part is this part. Okay, they're not twins, because you're gonna realize something.
No, I think they are. I think it's a joke, yeah.
You're slightly older or something.
Yeah, in a second, like, they're like a 4, yeah.
Yeah. No, okay, there you go, we're twins, there you go.
But like, don't try to lie about your age, yeah.
Right?
It's really funny. Also, is this the only time you've seen Halos in the Zelda series?
Right? Like, are they good people? Like, if this was Dragon Ball Z logic, then they're going to heaven, technically, right? No, you saw Halo in hell. Either way, I'll come back to that. Okay.
And they do in the Oracles.
Yep. And oh god. I was playing this music, it links balls. Yo, how's the view? What the hell? All right.
Excellent. God, at least this adult link is fine. We definitely get demonetized otherwise.
I got jump scared before, right? But like, God, I was not ready for links. Non-existent. Oh,
there we go.
okay.
Up to 19 hearts.
Yep, literally one left, and obviously that's through the remaining containers. What are we saying that container wise? Wow, dude! I wish we had gotten it before we entered this, but it's fine. It's like, look at that. 4 more. We're literally wrapping things up.
Yep.
We're pretty much at the very end. And it's nice that we don't have to go out of our way to really collect things. Like, it really was all throughout the journey. Like, it's nice. 100% of these games didn't feel like a drag, you know? The good old classic Zelda games.
If you ignore that one episode that we had to go back and collect all the things we missed, pretend that didn't
I
happen.
mean, the fact that only one episode, that's not bad.
Could've been
Compared to what you have to do
worse.
in, like, Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom.
Yeah. And it wasn't like the Skyward Sword LP where we got completely
True.
confused on which ones we had and hadn't got. And it was like one random one that's just sitting there in Eldin or something that we missed, right?
Right. Yeah, like this game, I guess it's more contained, title's smaller. I don't know what it is, what made it easier for us. But yeah, as you see, Nibiru was the same.
It's Nibiru, yeah. Surprise, surprise.
Yeah, surprise.
So, yeah,
Okay, like you said, you mentioned something. Okay, go ahead, finish your thought. I think you'll say at the very end. My bad, I'm speaking a little prematurely.
Oh yeah, no, I was saying that you don't see what happens between her getting sacked and her awakening as a sage. Whereas all the others, again, it's kind of left unclear whether or not they actually die. Like Darunia goes to fight Volvagia without the hammer, Impa goes off to see Bongo Bongo. Zarya, you just never see. And Ruto just swims up and never see it again.
Yeah, that's true. And I like how she mentions even if she was technically evil or controlled to be evil, she's still a sage of spirit. Yeah, it makes you wonder how they awaken as a sage to begin with, right? I guess they're destined from when they're born. I'll be honest,
sure it
that's
is,
all
yeah.
kind of worms that.
Yeah.
We can't really. I don't think you can truly get down to why, but.
Nah, I think you just got to assume it's like predestined. Like in Tears of the Kingdom, the new sages are just kind of like meant to be, you know.
I thought you put respect on saying the hero of time, that kid. Yeah, get away.
I think we've earned it by this point.
Yeah.
Yeah, instead of the reward that she previously offered, whatever that may be, you get the Spirit Medallion, which is way better. Way better.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know what it is, but I'm sure it's better.
Yeah.
But it is interesting because, speaking of which, I do believe right here, normally when the screen fades to white, they always are like, thank Sheik for me, or sorry, it's like, I hope we remain friends. It's always something endearing. I think literally she's just like, if I knew you'd look like this, or if only I knew you would become such a handsome man. Yeah, huh? What are you saying?
Interesting.
I should have kept
the promise I made.
Well, yeah, well, huh, okay, what was that?
Yeah. Like, if anyone's making creepy comments about it, I prefer it to be Noboru rather than the Poke.
Oh, yeah.
Guy. I think that's
true. Yeah.
And that's a very, very close-up shot of Raru.
True. Yeah, I love how Nintendo, even back then, when there was barely any detail, they went to the detail, like putting that red, like, thing between his eye. Like, yeah, that's kind of gruesome. But yeah, the true owl, or Trow, at least how Historia says. Wait, what?
Yes, Trow. True owl. It doesn't matter, move on.
Okay. Yeah, 6 sages are woken, including him. Yeah, don't forget he was a sage. Easily to forget because, again, he's fat, bald, and old. That's not the reason. Shout out to all the fat, bald, old people watching.
Yeah.
We'll probably end up like them one day, right? You know, so who am I to say?
Yeah, it's the fate that awaits us all, I think.
Yeah. Even Link.
Here we are, even Link.
7 years since the hero of time, but 70 years, fat, bald, and old.
True. I don't know if you subscribe to the theory that A Link Between Worlds Gramps is A Link to the Past Link, but he's he's an old bald man, so even Link can't skip it.
I would love a Zelda game in which we can play as an older Link. Like even like, I would like the edgy thing of like after I became a hero, nobody cared about me. But here I am trying to live a normal life. I don't want that kind of Link story. It would be called like what does Link do? Like kind of God of War. You know the God of War remakes?
Yeah. Like with a beard and all that. It's one of these, by the way. I can't remember which one.
Okay, I'm just gonna get off here and then let's see.
Yeah. I want to say it's this one.
So what this leaves us with three more. The 3 more that we need to find are not here though. This is okay.
No, there's one more here over near the Oasis. It's on a tree. I think you need to long shot it.
Oh, and
I think it's over near it. Sorry.
We do have the silver gauntlets. I think I can't show us how. Okay, wow. And you weren't kidding about the levers. Is there a rock over here? No, there's no rock. Is there? Well, we cannot pick up really heavy rocks. That's what I was gonna.
We can.
Get at. Let me just write this again, honestly.
Sure.
If I take me to the Oasis quicker.
Yeah, it's on one of the palm trees around it.
Okay.
Nice. And this seems to have dried up since the past.
Oh, sweet. Okay. Yeah. So now leaves us with just two hands. Yeah, and they're both at Zora's Domain, right? Or around that area, I think.
Just one at Zora's Domain, one at Ganon's Castle, but we'll get that on the way, I assume.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay,
but yeah, almost completely done, which feels crazy.
I guess then we should just get ready to do final preparations for Ganon's Tower. Like we're really here. That is insane to think about. I put the wrong song.
Okay.
I was trying to bring life to this oasis.
Yeah.
Do I? What's going on?
I think you need to stand on the rock to do it. Over there, Navi will turn.
Oh yeah, true.
Yeah.
You know what? I got a better idea. Oh my god, I was pressing it until one day. Like
I have no idea what you do. I thought just, I've got a better idea. I'm gonna start chanting, and that was it.
Right, that was initially the plan. Now, okay, let's just end things off and get ready to, do one last... Oh!
Looks like someone's been waiting for us.
I guess they're gonna have to wait a little longer.
This is extreme. Like, what?
So here we go. There has been this girl, like there's been like a astronomical
of reading, here are the major takeaways of the Cinder situation in each document posted. What we can conclude. Nano's document. Redacted is Cinder's mouthpiece. Confirmed Cinder knew everything Redacted said. Red/Sin were attempting to monopolize an editor/artist against their desires. Guilt tripped and manipulated them into doing their work and no one else's. What Cinder's doing isn't fucked up to do to one's competition. However, doing it to their friend is a whole different story.
So she was trying to be friends with people. So let me get this straight. It was a girl who was trying to be friends with other girls, but she was actually secretly trying to backstab them the entire time. Am I getting this right? Huh, I think that's the first time this has happened.
Redacted gaslighting Nano is using revisionist history. Rain's document. Cinder sexting another man while in a relationship. Cinder trauma dumping to another person about how bad her relationship is to someone she is interested in.
That's bullshit,
NTR. Rain and Cinder are very scummy in this document. Rain claims this wasn't meant to be a witch hunt, but it very clearly was done with the proper timing to have this document gain the traction they wanted, so it did. Is that wrong?
100%.
Up to you to decide. Vamp's post. Vamp exposes Red being Cinder's boyfriend. Not really a big deal. Tons of VTubers hype the fact that they have SOs just far more parasocial to get gifted than super chats.
I love that Tectone just fucking says it. It's not even like a controversial statement. It's just like a clarifying statement that everybody knows and acknowledges to be real. Did Amaranth do this? Many girls do this. Very many girls do this. The fact is that a lot of guys, I'm just going to say it. I'm going to say it. A lot of people aren't going to say it. They don't want to hear it, but I'm going to tell you the truth. If a guy cannot imagine himself in a relationship with you if you are a female streamer, the probability of you being one of his streamers that he watches goes down massively. That's the truth. I know it sounds weird, and that's because it is, but that's the reason why if you look at the top 100 male streamers, you've got a number of weird looking or ugly dudes. If you look at the top 100 female streamers, you don't see a single ugly girl. That's the reason why every VTuber is an extremely idealized, attractive version of a girl. That's why they all have big tits and they bounce around and they're cute. That's it. That's the reason. And the fact is that guys watch these girls because they want to imagine having a parasocial relationship with them. And by the way, how many of you, and I know it sounds crazy, how many of you have ever seen one of these girls that announces that she gets a boyfriend and then like her amount of gifted subs goes down massively, donations goes down massively, maybe even viewership goes down massively? Yeah, right, we've always seen this happen. It's because guys give these girls money and there is the hidden hope that one day they will get noticed. And I know it sounds pathetic, and that's because it is pathetic, but it's also true.
Streamers do this. Not really a big deal for wanting to keep your private life private. Yeah, however, if Cinder throws away her boyfriend to try to alleviate some negative PR, that is going to be a big yikes for me, dog.
Yeah,
document. Dispels claims that Cinder and Red were making calling Bow an editor and an envy maker thief. Confirms how hurt she is by having her friend attempt to be overly competitive and ruin her image and her models and impacting her career negatively. Says that Cinder could make it to the top, but when she gets there, she will be alone. Bow dispels claims that she lacked up Sacred, her editor. Bow completely absolves herself from the wrongdoing. Great doc. Spike's document. Spike insinuates that Cinder is and was copying her, not the other way around. Screenshots of these claims are pretty damning. Spike showing off her outfit in July 2022, Cinder then having a near identical outfit on September 14th, 2022.
Yeah, this is obviously like just ruthless businesswoman situations. Like I think that's really what's going on here. I don't understand half of this.
Tackram or TV's document, supporting some of Bao's claims to be true. Major takeaways. To be honest, things look absolutely horrible for Cinder, yet I will be waiting for her response just to do my due diligence. It has been alleged with a lot of damning screenshots, as well as other corroborating the narrative.
She did make a response. Somehow it made things even worse.
That is being pushed. Cinder is currently being alleged as overly competitive with her friends in the VTuber space, willing to undermine and backstab her friends to get ahead, gaslight and manipulate editors/workers to get her way, cheating on significant other, a model/rigger thief. People speculate she is going to throw away her current boyfriend, Red, aka Redacted, to alleviate some negative PR coming her way.
Jesus.
But for now, I believe that is about it. I will wait and see Cinder's response and keep you updated on any news or changes in perspective once we have everyone's side. All in all,
oh my fucking god.
And to be honest, I feel horrible for Cottontail, Bao, Shy Lily, Spike, and every other VTuber affected in this scenario. To be honest,
her response is sorry you felt this way and sorry my boyfriend did this to you in my name, basically washing her hands.
I don't really know what Cinder could possibly do to absolve her, yet I will still do my due diligence. I am 31 years old, and I just researched VTuber drama for 2 hours in front of 9,000 people on Twitch.
Wow.
I swear to God, I have not one but 2 jobs. But my God, this reeked of unemployment. Thanks for reading. Holy fuck, Jesus Christ, holy allegations. Now, obviously, me personally, this shit is crazy. The fact that she's like backstabbing her friends kinda is crazy. I feel bad for Bao, Contil, and all of them. I mean, even here, like Contil tweeted out, this made my stomach drop to read. It makes me very sad to have things come out like this. Sending Nano and Bao so much love. With a screenshot from one of the docs. If you want to read those, go either watch like
It's just weird, bro. Like, this whole situation is really fucking weird. Like, the VTuber space, I think, has just gotten weird more and more and more. There's a Shondo tweet. Techdown is a second tweet talking about the apology. Yeah, I saw that.
Stone's video or like anyone else's video, because I bet y'all there's gonna be multiple videos on this. But it says here, what about we can pay Komori for you, and you don't have to discount it for the next payment. And we'll continue giving you lots of model work. I think 4 this year right now. But you don't work with Bao, Cotton, or Blank at all again. Models or art. It's just crazy.
So trying to like pay them not to work with competition, obviously.
This is crazy. Y'all saw the allegations. Cheating on significant other, model, rigger, thief, gaslighting, manipulate editors, workers to get her way. Like, this shit is fucking crazy. Now, what do the people think? Obviously, Cottontail upset. Bao not too fucking happy. Spite obviously rightfully pissed because I mean, based on her Google Doc, I mean, look at this shit, bro. Look at this shit. Tells me I'm so happy with it. July 20th, 2022. What do you think of my new outfit? September 14th, 2022.
Is it really that much
Straight up the
different?
same. Just copying. And she's
I feel like these are kind of different. Honestly, I do. Like, it's obviously like one clearly is like inspired from the other, but it's not like a one-for-one copy.
All the fucking god, like, this shit is bad, bro. This shit is fucking bad. I wanna know, what do the people think? What are people saying? I remember playing Phasmophobia with you, hearing Red chat away next to you before you first debuted like 4 years ago. You told me he was your boyfriend. Then before we met for TwitchCon, you switched up and said, just so you know, my manager is coming with me on this trip. As if I didn't know who he was. Is he?
So, bro, she's just leaking the entire thing.
Even ickier to read this tweet knowing he is your significant other, and that you're probably going to try and avoid taking responsibility for hurting people who trusted you as friends by nuking the red side of this duo. Jesus Christ. Someone who represents you and your intentions.
Is that the Shondo tweet? What does it say? Translation. A lot of indie VTuber Oshis have boyfriends. Their boyfriends are reading your love confessions. Indies do not have managers unless they are actually corporate, and thus are not indie at all. Probably true.
Someone who represents you and your intention should never be someone like that. There's no amount of I'm sorry or bad judgment you can have in this situation. You need to actually own up and be ready to not be forgiven by lots of people.
Jesus
you
Christ.
did bad things. End of story. Now, firing your manager is not fixing this. I do hope your longer reaction won't be a summary.
She was trying to do this herself. It wasn't Mr. Manager. Let's be honest.
I had no idea about
like,
this.
Again, like, in any form, in my opinion, whenever a person begins or engages in any form of manipulation or disingenuous behavior, I assume that they will only do more of it.
But we'll stay away from judgment until that is out. Pushing your blame onto your
that's
manager
what
you no longer represent me as a creator. Bro, the problem is you representing yourself, not just your manager. And then obviously you got analysts and people saying, we'll always be there to support you no matter what. I can't stand when people pressure others to avoid certain individuals.
That's so fucking
It took a lot of courage to speak out about this, Nano. I hope you're doing okay. Heart. I'm so sorry you have to be put in this position. You're one of my favorite
Elementary school boyfriend-girlfriend drama. The drama is kind of silly, but it's still funny for me to see it continue happening. And the other thing that I think is really funny to me is the fact that the meme, or like the stereotype of like VTubers pretending not to have boyfriends, or like female streamers in general, it actually happened, and it came true again.
Even before I knew what the internet was.
Why can't streamers be honest and pure like you?
I don't know. I'm so sorry that this was even an
That's a
entity
good
you have to
question.
perceive in your lifetime. Like, obviously,
yeah.
Dude, what the actual fuck? I'm sorry. Love you, Nano. Sorry you have to deal with this shit. Obviously, a bunch of fucking people are not too happy with Cinder right now. And she did say in her tweet, I'm sorry everyone, I will make a larger response when I'm able. So she is going to respond. I'm gonna be honest. Not looking good. Not looking good. I don't think she's gonna be able to save herself. Gonna be honest. Gonna be very fucking honest.
I think she's going to have to do something different, or she might try to rebrand or something else. That's kind of what I'm expecting to see happen.
What do y'all think?
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. Cheers, spotting that sucked. Yeah, exactly. To our response, I'm coming. Yeah, no, I'll link you guys a video. But I remember seeing this myself, and I didn't really know what to think about it. But yeah, she'll pivot to NSFW. I mean, like, honestly, a lot of these VTubers were already on the edge of that already, so it's not that big of a fucking difference. But yeah, I mean, I think in a lot of cases, legal mindset saying projected manager is making it legally worse, not better. You're liable for your manager's actions, torturous interference level. Look, I don't think anybody's gonna be getting sued over this. I mean, realistically, I'm not expecting that to happen. But I do think that it does, like, this, and this is the Tectone video, how a single tweet might have destroyed this VTuber's career. It is a 1 hour and 40-minute video, and the title is She's Done. Oh, man. That's a whole lot, isn't it? God fucking damn. Okay, time to make it 4 hours? No, no, no. That's a whole lot, isn't it? God fucking damn. Okay, time to make it 4 hours? No, no, no.
Do you guys want more of this? Do this one first? Okay, do both? Okay.
Welcome back, everybody. So we got a ton of crazy stuff.
Dude, I've been following this saga, this voice actor saga. I've been following it since the beginning. From Hero Hey. Hero Hey took me along on the ride.
Updates on this VA situation and so much stuff that like we just gotta get right into it. So beginning with this Reddit post, and by the way, thank you everyone who's tagged me to all the stuff going on. Appreciate that. Reddit post reading Venti VA, that being Erica, says SAG, the union, has been sending threatening letters. The post reading, not surprised, at least some of the other VAs will be back in 5.7, that being 5.7 update retention. Those don't play, that's room 2. And she'll cover everything she missed after the mess is over. We can see in the screenshot a user had asked Erica, does this mean some of the other VAs will be back in 5.7? By the way, I love your work. With Erica saying, I think so. SAG's been sending threatening letters, so it's been very difficult to navigate, but they were rude to me, and I'm sick of this stuff, so lol. The top response reading, I also found this other comment that also mentions SAG threats. I scrolled through the comments to make sure this was legit, and it is. Let's check it out. In this screenshot, Brendan says, you know what, we'll figure things out for you. You clearly don't give a dang about us or the game. We will be demanding a recast, and I pray to God you lose this role. You don't serve it. With Erica responding, saying, bruh, I'm trying to come back. SAG's been sending threatening letters to us. It's been very complicated.
Okay, hold on, wait. So say SAG is losing their leverage, right? They're losing their leverage. What's to prevent you from saying like, fuck this shit, I'm out? Is this like future shit, basically? Like they want to get back in? Like the union would have the union would have zero power if everyone said, or if a majority, let's say like 50% of the people said like, fuck this shit, I'm out, then they would lose so much power immediately. They only have power because people give it power.
If it had been my choice, I would have been voicing the whole time. Okay, so some quick context on Erica talking about coming back. We've got this video from Norty Gretz that talks about the situation. Let's see.
This is a really disappointing news for version 5.6 because Venti will not have an English voice despite being one of the main tasks of the patch. This patch is so highly anticipated that even Lester announcements has not requested marketing. But in a TikTok video by Venti's English video where she did a Q&A, a friend asked her whether she will be voicing Venti in the next patch. Unfortunately, she responded that she wasn't able to figure things out yet. There's no doubt that any voice actor felt this way when she said that the politics of the voice actor and the current are very annoying. The silver lining is that she might not be replaced because she said that she will be back soon. Hopefully, this is true because fans really want her to voice Venti as she's one of the most iconic voice at Genshin Pass.
So it's pretty confusing now. I think 5.6.
So it seems like people think people really like them and think they're really good. So
props on like May 7th, I think it is. So we'll see if Venti is voiced in 5.6 or not. It sounds like Erica is not voicing Venti in 5.6. I'm once gonna get like this message too, where she said, so at last I wasn't able to figure things out for 5.6. The politics as an actor are very annoying, but I'll be back soon. But then we've got more.
The voiceover series will probably blacklist them.
Information in this post that reads Venti may be voiced in 5.7 with his original VA, that being Erica, saying numbers added on are the order that each comment was made. So we'll take a look at this with the numbers helping us get the order. The real question, are you still the voice of Venti because the new update is gonna suck with you not in it? Erica saying, I'm not sure if I'll be back for 5.6, but I'll be back soon. The politics of that acting will be super annoying. Isaac then saying, I'm just worried because other characters.
That's what I mean. It's like they just make everything so fucking annoying. It's like why are people giving them leverage? You know?
CCC got replaced, and that also voicing Genshin.
Like,
Zachary might be 5.7 with Erica saying hopefully yes, assuming nothing crazy happens.
But you pay them money to like be freaking annoying about shit.
There is also this post that reads Venti's VA says she'll likely be back after 5.6 with these comments reading, thank you guys for loving Venti as much as I do. I'm so sorry this strike has sucked for everyone. We didn't even vote on it. I should probably take my advice and shut up now. Yeah, I'm really sorry for how dumb this all has been. Saying that she hopefully will be back in 5.7.
So I'm guessing. Okay, so I'm gonna guess they all fucking dogpiled her after. She became the new target. She used taunt. She used provoke. Now everybody's aggroed on her. Yep.
And then
that's gotta be what happened.
Nothing crazy happens. And this one saying, I'm sorry for keeping you waiting. I promise I'll be back within the next few patches. And finally, this one saying, I don't think 5.6, but I'll be back very soon. Hopefully we can cover 5.6 retroactively. Yeah, so
anonymous, thank you for the gift sub to Asmongold's alt account. Thank you. Or main. I guess that's his main, right? And it's like his main, but then he made his alt his main. So that's his main, and then he had an alt, but then he streamed on his alt, and now his alt is his main, so that would make that his alt.
Unfortunate.
Yeah.
I'm a fan of Venti, and I do think Erica does a great job voicing Venti. And 5.6 is certainly going to be an important patch for Venti, given their turn on stat and all that. And this whole time I was thinking, thankfully, it looks like Erica is not a part of the strike, but unfortunately, it seems like she is. The good
Main
news is
alt
that
also main.
break away from it. And of course, thankfully, she has not been like these other VAs who have been constantly attacking the community. And on top of all that, she has also given us this interesting information about SAG sending these threatening letters. It would be nice if she posted letters so we could see like all full context of what they're saying. But of course, I'm not going to be surprised if she doesn't want to do that. She may be worried about potential legal liability and stuff like that. And furthermore, her simply giving this information is probably going to paint a target on her back from the SAG bootlickers. As a matter of fact, spoiler alert, later in this video, it looks like Karina's not happy with Erica, but we'll get to that in a little bit. Over on the Genshin Impact subreddit, this is only spurred further speculation though. For example, duality, which I'll show you. This response reading, wow, I'm kind of shocked she'd speak up about it. Kudos to her. I can't imagine that SAG and trolls are going to appreciate it. If VAs are being threatened into not voicing the game, I'm hoping they can find a way to return. Not all these VAs care for people. Conversely, however, there's speculation like this comment that says SAG-AFTRA is already shady, but certain VAs made them look even worse, which is one possible reason why they're threatening the VAs themselves, referring to the letters or emails or whatever. Like, hey, your strike is not official and made us look worse. Go get yourself back to work.
Wait, what? Wait, the strike's not real? Wait, hold up, I'm confused. What the wait, so SAG didn't make them strike?
Responses reading, as far as I know, SAG-AFTRA was in support of the members continuing the strike, and another saying SAG was openly tweeting about the strike as if it was an official thing. It's not unreasonable for most VAs to be confused about the whole thing, and just following what everyone else was doing. So yeah, SAG-AFTRA retweeted Anaris Q, where Anaris was...
So like, they just so MiHoYo was never a target of the strike, and the voice actors for that work with MiHoYo's, like, is this a collab? That's all this is, it's a big collab, it's a strike collab. This is unreal. This is unreal. Like, I just can't, like, this is... I was under the impression that this was like an actual strike, where SAG was making everybody strike. Like, as in, like, this is an official SAG-AFTRA action. But it's not even that. So what's preventing them from just doing the work? I can't, this is...
Trying to get Hoyoverse to sign the agreement. SAG-AFTRA retweeted that tweet from Anaris, basically saying like, yeah, just sign the agreement.
Holy
Hoyoverse.
shit!
Winking emoji. But as we talked about many times before, Anaris actually ended up deleting her tweet.
Yeah, it's like, oh yeah, off-hour strike.
That said, this comment talking about VAs being tired of being put in a situation, I mean, some of them...
This is how being, the VA is being, not being, what the fuck? Wait, but like one of the people that's, okay guys, like, oh my god, this is like so retarded, that mind-blowing levels of retarded, I can't. So, they basically got together, decided that they wanted to strike against MiHoYo without there being an official strike, and then one of the people that's a part of the strike isn't even striking. One of the most vocal, pissed off people is not even striking, because they need money. Like, this is actually, like this is freaking plus ultra, like, this is like New Game Plus of, like, idiocy. Like, actually,
might be, but we know a lot of them have been defending...
It's actually so funny. Like, this is actually, like, this has become comedic at this point.
And still continue to refuse to work, so let's not forget that.
We're in the content timeline after Harambe. You ever think about how it all began with that? Like, Harambe was holding back the tides of everything. Once Harambe died, it was over. Like, that's when everything went to shit, man.
And then this other comment we read, specifically the part where they say, it's not unreasonable for most VAs to be confused about the whole thing. That part's fine, because yeah, it's been really confusing and convoluted. But the second part where they say, and just following what everyone else was doing, I don't think that's a great excuse. These are grown adults who are able to make their own decisions. They chose to be a part of SAG, they chose to go along with the actions of the strike, and they can refuse to be a part of it, like we're now seeing Erica do. With that said, let's take a look at this repost from Karina, David Paimon, over on Blue Sky. The repost reading from...
Anonymous, thank you for the gift sub to Food Shop Yum Yums. Why are there so many Food Shops usernames? What the fuck?
Kyle McCarley. I haven't threatened anyone. SAG-AFTRA has jurisdiction to contact...
I feel like I'm asleep, and I'm so tired that I feel like I might be sleeping, and this is all a dream.
Members about violations of Global Rule 1, which could result in censures, fines, suspension of membership, or a ban from the union. All members, first of all...
God, this reminds me of the one time I pissed myself, because I thought it was a dream.
Let's stop there for a second. Seems like that would actually be a good thing. Continuing though, all members are informed of this rule and the consequences for breaking it when they join. The content...
I literally played myself, yeah, it was
Erica said. So Karina retweeting Kyle McCarley makes it seem like Karina might not be happy with what Erica just posted here, might not be happy with Erica going up against the strike. So the full context. We've got a blog post, but right below that, Jackson says, I do find it funny how despite signing agreements against AI with other studios and companies, the SAG contract is the only one they haven't, and most likely won't sign that we're aware of. Makes you question what exactly is in the agreement that is so damaging that they won't sign it. With Kyle McCarley saying, this is a false claim. Hoyo has not signed any agreement that limits their use of recordings for the purpose of AI on any project. All their non-union agreements in fact have language that grants them rights to...
So my guess is this clause in the agreement means that like if they record stuff, hey, what's up, Nuggy? If they record stuff using your voice, like say like for a character, anonymous thank you for the gift stuff to Karina. Not actually that dude. Holy fuck!
Recordings in perpetuity for any use whatsoever without...
Sorry, what I was saying is that like basically if you do a voice for a character, they own that voice line, right? Like they have the rights to that voice line. And the thing is they want like a clause in there to be that the use of that voice line cannot be used for AI, for the purposes of AI cloning, right?
And that's where this other person says, it's really disgusting that now you even threatening the voice actors. SAG has been sending threatening letters, so it's been very difficult to navigate, but they were rude to me, and I'm sick of this. That's where Kyle made this post, we'll read it once again now with that context, where he says, I haven't threatened anyone. SAG-AFTRA staff has jurisdiction to contact members about violations of Global Rule 1, which could result in censures, fines, suspension of membership, or a ban from the union.
See the fucking problem with this though? This is the problem with this. When you're like, okay, the rule... Excuse me. If you say that the rule is that you can't work on a project that's non-union, but then you say, yeah, if you do that, we can fine you, but we don't really follow the rules anyway. That means that they can fine you for, basically they can choose to apply the rule to you because they don't like you. It's effectively like dependent on like who's in charge of like whatever your jurisdiction is or whatever. Like it's in charge of like whoever's in charge of like, your specific file, they can decide to fuck you over if they want or not.
All members are informed.
Yeah, stay in their good graces or else. Yeah, exactly what Shai says. So basically a gun to your head. And then if you fuck up, they fine you basically. And you know it's in your agreement that they can fine you. So like out of nowhere, they can just decide to hit you with every fucking fine for like, they can just randomly be like, okay, you know what, we don't like you anymore. Yeah, every single one of those projects you did, you're fine for that. And like it was in your contract, so I get pissed.
Well, and the consequences for breaking it when they join. Such disciplinary action and every step in the process of taking it is fully confidential between the members and the disciplinary staff. No one knows what punishment, if any, is given unless that member chooses to talk about it. Well, we also don't know what exactly the threatening letter was about. This is making an assumption that's about Global Rule 1. We don't even know if that's the case. By the way, check this out. Kyle McCarley has done a lot of gay work, including Mob from Mob Psycho 100. Whole controversy about it too. In September 2022, McCarley's contract to voice Shigeo Kageyama, protagonist of Mob Psycho 100, was not renewed by Crunchyroll. McCarley, who's a member of SAG-AFTRA, had offered to work on a non-union contract for the third season on the condition that Crunchyroll meet with SAG-AFTRA representatives to discuss potential future contracts. Crunchyroll refused the offer, sparking criticism from anime fans and media outlets. Despite the controversy, Crunchyroll continued with their simulcast strategy of releasing Mob Psycho 100 dubbed episodes on the same day as the subtitle release, with little marketing or advanced notice beforehand. That information making it all that much more Kyle McCarley bootlicking for SAG over here on Blue Sky with Karina retweet.
That's what I should call this. Leaflet's Tea House. That's gonna be the new thing.
Seeing a lot of those clips from Kyle. He's not the only one.
Leaflet's Tea
We also
Garden.
see Kaiser Neko reposting that response from Kyle McCarley, who responds to the information about Erica. Right below that, we can see another interesting take from Kaiser Neko, saying, "Oh my gosh, these people don't understand that SAG-AFTRA members knowingly and willingly sign contracts affirming they won't work on any projects that haven't signed agreements with the union, and they're still acting like know-it-alls." Actually, that's something that we've all talked about. That is indeed part of the problem, because Wayverse games are not SAG-AFTRA union games, and yet a lot of these SAG-AFTRA members have been working on Wayverse games and simultaneously try to dictate who isn't allowed to work on those games while they don't even follow their own policies.
Man.
This is also something that's hypocritical on SAG's end, because they have another policy on their own website that encourages members to work on non-union projects while also having Global Rule 1, which forbids it. Their excuse being, well, if you guys work on those, we can try and flip them to become union. The whole thing is ridiculous. Oh, would you look at that? Karina also reposting that take that we just read from Kaiser Neko, and this one as well from Joker. This is very interesting. This looks like more evidence to support that Karina's mad at Erica, excuse me, because when we click that and take a look at the context, we can see a blog post. But this response from Chugosha saying, "Oh, it's little Karina that still needs to pretend that SAG is such a kind group. You're a cancer that needs to be replaced as well." Showing a screenshot that I'm pretty sure we read earlier, the one with Freminet there.
Dude, Karina's getting like almost all the hate, like maximum hate.
And come back, SAG has been sending threatening letters to us. It's been very complicated. I'm coming back soon. If it had been my choice, I would have been voicing the whole time. Or Kaiser Neko says, "Turns out that when you defy the terms of your contract with your union, they contact you to tell you you're in violation of your contract with the union. What do you expect? That unions shouldn't hold you accountable if you violate their rules?" All union actors accept that. Jobert saying, "That kind of I shouldn't have to support the union. It should just support me," is what conservatives to pass the right to work laws that good at unions wanted. People who didn't value the unions and didn't understand the benefits of having one are the reason workers' rights have eroded. He then corrects himself and says, "Who passed?" But I love how yesterday we were talking about Pomeranian Doom accusing all of us of being alt-right for criticizing SAG-AFTRA. And now we got this person who's basically saying that Erica's acting like a conservative. These people are not capable of having any sort of discussion without bringing their political brain rot. Also funny how he's implying that SAG-AFTRA really
It's because like the alt-right is like the boogeyman. It's like Baba Yaga. You know, it's just like an easy thing to blame.
benefits of workers' rights in mind. That's like all they want. They want to benefit workers' rights. But we have seen that that's not the case at all. They simply want to benefit their own members, even if it means screwing over other workers. And plenty of times they've also screwed over their own members too. Anyways,
Yeah, but Baba Yaga is cool. What's going on? What's going on? This is chibi Marvel Rivals. Like, what's going on?
What we're seeing being posted publicly.
What is this freaking what do you call it from One Piece? The freaking giant head even call it for.
Than the last number of outlets. There could be more posts from other gays who are upset with Erica on the way, and there's likely already more negative comments going on behind the scenes. Perhaps we will see other gays also attempting to leave the strike now, and this might cause some sort of divide between the gays. On one hand, with those now trying to distance themselves from SAG-AFTRA and the strike, and on the other hand, the SAG loyalists. Guess we'll have to see how it all continues to play out. As always, thank you for tuning in.
Man, there's like more. You can do an amazing Baba Yaga voice,
Like, subscribe to the channel. Appreciate you, and I'll see you in the next one.
Hello, my friends. Welcome back to what archaeologists are going to call the F1 crew. We are jumping into Ravenstar, because honestly, I've just decided to go the path of least travel. We don't have some, like, weird tech requirement that we have to do to get some weird challenge done or something like that. We can just go to Slane, and then we can go to the other place, and then we do Purification as the last one. And that's fine. It doesn't matter. We are free-form individuals with our own will. Not like Amon, or rather the Hybrid. The Hybrid don't have free will. Will is unable to do what he wants. Oh, we are going. It is time to act. The carriers are carrying. I wonder... Are these good? I got a Parabeam, and I got Shield Overcharge, and, oh gosh, they're just going off. They're just going. I guess we want to get attack upgrades and just see what we can do with these carriers. They'll be really good, I think. We're going to the bonus. I feel like I have beelined it to this bonus more in the last couple runs of this campaign than I have in my entire life. I don't even remember why. I just remember it being a thing. Yeah, you're gonna be fine, you're gonna be fine, you're gonna be fine, you're gonna be fine. We have Repair Beam, so we have that Repair Dream. If we lose our unit, we'll Repair Scream. And if it's funny, it can be Repair Meme. Let's go 1, 2, 1, 2, no. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. I think that's gonna keep them alive. Yeah. Well, sucks to be them. They did their best. Turns out Mistleters have 325 HP, which is a lot. So, you know, they failed. But that's fine. We're gonna get... the other tech structures aren't really that good. I mean, this is stupid. But here's my thought. If we get the tech producers, and we just have them making random things, then those random things might actually be kind of useful. Just like when the attack waves get lost, for example, and run into random islands, they're going to be like, why, hello there. I'm an Ascendant that's just on this island for some reason. And it could be really, really decent, actually. It would be kind of funny. So how do we want to do this? I guess if we want to do this money, we're obviously going to mine this all out to the max of our ability. But then we need to work on a bunch of stuff over here that will go down here. Yeah. Because, it's so awkward. It's really, really awkward. And figuring out exactly how we want to do this. But yeah, if we like get stuff coming out over here, I guess that's the way to do it. Definitely want Carrier, definitely want Ascendants. And then, I should have gone into Annihilators. Because those are another things that are just like right here. And if Viking or a Banshee or something flies by, you just fire off the Shadow Cannon. And the enemy's like, hey, wait, ow, don't do that. 10 seconds for Carrier production. Well, I think Carriers in the long term are a really good answer. I'm not sure they're what we want in the short term. It's honestly just very tough to know. I should not put this here. Like, I think I just want a pair of Adepts or something to help deal with this. But then they're just gonna run to this corner like these guys. Huh. Well, that's not good. Yeah. It's fine to complain for Kalai. I'm feeling pretty fly for a Kalai guy. Okay, we're gonna run out. No, wait, no! Oh, I was gonna wait and then go up and then try to get the carrier. Okay, no, get back! No! This isn't good. I should've got recall. I like a probe reminder. That's actually kind of nice. I don't think they have that in the base campaign. Okay, go this way. There's so many wraiths. I think that if we do something like that, it's okay. Yeah. This is so awkward in a really interesting way. Now we have stuff over here. We can... Oh, those are auto gas. Those are all gas. We got, hey, pylon over here. Maybe, hey. Hey, it worked. Perfect. Don't worry about this. Don't worry. It's exactly as everyone intended. If this isn't what you thought this mission was going to be, then you're crazy. You're loopy. We need more cannons. I think this is a good defense. Okay, so where is this attack going? The carrier died? I think the carrier died. We're going to have to, like, use this as a staging point for attacks, too. It's so weird. Can we just get upgrades for a bit? Like, maybe it is correct to build up to... 2. Yeah. Oh, hello. Please don't notice me. Okay, we can do this. Got him. Yeah, gaming. This is what Synergy envisioned. We need this. Little tickles of damage. Oh, you are out of interceptors. This guy's just gonna stay here forever. Okay, if we had attack thing that's like up here or something, then we can actually come back down and these guys will get onto the platform. So we're backing them up for later. This is so stupid. Oh my goodness. I'm having a good time. What's the range on this? Does that reach? If Halo can reach, we can reach. I'm going to choose to believe that is the proper way to do this. So what we want to do is we want to mine this location out, and then we are going to slam so many carriers so quickly that it's going to be Carrier-Palooza 2016, which, if you were not there, Carrier-Palooza 2016 was impeccable. Absolutely beautiful. We need more probers. I really appreciate that Synergy went in and put voice lines for the attack waves. This mission already has scary attack waves, but with all the things going on with that one crew, it would be the worst thing ever. It would be so difficult to not be base trade constantly. Oh, I think we're fine here. The one attack wave that has nothing on us. Yeah, good luck, brothers. Okay, I guess they kind of made it. So let's power these out and then power these out. And we're just gonna sit here producing for a little bit, and then hopefully these guys will at some point clear out base for us. Otherwise, we're gonna be in really bad shape if they just decide to not do that. We did lose. There seems to be a decent amount of defenses over here still, and I was kind of hoping that area was looking good. We'll see. Okay, that's actually manageable. Please don't have to do this. Please don't have to do this. I don't want to waste energy. I want chrono. Yeah! Beautiful. Then we can chrono again. Why are we going this way? I mean, if we're going this way, then we'll just wait for the chrono to fall off, and then we'll legitimately go that way. We have a flank. It's a pretty good position. Okay, I think this is a shield time because we're coming in from way too many angles. Thank you, Hybrid. Okay, let's go up. And then over, and then over. And this is working. We got shot. It's all good. Down, ERTs, down! That happens very rarely on this mission. Where are they going? No, not that way! We just got over here! They're so erratic! Oh, wait, it's time. Where's the army this way? No, come. Yeah. Wait, come this way. I have so many guys. They're stuck in a corner. They're going after this army. No, wait. I don't have any defenses over there. Stop. It's alright. I'm just gonna make more carriers. I thought this plan was good, but I'm not so sure anymore. Where'd they go? Oh, they're going up here now. Why don't they just clear this Synergy? What is this route? It's so scuffed. It is. We're gonna go like up here next and do that power cell. We're just never gonna clear the center. Oh my goodness, I'll rip that guy. Oh, there we go. Now we're clearing the center. Alright. I know Solar right from wrong. Okay, this has been moderately well cleared out. The anti-air is basically off the table. The repair beam is repairing exactly as beamy as we need it to. These guys are doing a moderate job of picking here. Can you wiggle? Thank you. Always a fan of the wiggle boys. Oh yeah. Everybody clears this part of the map next. It's my favorite part. It's the most essential part of this mission. What is this? It's like drunk carrier driving. This is why it's so dangerous for our forces and we're losing so many. It's a horrible idea. I do not suggest it. We got over. Oh, good golly. Good thing we have the vanguards to defend. Alright, I'm gonna stop building carriers because I'm maxed actually. For good reason. Yeah, easy. Maybe we just won at this point. I mean, it's a lot of carriers. I feel like the AI is microing interceptors better than the default attack move does. I don't know if I'm crazy, but it feels like they are being intelligent. And that's really inspiring if they are. I would love to see that. Oh, they're going that way. Okay, shield's up. Remember, shielded interceptors, you always want to fire off the shield once the interceptors are out, because the interceptors themselves have the shields. But if they're inside of the carrier, they don't get the shields, I don't believe. You can fact check me on that. But, yeah, so this is really good. The carriers seem to do a really good job of just keeping these interceptors out forever and not letting them get back into the carrier. So they're just constantly fighting, constantly getting value, constantly splitting into 6 different pieces so they can be destroyed by the enemy. We're gonna have to do something like that. Okay, well, some carriers are starting to fall, but they appear to be some of our free carriers because we still haven't opened up supply. This base is always a little bit rough, and without the holy micro that we could do... Oh, that blew up. That's fine. I love that our subplot is just abandon the Tal'Darim in various locations. They have done absolutely nothing. Just spawn them and leave them places. What a build. And of course this area, the area that I'd like to go to support this is unclear. Okay, now we finally have the Vanguards. The Vanguards should be able to clear this out for us. Go get, go. Okay, go. Wait, we're just gonna win first. Somehow, this went so well, given how everything seems like it went wrong. And yet it was so smooth. Let's just shield again. Oh, we have like no interceptors left. That's fine. We got the Vanguards now. Vanguards can do anything. Get them, battle boys. Yeah, I didn't know we could fire Vanguards from the low ground here to shoot that. That's very strong. It's actually not that strong because these have like 10 armor. Alright, let's do some Protoss Purifier missions. I like the Purifiers. I feel like this next mission is going to be really easy, right? I mean, I would say that in the second half of Legacy of the Void, this is the easiest mission anyway. However, just judging by the way that everything is kind of going, it's so linear, right? And linear missions tend to be significantly less complex than whatever Ravenscar was, for instance. We don't get to micro here, which is going to be a bit annoying. These guys are going to take some damage from Hydralisks because they're not very smart. That's okay, though. I am, the reason that... Okay, yeah, they are trying good. The reason that I actually went here last is because I think that the best unit is going to be the Fire Colossus in this mod. Straight up. Like, just having, in an A-move composition, Fire Colossus is so good. It is truly a beautiful, beautiful unit. And so we went here last just so that I could freely use it without feeling like I was repetitively using it in the future. On the other hand, I don't know if the Reaver's gonna be okay. It'll be fine. It won't be interesting, but it'll be good. It's always the Reaver. And then I think the Wrathwalker's bad, like straight up, because usually the Wrathwalker wants you to be like very micro-centric, and that's just not what we're able to do here. I think we need sentries. I think we just need to start pushing units out as quickly as we can to support these Colossus. Oh yeah, what if we just went over there? That'd be a good place. I really like that location. Thanks, game. Yeah, I think that just mass low tier units. in order to support the Colossus, which are going, is the right way to play. Unfortunately, these Zealots are dumb. But it is what it is. So we do have to stay ahead of the megalith by a significant margin. That is the, like, interesting part of this mission, right? Because if we're not ahead by a significant margin, and something does go a little bit wrong, then the megalith is going to die. So we have to have a lot of buffer room compared to... Oh gosh, they're just... No. They're a little bit confused. It is good to know that I can clear this with a lot less than I think that I can. You know, like, we didn't have that much there, particularly if it was microed well. And it got cleared pretty easy. Let's get some Saris. Let's get some blocks. I don't know if the Corsairs are going to do literally anything, but that's okay. Oh, hey, look, Synergy put the money on the low ground. That's actually very polite. And of course, we have to beat up this base. Which, usually I only like getting gas on this base. However, our ability to waste minerals in this mod is exquisite. We are truly the greatest. So we're gonna grab it. Okay, the megalith is here, not here. That means we do have extra time. That is good. Let's get a couple of vanguards just for more DPS. And then we do have to wall off this area, get good defenses. Otherwise, things are going to fall apart. I don't know if this is necessary. Alright, so we cut through this really well. We have a couple vanguards. I built Corsairs and I don't know where they are. They may have done something very stupid. That's okay. They were trying their darndest. Maybe in the defense mode, that's where you want to use... Oh yeah, the Creeper Siege really quick too. That's another check for this base. Maybe in the defense mode is when the Corsair is really good in this mod. I wouldn't be surprised. Because the defense mode is a little bit more chill with the getting your units killed instantly type thing. Okay, let's try to get +3 attack. Oh, we walked on up here. Okay. Perfect. Let's go a little bit over the saturation and... Oh, this was a bad place for this. This was really bad. What a terrible use of this ability. I could have saved it for... Oh, this is actually great. Well, it's over. it was actually phenomenal for just a small moment. Templar Archives. Oh, I didn't get my specialized carrier version, did I? Not that it matters that much. It would have just been a carrier. Because we don't have access to the mothership yet. The Tempest is not good on this mission, simply because there's a lot of tiny Zerg. But we can at least get some autocasted guys. Let's get some more Colossus. I'm not going to build static defense. I think static defense is for cowards. And I've decided that I am a fearless man today. It's not usually true, but the emphasis is on the word today. We're actually not that far ahead. Not as far ahead as I would like to be, overall. Though part of it is because we have started production of all these things. The Colossus are good. We're going to get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 pylons is the important number. Don't ask me what it's an important number for. We're going to Chronos and DTs, because honestly, they're cool. Oh, no. No, go back to your friends. Go back to your allies. You must fight together, or you'll fight separately. That's what Benjamin Franklin said. To create that death ball, yo. No, Benjamin! They don't listen to him. I don't think it was Benjamin Franklin who said that, was it? Whoa, no! 1, 2, 1, 2. Oh, right on the noggin. That guy got noggined. Oh, there's the DTs. The DTs started the event. Oh, because they just ran over there. All right, we got a lot of adepts. We have... What do we want? We have a lot of DTs. I think that a couple of Colossus to rebuild is good. Maybe 3 of each. The final attack here can be pretty scary, and I'm getting a little bit afraid. This guy's still over here. He can't figure his life out. Why is he having such a hard time? All right, so we have Colossus Carrier Vanguard, which is good. Colossus Carrier Vanguard, Adept, Bloodhunter, Sentinel, Sentry. We can disable lots and lots of things. Yeah, the glory. I'm gonna save up my energy. Actually, no. It's time. Get a couple additional carriers into the fight. I'm not sure they're useful, but they are tanking. The Carrier Colossus is a good composition. It's like real solid. Okay, these guys are a little bit frozen. That's all right. Got these done. And I'm going to save Biggest Bemis himself to deal with the Nisus. Here we go. Because these Niduses are horrifying. They're some of the strongest Niduses in the game. Simply because they go for so long popping guys out. Yeah, we get this. Oh, well, it's gone. And we can't control these, but we can send the Shade over here, and then it should attack from behind, right? A bit of flanky-panky. Here we go, we did great. Where's the Megalith? In here? Okay. Oh! Oh, Synergy, thank you. You are... Oh! Oh, where's the Megalith? In here? Okay. Oh! Oh, Synergy, thank you. You are such a giga chat sometimes with your design. We're gonna have to clear everything on the next mission, aren't we? Oh, we're gonna be going everywhere. This is gonna be awful. Let's figure things out. I think that we can... I really do like Chrono Surge. I think it's my favorite ability in this game because it gives us the ability to, for free, rapidly pick something that we need and then use it. It's very, very flexible. I think we can do that. Phoenix might be really important here because remember, defending can be tough and we're limited on static defense. I think we're gonna save Solar Bombardment and Phoenix for defensive situations. Because it's too hard. The attacks are huge and defending is gonna be really hard. I think we can go to Arby's. I think we can get a Mothership and a Reaver. And then, you know what? We're gonna go spin lots and we are going to make Archons. We're going spin lot Archon with an auto build of... Does it just auto build multiple Motherships? How does that work? I don't know, but I'm willing to learn. Because that'd be very nice. Like auto build Mothership, auto build Reaver, auto build Energizer. No, we want Havocs. We want Havocs if we're going Archon. Archon Havoc is really good. Because their arms get so long. Yeah, so I think we want to just get a lot of Archons super quickly. I don't know, Archons, they clear through all the little tiny guys that the enemy has on this mission, and that feels like the best way to play. So let's just give it a go. Let's see what we got. I guess there's not going to be a whole lot of gas, I don't know, if we can clear one of these places out super quickly, then we can kind of, I mean, not that quickly, buddies, not that quickly. Yeah, if we can clear them out really quickly, they have gases for us. We're gonna grab this area. You gotta make the Bermuda Triangle over here with the shield battery and the 2 cannons and the shield, or and the pylon, which is 4 different points, which is of course how you make a triangle. Are you gonna win the fight? No. Guys, Vanguards need a buff. That was disappointing. Yeah, the Bermuda Triangle is super, super good. So, what are we gonna do? What are we gonna get first? I think that we want to grab a fleet beacon first, right? Because figuring out exactly what happens in Mothershipopolis is probably gonna be fairly important. And then everything else is kind of superfluous. What do we want next? Robo Bay? Yeah, Robo Bay seems good. And then we're not gonna be able to afford our guns. Not in this economy. It's a good idea. We can Chrono Surge a free mothership, I'm pretty sure. Assuming that it lets us build a free mothership, we can just like press the button, and then suddenly, we are full of happiness. And that's really the only emotion we need. We're full of dead Zerg. That'll be great. We're gonna have to get the Power Washer afterwards. But I just want a free mothership. I don't want to have to pay for it. They're too expensive, okay? Now, defenses here are a little bit spooky, but a little bit not, because if you can go fast enough, you don't have to defend. And if you don't have to defend, you don't have to build units and buildings to defend. And if you don't have to build units and buildings to defend, then you go fast, right? It's a, like, Zeratul would be very excited because it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. And everyone would believe him about this one. So it does look like we get the mothership. Looks like we only get one, so I guess we'll autocast a bunch of arbiters. We'll chrono the Robo then, and then maybe you go Havocs, and then we'll make the Archons with our gas that we don't have. Yeah, I guess that'd work. Sure, this will be fine. We're getting attack armor. We're actually just getting attack. We're not getting armor. Attack is the best armor. That's what they always say. Oh, wait, we got micro. Oh, we have blink. We have activities. I'm so excited. We're still gonna lose our spinny boy, but the enemy is also gonna spin. The arbiter is interesting because it can recall things, but is that good? Is that something we want to be doing? I feel like a lot of the times the answer is not at all. We need more attack upgrades because we are not punching our way through ultras as fast as I like. Let's see. Oh, he. Yeah, we don't need more. So how many arbiters is this? 2 arbiters. I was gonna call them Archonverters, but that's not their name. Alright, we got our little friends. Oh, what's up? Recannon. Get him. Can we? Oh, we can make him spin. I appreciate it, Phoenix. We need. I appreciate it, Phoenix. We need an honest council. The only thing you could provide. Or rather, the thing only you could provide. Alright, well, I mean, we're working together now. I guess we're going down here next. This is a very viable path. I generally like going top next, but going bottom next is not that much harder. Maybe we just keep these guys. Maybe the solar bombardment we keep as a defensive thing, and then we just keep going. Going. Yeah, we're gonna drop Phoenix. That way he can manually think that the Purifiers will not join us. Oh yeah, I love Archons against little Zerg dudes. When there's not that many. How many Havocs do we have? Okay, maybe we need to change this. Why don't you become Billy Bloodhunter? Ah! This is why you gotta build static defense. Anyone who tells you you don't want static defense is a liar, a thief, and a coward. Actually, it's pretty fun. You don't need static defense. It's easy. We'll grab these bases. Wow, we're just going crazy. Wait, please come back here. Oh, we're out of energy. No, I just wanted my team to be together. Okay, we got these going. We have that was the status sound. It sounds just like it. Let's see, we have 333. No, we don't. We have no. Rico, where are you going? You fools! Oh my goodness, we're a little bit split up again. Everything is falling apart as it always does. Wait, is Synergy got a thing that when you hit the... That's not normal in Legacy of the Void, right? That it shows all the power fields. Oh. Either Legacy of the Void has had a feature for 10 years that I have no idea about, or Synergy is, once again, the greatest modern vault. My friends! No, where's my arbiters? I'm gonna hotkey that arbiter. So the next time, that won't happen. No! We're trying our best. Our best isn't very much. It's a tough game. I just want to keep my friends alive. Here, you can be my friend. It is shocking. This mission is one of those ones, just like the Temples mission, that it gets so hard over time. But if you just run in there, you flail your arms, you show no fear, then the Zerg gets bopped so quick. And this is a great example of that. Obviously, things like building up more quickly is very powerful for increasing speed, getting all the resources is powerful, but the point still stands. We're gonna drop Side Storms. Yeah. Stormy Storms. Oh. Tell you how I feel about... Yeah, we got feedback. There we go. Okay, it's really hard to feedback things. 1 null circuit remains. There it goes. Hold up. Give it a minute. There we go. We're starting to hit it. That'll expand a bit faster. Don't worry about it. We're fine. Oh my goodness. So guys, did you hear that Nexon licensed the rights to make a StarCraft game? Are you excited? They're like a... So guys, did you hear that Nexon licensed the rights to make a StarCraft game? Are you excited? They're like a garbage tier mobile game company. But it means that finally, we can play Blue Starchive. I told a couple of games to make that joke. But I liked it, so I wrote it down, and then I tapped out to remind myself of the joke halfway through. The joke wasn't funny, but I amused myself. Anyway, guys, thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed today's episode of the F1 Crew as we continue to play a good version of StarCraft that is not gacha. Then again, if Valorant was SSR, my credit card would swipe. Thank you guys for watching. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Peace.
That teen burger is just $4.99.
Perfect.
Okay. Right now, teen burgers are just $4.99.
Cinder's apology dropped, if you haven't heard, and we're going to cover it live. I haven't personally read it yet. If you don't know what's going on, nonetheless, Cinder's model artist who did a lot of models and a lot of art for Cinder popped a nuke yesterday. She dropped a nuke yesterday, where it turns out that Cinder and her manager tried to monopolize an artist, as well as a backstabbing, distrusting, being disloyal towards their supposed friends. Namely, Bow, Cottontail, Shallowly, and Silverveil, who is not a friend, but who she seemed to be jealous of, maybe? As well as always trying to one-up Spite, who she also wasn't friends with, but because she always thought Spite was copying her, well, Spite was proving that she posted outfits first. That's a super quick TLDR of it. My entire mod of that is already on YouTube if you haven't seen it. And Koala, my editor, is already working on editing it down into a video on the YouTube. So if you see this on YouTube right now, the video is already out. If you're live right now, hi chat. Hi chat, hi YouTube. Hi live, hi past or present or future. Hi future. Let's get to it. Flashback. There's nothing I can say to make this better, but I will try my best to properly convey my feelings, frustrations, and mistakes. I'd like to explain my point of view and apologize to each party affected. Redacted has been my co-content creator since I began making content, managing all aspects of what I do and being a major part of why I am here. Now I wonder if this means from when she started making content as Tashi or as Cinder. We have also been in a relationship since the start of my endeavors. Okay, so I'm guessing she is literally talking since Tashi days. It's no secret that many VTubers choose to keep their public personal life separate, and I'm no different. As of yesterday, he's no longer working with me, and I have not extensively discussed any of this with him. Oh yeah, but he's gonna know. But he knows for sure what's going on with the shit show going on online right now, man. Where our personal situation goes from here will be figured out between us privately. That is fair, that is none of our business. I never intended to mention this publicly, but given that the claims are out there, I want everyone to know I'm taking this seriously. After years of working on everything together, his hyper-business-oriented outlook warped my view of what it is I should be doing, and what should be important to me as I navigate this shit. There it is. There. Are you for real? I mean, we didn't expect this. No one's surprised. No one's surprised. Okay, let's keep reading. I have a terrible work-life balance as it is, and being around projects and strings all day, every day made me lose sight of the point. It took all of this happening for me to realize this behavior is normal or healthy, and it's not an outlook I want to have. This doesn't absolve me of the things I've willingly done wrong and went along with, or the way I've treated people who were fully undeserving. Alright. Last part is okay, but bro, that sentence right here, bro. Literally the hyper-business-oriented outlook, literally pushing it on him. Oh my god, I cannot. This part right here, I take very issue with his hyper-focus-oriented outlook. What my view of what it is I should be doing. Let's keep going. In regards to Nanolist, for the majority of the time working with her, Red was the one almost solely doing the communication, again, about new plans and negotiations through his private DMs. Nano had a project server we were all part of where the actual hard models were worked on. But the conversations were focused around the work itself. I was not fully aware of the extent of Red's manipulation over Nano's commission decision, and I should have been more diligent in my oversight. I'm sorry, what? Like, when we go to Nanolist's doc, right here, flashbang, she literally talked to Cinder directly about it. Right here. And she addressed Sylvie by name herself. In regard to Nanolist, the majority of the time working with her private DMs, yes, I was not fully aware of the extent of Red's manipulation over the Nano commission decision. I should have never been more diligent, and I should have been more diligent in my oversight. Every time I had been told that Nano had agreed to work on a new commission with me, it had been willingly and with excitement. From my point of view, it was that she genuinely wanted to be working on these things. I wanted to work with Nano as much as I possibly could, making her art the face of my brand. We had come to the conclusion that it'd be in my best interest to talk with Nano about making more time for my projects by negotiating with her to cut out the work. This was wrong for us to push onto her. It was wrong to the other creators who wanted the chance of working with her. Yes. Yes, it is. There was only one specific creator who was responsible for naming and pressuring Nano into reconsidering project list, not an entire list. Not an entire list? What do you mean? What's with this list? What's with this list? What's with Bowl, Cotton, and Silver? What's with those three? If that's not a list, she's going to explain? Okay. Alright, fair. Should I make it a little bit bigger for you guys? No, that's a little bit too big, right? Here you guys go. Of her own volitation, Nano cancelled a large portion of her model commissions last September. Yeah, because she felt pressured into it. Because you guys kept pushing her. Because... Sorry. Because... Where is it? Where's that screenshot? Where he literally came back in to ask if they already cancelled the one with Nano. And here, you didn't tell Silver you canceled because of us, right? I can't find the one with Bow right now, but yeah. We could open Bow's doc right now. Bow. Bow. Flashbang. Here, right here. Did you cancel models yet? Right there! Right here! I'm scared to cancel with Bow. You shouldn't be. Right there! However, the claim that I was just using her is wrong. I've always treated Nano with respect as my friend, and as my friend. I did give her a lot of work, and we did everything we could to accommodate her schedule if she needed more time or a break. and even helped her with her own project payments multiple times. I've invited her on my stream, I've sent her my merch and things she's made for me, and I was always open to talking to her about things outside of our projects, and the instance we would message each other. Hashtag unbanbauer, legit. Regarding the exclusivity deal made between them, I had no part in the direct negotiations of the eventual agreement, and I had no knowledge of WoW and Cotton being included in this list. If I had known my friends were included, I would have said something to put a stop to it. I was only aware of it being about one person who I was unfairly pursuing. Do you guys believe she had no idea of it? What do you guys think? Unsure she's lying, hard to believe, hell no, no. Don't type fuck her. Like, be respectful. Like, do not type that. Be respectful. As I said earlier, Nano's message only seemed to mention one person to her specifically. It's really doubtful taking into account the stuff from Silver Stock. Let me open Silver Stock as well. Let's get that one out too. Silver Veil. Flashback. Here, Silver's mentioned directly, right? This is Cinder. The one thing right here, that's true. This one right here, that one is very telling. The fact that she went out, was it this one? No, it wasn't this one. It was this one right here. That screenshot right here. This one is so telling. Like, legit, this one is so telling on all of this. So, I don't know. Let's keep going. When Nano had messaged me about this agreement almost a month later, I was under the assumption this was only about Silver Veil. I was upset that my initial messages to her were very guilt-trippy. But I wasn't going to force Nano to do anything she wasn't okay with, and tried reassuring her that I was okay with her decision. Nano had also never come to me as seriously and professionally as the document was looking to address the issue she had with either of us. Or to terminate our partnership. Yeah, because I will tell you why. Because she was already feeling a lot of pressure. She was already unsure if it's her own mental, if her community would come after her, if other people would come after her. Nano felt a lot of pressure. Like, we can all be like in hindsight and, oh, I would have done this differently, but actually being the person in the situation, you don't know how you're gonna react yourself. And I don't think Nano did anything malicious. Nano was pressured. Nano felt like she was trapped. I had no idea there was even a conversation about Lily recently between Red and Nano until reading her document. It's true that I had confided in Red that lately I hadn't been hearing from Lily like I had in the past, and was worried something was wrong. But that's as far as it went, and he took it upon himself to try digging for more info. And I was never even aware Nano was ever planning to work on a model for another of my friends, clearly. I do not know anything about what Red said about WoW in these DMs either, and him using we and our in this context is apparently incorrect, and I believe was done to gain greater credibility behind what he was saying. Yes, Red and I were initially upset when WoW hired my editor, and I took it personally when I shouldn't have. I felt as if maybe my content wasn't good enough, or like I wasn't paying enough for his work. But I accepted it and was happy for him getting the back and supporting one of my friends at the same time. And yes, I was also upset with Seth, the Boss Rush MD, and had told us that he won't be working on any future project with us. Had told us, or had he told us? And would instead be working exclusively for WoW. Had told us, okay, but Red got it in his head that it was WoW's fault that it happened and seemingly held a grudge against her for it. He was very passionate about Boss Rush and the potential future projects around it, but he told me without an MB editor sentence as SAC, the future projects wouldn't reach the same heights. So he created his headcanon that's laid out in those DMs. Let me take another drink. Third time she's explaining Red. Where were we? Where's the mouse? Here. As you can see, he was very passionate about Boss Rush and the potential future projects, but he told me without an MV times the SAC, the future project wouldn't reach the same heights. So he created his headcanon that's laid out in those DMs. I was convinced this was the case, but it's my fault for never speaking with Bao. Sorry, Flashbang. Is it easier to see where I'm at? This is easier to see? Yeah, this is easier to see. I was convinced this was the case, but it's my fault for never speaking with Bao about these things directly to clear things up, and letting it fire to the point it got to. Every comment here about her own music, guilt-tripping claims about our shared feelings towards her are disgusting. They honestly don't know why he thought this way about my close friends beyond the resentment over those two things, or why it was worth sabotaging her over. The It's Just Business screenshot of my DMs with Nano's document was from November of 2023. I'll go into my thoughts process of everything I said here. But what Red was trying to explain to Nano is that if everyone has a model by her, bro, we don't need an explaining of it. It just doesn't make sense. What Red was trying to explain to Nano is that if everyone has a model by her, then the initial value of her model overall are diminished by there being an oversaturation of the type of model out there. If everyone in the world had a VTuber model done by her, then the value of her having her model wouldn't be the same as if there were only a handful of them, which he viewed as negative for me. Why try to explain it? You don't need to explain it. I find it sus that she tries to explain it. I find it very sus that she's trying to explain it. Especially, not everyone in the world's gonna have a Nano model. Like, Jesus Christ. Nano has limited time too. Does she know that a model creator having more clients, more business, more money, more success? Literally. But no, this is a very selfish way of thinking. I understand where he was coming from this, but in the VTuber space, this isn't something we should have pursued. Nano has an amazing skill where she's able to draw each of her VTuber children uniquely, so I was never upset seeing new model siblings. Then why did you try to stop her from making a Silver Veil model? Why did you try that though? In many cases, I was there cheering them on at their debut and looking to collab with them as sisters when I could. Me saying It's Just Business was referring to my acceptance of Nano's business decision, whether she chose to work with me or not. This was not in reference to anyone's model being cancelled, further explaining to her that it's okay if she chose to not work with me. To be honest, I think that one's truthful. Where is the Cinder? Like, I think that one is truthful. I felt like she was meaning that it's Nano's business. I don't know exactly where the screenshot of that one is though. But that one, I think that one is truthful, and I do think that she was just talking about Nano's business and not about cancelling the model. That one I will say, she's honest about. I can understand where the next part can sound manipulative, but my intention was to reminisce about the journey we had together up to this point. Oh, okay, so it's literally this one. Yeah, it's literally this one then. Right here, this one. Where she started talking about, yo, I helped you get a better life to decoding and shit. And that's why your models turned out good. But why bring that up? Literally, why bring that up? I can understand where the next part can sound manipulative. Let me scroll up a bit for you guys. I can understand where the next part can sound manipulative, but my intention was to reminisce about the journey we had together up to this point, since at this time I wasn't sure if this went on, I would stop working together as frequently as we had been. And I have to look for a new model artist. I then encouraged her to work on projects she's excited about while I talked to Red to find a project that would work with her schedule. Also, could you have like made it more paragraph, man? Like so many wall text. Like I see this and I instantly don't even want to read it. Like this is so unsorted, man. When talking about Silver Veil, I need to start at the beginning. Before I was in there, I was a pink cherry blossom girl and passionate at ASMR content. When the VTuber boom happened in 2020, I knew I wanted to join in. Red and I contacted an artist in October, and they were set to start my VTuber design by December. The plan The plan was to take my cherry blossom persona Tashi and make her a pink-white wolf girl VTuber. In November of the same year, Silverveil revealed her Sakura Wolf redesign. I heard of Silverveil earlier that year, but I didn't watch her streams at all. We knew we had to pivot before we were stuck with a design that wouldn't just be a copy of one of the most popular VTubers at the time. Fair enough, I can totally see that she wanted to go with the pink design again, since Tashi is pink-haired and very girly. And I guess I can see why she always had, like, a little bit of dislike towards Silverveil because of that. Like I've explained many times on my stream, I knew I wanted to be a wolf girl, so I mixed my love of Okami and metal music into the design and came up with the Hellhound. My name was originally going to be Amber, but Red came up with the name Cinder, since it was a mix of Sin and Cinder, both hell and fire themed. It was only a coincidence that it ended up being similar to Silver. I was genuinely interested in pursuing a friendship with her, and drew fan art of myself, of us together. On the other hand, Red was in my ear the whole time saying how great working together would be. Since again, he's been the business-oriented side of my brand. Since I started streaming, I have been ruthlessly compared to Silverveil, being called the discount version of her. I genuinely don't know where this is coming from. I have never seen that. Have you guys ever seen that? I mean, there might be comments of it in like YouTube comments, but everyone is always going to get compared to anyone. People are comparing me to Lana. People are calling me Pink Lana. I don't care. On 4chan mostly, bro. If you take 4chan seriously, you got serious mental illnesses. But Artie, shut up. Okay, I was accused of copying her design, copying her personality, even copying her laugh of all things. Silverveil 1.0. Okay, give me a moment. Silverveil VTuber Wiki. I can't type. So, history, personality, 2019. No pictures! Where are the pictures of her 1.0 model? Is any of them a 1.0? Here's a Silverveil. This is one of her earlier ones. Okay, I remember this one being one of her earlier designs, but I don't have a full body one here. And we got this one. Okay, so this is Silverveil 1.0, I believe. No, this is even 2.0. But to be honest, she might have already been at that 2.0. Yeah, on the very left. Oh, shit, you guys can see that. Opening it up. Shit. Sheet. Okay, I will need to move you guys. Up, there, that's her. That here, right here. That on the very left, that is her initial design. Let's say it would be that one. Apart from the freaking boob straps, which I also have, by the way, I don't think there's much similarities. I mean, okay, there's some legging straps right here. I think it's far-fetched. Like, especially because the entirety of the color scheme is completely different. Also, I don't really see any other picture of this here anywhere. I don't know which one is her official 1.0. Here's a blue dress she had, but none of these look like Cinder at all. Like, look at this. None of these look like Cinder at all. Let's keep going. I was accused of copying her design, copying her personality, even copying her laugh of all things. They don't even have the same personality, I don't think. I don't think at all. Their personalities are vastly different. And the girl laughing cutely, like, come on. This is again, a Cinder skill issue by letting this get to her. And there was a large number of people who were diehard believers in the fact that I stole all of these attributes maliciously for my own gain, citing the art I posted of us together, calling her an inspiration, when in reality this was referring to the decision to become a Hellhound. The only time Silverveil was mentioned in the original designing of my character was when we explained why we were pivoting to something else. And there were no references of her character involved. I grew more resentful of Silver over time, between the constant belittling of myself, a controversy around my first wife, and other incidents. I don't know about this. I generally have no idea. If any one of you guys knows, if any one of you guys know, let me know, tell me about it, but I generally have no idea. Generally none. But again, as I said at the start, I can see that she would grow resentful of her just because of the design and shit, and because people were doing it. But again, that is a skill issue on Cinder's part. Because it was all in Cinder's head, and not from Silver's side. And other incidents, even though she herself never interacted with me directly. There it is. And it was also the fact that made me insecure. Like, I wanted to know if she believed all these things or not. Reach out to her! It really felt as if she didn't like that I even existed in the same space. So at that point, I was working with Nano consistently. We brought up to not making any more models for her. Because you were insecure. She literally said because she was insecure, she did that. If a VTuber model is how everyone recognizes you, let it be harder to compare us directly if we no longer look alike or have that shared similarity. It was wrong and selfish decision, but it made me feel better, and that's why it was a constant topic with Nano. Red pushed for this harder than I ever did because he knew how it affected me for years. But no matter what the outcome was, I wasn't going to walk away from working with Nano. Silver was completely undeserving of this treatment, yeah? And it was my own insecurities that led me to making this choice. I became unapologetically evil towards her due to no direct action of her own. There's no excuse for any of this. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough, you know? Not gonna respect that she says, yep, my own insecurities, no excuse, yep. Moving on from Silverveil, let me talk about Spite. Okay, I wanna see what she says on her. Once again, I had no involvement or knowledge of Red bringing up Spite to Nano in 2023. My only personal involvement with excluding someone specific from working with Nano was Silver. My design sheet and outfit were finished and made public at the very start of 2021. The first thing she mentions is a debut teaser in 2022 that was apparently posted on the same day as her original debut, which I honestly don't know if at the time this was intentional or not. I don't know when I first discovered Spite, and it could have been after she debuted. When I first debuted, I was very possessive of my design and of my design details. So average girl, not wanting some other girl to have the same outfit as hers. Okay, so love your content, I've watched your YouTube videos for a while, but this is my first time chatting. Hey, welcome in, man. High school girl behavior. I made it a year and a half since my design sheet was finished and public. I had made it a year and a half since my design sheet was finished and public to having a full VTuber debut as I watched everything grow and change from the sidelines. And I didn't want anyone else to capitalize on my concept before I could. Soon after my original debut, I remember Spite getting an update to her model that made it seem like she more closely resembled me, including fire added to her model. Without evidence, I saw it and thought she must have copied me. Literally, without evidence, she saw it and thought she copied her. Like, again, her own insecurities. Like, her own insecurities again, man. But I never did anything about it other than voice my frustration to Red. I didn't want to start drama with anyone, and I didn't have ownership over fire as a design detail. The reference for the ripped shirt and shorts outfit on my bikini model was given to Nano in June of 2022. Chat? No, that was with Neon Tails. The comment was with Neon Tails, where someone had posted cringe and she had liked it. Okay. Maybe she's gonna mention it, maybe not, I don't know. The reference for ripped shirt and shorts outfit on my bikini model was given to Nan in June of 2022 with the purpose of having a cover-up outfit that would be safe for Twitch. The merch art she's referring to was my design around my concept of my fire changing blue. That's what I said too. Fire, when it gets hotter, is blue. I don't think that was a copy or a hint or a jab at spite. Fire gets blue when it's hot. When it's even hot. I think this to be honest. I believe this to be honest. The fact that the rest of the art was grayscale was the artist's choice since it was going onto the back of a hoodie. And I didn't have a say, or at least I didn't count it as being my final decision. Did she say who the merch was with? Is that one on Uvu Market? Because I know how Uvu Market works. I think so. Let me check. It's at least not on Uvu Market anymore. I don't know if they took it out. Uvu Market is a merchandise website. If it was on Uvu Market, I can tell you this much. Uvu Market does provide artists for creators, such as myself, such as Cinder, to do the art for them. That is very true. We can have a little bit of feedback to it, but mostly the concept is done by an artist and approved by Uvu Market themselves. That is for free, and we don't have to pay extra for it. Uvu Market covers that. Could be that this was Uvu Market. It could be that it was with another merchandise publisher, retailer that does the same thing. I do not know, but that's a little bit of input from my side here. My question is, why hasn't she done Red? If she's going to throw him under the bus and he's literally toxic towards her best friends, I would have edited it, but what's stopping her? She said that's a private matter, and I think that's fair. I do think that's none of our business. In the end, I do think that's none of our business. Let's see, the fact that the rest of the art was basically was the artist's choice, since it was going onto the back of the hoodie and I didn't have a say, or at least I didn't counter that being the final decision. There was no intention to deliberately look like Spike with the piece. Unfortunately, both my Angel and Sleepy outfits being similar to outfits Spike has done in the past was just a coincidence. I had always planned to one day make an Angel counterpart to my Demon outfit when it was being made in 2023. Now, here I said this yesterday already. That Cinder had said on her stream that the Angel outfit, the Greek-inspired one, has been in works for 2 years. She did say that on stream. I personally don't have receipts for that, apart from her own words. And I think, so far, she really should have brought receipts here. I think she really should have brought receipts. There are 0 receipts in this document. It's only an apology. The hoodie one, the sleepy one, I showed that yesterday too. Yeah, this one. I showed this yesterday too. I think the only thing sus with this is the hair. But the hair is something that covers the eye cheek. I think that's the only sus part in it. But having a pajama comfy outfit just makes sense. I want to have an outfit like this too. I call bullshit on the similar looking outfits being total coincidence. One thing I'm gonna say, and I'm not gonna say if it's coincidence or if it's not coincidence, but I just made a post on Twitter, we're gonna look at it after we're done with reading the doc. We're gonna look at everything else after we're done reading the doc. Okay, chill. What I'm going to say is, humans are wired to see patterns. We are. It's a survival instinct that keeps us alive. And often we see patterns where they are known. But I will admit that it is very sus. And I would like to see receipts. Because right now we only have seen this word. Everyone else bought receipts. Everyone else posted screenshots. Everyone else posted timestamps. Nowadays noticing patterns gets us in trouble though, but yeah, I agree. That is also true, yeah. And my original rap sheet liked the groundwork for that idea. I've never liked theming anything around my brand in a religious light, so I chose to make my Angel for more Greek Valkyrie than biblically. Which also gives it a similar look to my demon form. The sleepy outfit was a last minute decision to pivot from my fully near 3.0 model, because I had the opportunity to work with Emma Subs on an AFK flavor. Spike never should have received the hate comments over her outfit, or any comments comparing us, or belittling her because of my existence, and I never advocated for anyone to do so, especially given my experiences. Spike also brought up another creator who reached out to her about their experience with me, as I can only assume it's Neon Tales. They are an SAM artist who at one point posted a Hellhound OC for one of their upcoming ASMR videos, and it was undoubtedly created using me as a reference. This was right after my debut, and like I said, I was very protective of my design elements being unique to me, and I overreacted. Shortly after, I apologized and they agreed to adjust the character design, and I thought the matter was settled. Give me a moment. Pretty sure we looked at Neon Tales yesterday. Here. Like, here's a character. Like, that one, it just doesn't look like Cinder. This was right after my debut. Like I said, I was very protective of my design elements being unique to me, and I overreacted. Definitely did. Shortly after, I apologized and they agreed to adjust the character design, and I thought the matter was settled. I don't see it. I don't know. Do you remember when she sent her entire following to attack me because I made an ASMR roleplay with the Hellhound copying her, or how about when she was actively liking tweets calling me names? Of course we don't remember, because she made me delete every tweet regarding it after it happened. This mean girl behavior is not new. Smaller creators like myself are just intimidated into science and pretending like it never happened. If Cinder did apologize, she should have brought receipts. I don't understand. I don't understand why Cinder is bringing any receipts. Cinder, what are you doing? Like, I want to believe this, but where are the receipts? At the very start of my online career, I was a GFE ASMR artist. That's girlfriend experience. So pretending to be the girlfriend of chat, basically. Before I started my channel, I had gotten into listening to roleplay audios myself. I had always been a shut-in throughout high school and college, and I wasn't happy with where my life and relationship were at the time. After uploading my first 3 audios, my channel started growing fast. This was the first time I was in union. I'm sorry, what does this word mean? Überschwemmt. How do you say it? Inundated. Inundated. Flooded. Inundated. Okay. Was inundated with so many people wanting to know me and talk to me. And I got lost in the excitement of it all. I'm fully coming to terms with these messages being because of the kind content I was making. I was immature and inexperienced with how to conduct myself online. I have never had many IRL friends and had met Rain doing ASMR. I quickly became comfortable chatting with him about everything, divulging my grievances about my personal life when I shouldn't have. I cheated on my boyfriend with Rain in these conversations, flirting and sexting. Okay, she admits it, respect for admitting it. Respect for admitting it right here. It's the thing is effed up, but respect for admitting it. I used Rain for emotional comfort and sexual fantasy while I let my real life relationship collapse. It was about my dissatisfaction with my personal life and escaping into messages with someone else who I found through content focused around GF and BFRP. Girlfriend and boyfriend roleplay. She can't really deny it when receipts are presented. She could just not address it. You know? It was never about claiming the letter with Rain, and in fact, that being his takeaway from why I moved on baffling. I don't know, could be, could not be.
47 minutes. Holy shit. Or not.
I really do not know. By the time I was ready to be a sender, I wanted to leave that in the past. Still to this day, I regret my decisions and have been living with it since, and I was lucky to be able to mend my relationship after this. Okay, I'm gonna say, I believe I said this yesterday too, right? That she probably didn't want to talk to him anymore because she felt guilty about what she did, about her own actions, and just wanted that to disappear into her past. That's probably why she wanted to move on from Rain, is my guess. I'll give her this, she's pretty good at manipulating, I imagine. It comes naturally to her, bro. Like, chill out, man. We don't know for 100% sure. Let's chill. Because some things I already said are true. Like, some things I can say that there are receipts for. Others we are heavily missing receipts, and others seem truthful, and others seem just BS. Do you think Red sabotaged Cinder with this because she cheated and Red and Cinder fought each other at manipulating different people? I don't know, man. That's some mental gymnastics. I have no idea. And lastly, I want to address Peaches. Who's Peaches? Wait, who's Peaches? Why are we in emote only right now? Peaches was their friend from the ASMR days. She's from Zelda, right? Peaches. Then Peaches. Oh my god. Then Peaches, the one that accused her of having the boyfriend. And lastly, I want to address Peaches. This is a very big problem I have, and I'm surely many others in my position do too. At the end of the day, I am one person. I am one person working on multiple projects, with multiple companies, talking to dozens of people, and streaming for hours almost every day. I've never had a big social battery, and I get tired very easily when interacting with people. I haven't had much energy at all over the past year, leading to me taking frequent naps. I've rarely been able to keep up with my closest handful of friends on frequent basis. Let alone everyone else. Red has always been a big help in keeping up with things, but he doesn't do everything. I'm so sorry I make you feel forgotten, Peaches. I've always cherished your friendship. What? I don't know what this is about, but okay. And I was so indirectly excited to meet you in Paris. I'm so grateful for everything you've done for me. I've never thought to purposely drop you just because I could. I'm sorry. I know I've made a lot of people feel forgotten or ignored. It's so easy to get caught up in projects or what I'm doing while I'm happy. Oh, apologies. I know I've made a lot of people feel forgotten or ignored. It's so easy to get caught up in projects or what I'm doing while I have the energy to do it. God damn it! At the same spot too! I'm sorry. Bless you. Thank you, man. Thank you all. Let's try again. It's so easy to get caught up in projects or what I'm doing while I have the energy to do it that people fall by the wayside. I understand the feeling of those who resent me over this, and all I can say is I'm sorry. I don't know if Van Peaches has said anything. As someone who has questioned work in their space the last 2 years because of the same person, this line hit very hard. If stepping on your friends and abusing your power definition is how you get to the top, then I hope you realize no one will get. Okay, so Peaches did feel forgotten and like used and whatever. Okay. I knew Cinder 5 years ago when she was touchy and stood by her like a true friend when she was being dragged from the ASMR community for misuse of other people's script, discipline on VTubing journey and everything. Then after meeting her, Paris Twitch content seemed to change. I felt discarded. I felt like I must have done something wrong. It's been painful to see someone you thought was your friend constantly on your timeline, to be asked by a community who know you were good friends if you were ever going to collab. I kept asking myself what I do done wrong. Before her to just drop me like I meant nothing, but I guess now I know. It wasn't me. I was just one of her first to be stepped on, and in hindsight, maybe it was a blessing that I was left behind. I don't write this for sympathy nor do I want it. I just want my community to know where I stand on this matter, since it is assumed that we are friends. Once again, my heart goes out to everyone. Okay, that's why. I don't deserve to be able to contact everyone involved directly to personally apologize, so I'll do it here in the chance they read it. That's... No. Apologies like this should always be personal. No. Absolutely no. No. I don't deserve to be able to contact bro. Again, your own insecurities. This is again your own insecurities. First of all, and second of all, this just comes off as a PR stunt. This is not good. Apologies personally. Everyone deserves an apology personally. It's not about deserve, it's about you should. Yeah, this is very disappointing. Apologies in private, say in public that you apologize privately. Literally. Do you know? I'm so sorry I let things get to this point, or even entertain the thought of you working exclusively with me. That's unfair to you. I wouldn't be here without you, and I wouldn't have been able to do most of what I've already done without you. I felt overly attached to our relationship over the past 4 years. I loved your work so much that I wanted to make myself exclusive to your art. And should have never thought those feelings would be reciprocated. Everything you ever worked on for me was always so perfect, and I lost sight of how everyone else around me would have felt. I had no intentions of pressuring you into anything, but looking back on my cloud judgment, I can see how my messages felt that way. When I talked about how my models helped you improve, I meant that as looking back on how far we've come together. We've been friends for so long, and I cheered each other on when we both started growing and getting more bikinis, like sushi figures, etc. You had been my exclusive artist for full life to demolds for the majority of my time as a VTuber, and of course, I would have been sad if you didn't want to continue that relationship. But in all of our private DMs, I was okay with you ultimately doing what was best for yourself. I saw you as someone I trusted and loved and wanted to make sure you were still taking care of yourself with all the project you took on, mine or otherwise. I never saw you as just a business partner. I thought it was reassuring that I'd always be understanding if you wanted to move on to another project. I genuinely appreciate our friendship, always saw you as a close friend, and I'm sorry for what I put you through. Alright. No thoughts really, all of this was already stated above. Generally and already addressed my thoughts in regards of this. Its own insecurities. 2 powers. Since the start, I've always admired you and how genuine you have been to everyone. I wouldn't be here without you either. I'm disgusted with myself for buying into the narrative that my friends were competition. I've never had such genuine friendships in my life. Especially with you, we've gotten to know each other so well online and in person. We've already been through so much, and the last thing I'd want to do is cause more harm. But I did. I'm sorry for not reaching out sooner about those ideas that were put into my head. I wish we would have been able to talk about this too. I didn't know about the severity of things that had been said and theorized about my own friends behind my backs until now. It's my fault for not realizing the things Red was saying about you. The countless friendships I've made here within the last several years mean so much more to me than him and the business side of things. And his way of thinking. No amount of popularity or money means more to me than the relationships I've built in this community. I've always known myself whether that be on stream or in person. No. I'm sorry, but that's not true. There literally have been cases where she obviously lied about her relationship status and obviously lied about the things how she would have acted. That is not fully true. And 100% she puts on this sort of mask for stream with all the loot stuff, like, definitely. And all friends that I've met can understand I never condone this behavior or any of the things that were said about my friends. I've always wanted everyone around me to thrive and find happiness. I can't stress enough how disappointed I am that I didn't see this sooner until I got to a breaking point. I'm so sorry, Baru. I love to sec. I love
Do you ever brush your teeth? No, I don't brush my teeth. And judging by this conversation, I think you don't either, and maybe that's why you lost your kidney.
I'm a virtual cat on the internet. I don't need to brush my teeth.
Killian is dirty because she doesn't brush her teeth.
Oh yeah? Well,
Cat, can you believe that?
you wanna go home?
I know that I
Do you ever brush your teeth?
No, I don't brush.
So in the Western Hemisphere, or in the Western world, right, like in the Western civilizations, right, we understand that we're ruled underneath the patriarchy. So that's kind of what we're talking about,
Yes,
right?
but, yeah, but the whole point is if women were so much better, then they wouldn't have to be ruled under the patriarchy.
Right, sorry, so men...
I'll give cook. I was just trying to join the discussion, but it actually, I mean, I don't even know if there's any ground to be made here. I've seen the thing that said women don't need men, and that's just...
Are you going to get really sensitive and not be able to talk about it? Do you need a minute? We can give you a minute.
Women play rugby. We don't need you.
Yeah, I know, I used to play rugby. Yeah, women do play rugby.
I know.
And it's,
We don't need you.
what did that have to do with anything?
And getting lifted by your trousers hurts way worse as a woman, just saying.
Yeah, but what point are you trying to make?
Oh, because you're going to say that you don't need men, or you need men to like live or whatever, but I just want to point out that women play rugby. That's good.
Yeah, but this, yeah,
Anyways.
that doesn't make any sense. That doesn't have any correlation.
I don't care.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying, I'm pointing out.
I don't give a flying fuck.
That's fine.
If you have a point you want to get to?
Oh yeah, well, I guess the point is women would absolutely need men. I don't know in what world women wouldn't need men. Men
Wow.
protect women from all the harshness of reality and nature.
What?
specifically.
Like what?
Like nature.
Oh, men protect women from
Because I'm assuming you're in a world where, yeah, absolutely.
You walk around,
Yeah.
you walk around with like an umbrella just to make sure that like you're like, oh, I got you.
I can ask.
No, but we build your homes.
Around.
No, but we build your homes so you can get coverage from those things. Yeah.
Do you know who built my home?
Doesn't matter. I don't have to know. I know statistically speaking, there's majority men.
That's fine. You built my house, and then I bought it.
Yeah, but you still need the men to build it and set up the systems and the payment systems for you to buy it. And you still need men to maintain it. Like what are we talking about?
Definitely not.
Absolutely so. Yes. All the maintenance, all the plumbing, electricity is done predominantly. by men.
Stop. He's gish galloping. Dude, I did maintenance for my house.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It was built by men.
Yeah, it wasn't built by you though.
Doesn't have to be built by men. The prompt isn't do women need me. The prompt is do women need men. No, but the prompt isn't do women need me. The prompt is do women need men. Are you missing the point here? The prompt is you. The point is right there.
The only point, best part, is found atop your fucking dome, right?
No, the point that I'm making is that men
The
protect
point
women
is
from
atop your
nature.
fucking dome. I'm talking. You don't talk over me. Come on. So seriously,
Grow up.
you're
Stop
not that
lying.
dude.
Stop lying.
You're not that fucking dude either.
Stop
So
lying.
how the fuck are you gonna ride the backs of the better men that came before you?
And
Like,
it says
you're
men,
just
not
using the same
me.
tools we are, little fella.
It says
You're
men,
just
not
doing the
me.
same shit we are. You're no better qualified to do any of this. But the difference between you and I is that I'm teachable and I am understanding of a lot of things. I actually have the best engineering mind in my fucking family. So what the fuck are you yapping about? I do not need a man. I am fine. You, however, appear to really fucking need him because you can't build a house. You can't repair a house.
Yeah, just because you need me doesn't mean you're making a point.
And I bet you rent.
Yeah, no, I don't mind. But just and yeah, I did need the guys to build it for me. Yeah, the prompt isn't do women need me. The prompt is do women need men. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, we all need each other in society. That's the whole point.
No, you need to elevate to use those tools, buddy. You need to get on their level because I did.
No, because I can outsource it to those gentlemen who are willing to do the job. But I wouldn't. No, I'm not a weak man. But the point that you're just trying to. You're just trying to use shaming tactics and mute me. This is feminist BS. You're just trying to.
I'm not even gonna listen to this. This is sad.
Chat, are you a Discord e-gangster? Are you gonna ruin my life?
Despite me being hungover, I'm actually the happiest basement-dwelling loser on the planet right now. Because Discord is finally getting rid of their gaming guild feature now. Just these
What the hell is a gaming guild? That's what this little button next to people's names is?
4 simple letters that spell out something I love in my mouth.
Nuts.
Discord has created a $100,000+ Discord black market. Because there were idiots that would actually spend money just to have the 4 letters next to their name. Boom.
This is just proof that like you can market anything to like an idiot and they'll buy it. There's a sucker board every minute. Hi, I bought 5 guilds before and they all got deleted. Can I get them back? No, little bro, you can't get them back.
With this black market, it also caused thousands of people to be scammed. And now that Discord is getting rid of it, the stupid Discord e-gangsters who paid money to have this are in shit.
Hunter x Hunter profile picture, what a surprise. Freaking burn Discord, burn the building down. We for once get something cool and they take it away, just kill everybody. Wow, what a rational human being.
But just to make things even better, Discord is giving everyone some of the gaming guild features, which I'll show you at the end. But this is the rise and beautiful fall of Discord gaming guilds. Now you think this would be some sort of documentary? No, I don't got the time for that right now. Again, hungover. Now, if you don't know what Discord gaming guilds are, you probably don't because Discord did a horrible job at explaining it to anyone.
Yeah.
But you've seen it before. The 4 letters.
I never saw anyone in my chat, like in my Discord, with those tags. At least like not that I noticed. Chat, I'm so proud of you for not getting fucking scammed. Like actually, I don't think I've seen anybody in our chat. I saw it in other Discords. Maybe I should have done that. Hashtag smug. Yeah, I should have charged people for having the hashtag smug guild. Yeah.
Next to someone's name. Now what you're supposed to do is click on it and be like, wow, these people are very competitive gamers. But this is the first feature of gaming guilds. But the second primary feature of gaming guilds is that when you try joining one of them, you need to fill out an application. Like
what?
On Girls of Valor, it's the typical gamer stuff. But the third primary feature of guilds is that you can only have a maximum of 200 members, which makes no fucking sense at all.
So you scam people and kick them out if they don't pay the money, and if there's not enough people, you just kick them off to make a room. That is so evil. I love that.
If you want your Discord server to only have 200 people, you can just turn off invites or kick people from the server. Now I'm saying all this stuff, but let's be honest here. No one cares about gaming guilds. The only thing people care about are these 4 letters next to their name. In fact, this person managed to take a screenshot of their Etch-a-Sketch. They drew a little arrow pointing to this FBI gaming guild tag. There are people that are pretending to be the FBI on Discord. Well, anyways, this person Reddit post asking, how do I get this? Everyone wanted this, and the important part about gaming guilds is the fact that this is an experimental feature, which means Discord can get rid of it. And spoiler alert, that's what this whole video is about. But the next important thing with these gaming guild...
It's so white. Man, kids made this, man. Some kid made bank off of this, by the way.
Clan tags, they're all the same name, is the fact that it's only available to a select number of servers. So let's get to the whiteboard for a second. This Nicole person, nobody. Buck, though, on the other hand, has something next to their name.
Wow.
A special thing on
That's
Discord,
sicko.
limited to a select number of servers. And ladies and gentlemen, just like that, the Discord black market emerged. In
Holy.
fact, just the simple feature made Discord's worst black market. You see, there's a Discord black market for everything. In fact, people will spend money to get rare Discord usernames because they want to look cool. I'm gonna be honest, the people that buy this thing are the same people that get bullied at your school.
Selling cooked OG name. I need this. Cooked.
Well, people will also spend thousands of dollars for a Discord badge, so they'll buy someone's account just to...
This is so dumb. I've had little fucking kids messaging me about my Discord on my fucking account. They're like, oh, you have this little button. Whoa. Oh, it's so cool. Can I have your account? I'll buy it for you for like $200.
Get a Discord badge. Yes, those pixels right there, thousands of dollars. You can buy a sick gaming computer for that.
Wow.
I want pixels on my Discord profile. And the final Discord black market involves Discord invite links. Like, for example, people will spend like hundreds of dollars so that when you type in discord.gg/feet, their server pops up. There's one thing I want in my mouth right now, and it's not the feet that are shown in this banner. It's something that rhymes with leech. But those were all Discord's normal black markets until these guild tags came out. In fact, there were Discord servers specifically made for these clan tags. How many people are in the server? I'm just gonna show it on screen. I don't even
Hold
want to
on.
look at
I
it.
saw something. That's a good one. That's a good one. I want this one.
Clan tags. How many people are
Yeah,
in
the
server?
scam
I'm just gonna
tag.
show it on screen. I don't even want to look at it because if I look at the number and I read off of it while I'm doing this voiceover recording, I'm probably just gonna end the recording and go outside. I'm gonna do you a solid and give you more brain rot so you can understand this better. But there's this person here who owns 58 Discord guild tags. Now we have this person here who said, "Holy sh! I feel like I just met 5 celebrities with fear replying to me."
Having MSN and like all those other chat messaging services getting deleted was such a big mistake. Like the cloud chasing on Discord, that's wild. Yeah, it's a Squid Games profile picture too. You good point. Like you're not even old enough to watch that shit.
Yeah, if someone had 58 Discord servers, they were seen as a celebrity on Discord.
What?
Since people wanted these clan tags, these Discord servers would start doing giveaways for the privilege of having aura next to your name.
Aura.
And the best part is that 10,000 people joined this giveaway. 10,000 people.
Oh my
People
God,
want
there's
those
no way.
So bad that to invite you into the Discord server that will give you the clan tag, they will sell you access. This person's selling access to 20 people for $5 PayPal. And
You're not even getting the tag and you're paying $5.
people are my favorite because the emoji here is fed and their clan tag is also fed. These people are LARPing as the feds. I can imagine these guys get home from school and their mom's like, "Oh, how was school today, honey? Mom, I got bullied again. I want to talk about it." And slam their door, go into their room, they open up Discord. You guys don't want to mess with the bad boy on Discord because I'm a fed. You know that fear per...
I refuse to believe people actually buy Discord name tag. Discord OG username sale. Buy and sell cheap and save. Are you trolling? Find your marketplace. What in... This is actually real? Oh my god. It's real. It's actually true. What the hell?
So yes, I did get DM'd by a celebrity because I asked them how much is it to join a guild, and it's 15 euros for a 1 month.
What?
Access, 50 euros for permanent access. You could pay this dude 50 euros so I can have whatever this is in my name, a privilege. But here's the thing, right? When I go on Instagram, it's filled with Andrew Tate wannabes taking it.
I used to fleece people on WoW for gold and like other MMOs, and this is what people do now? Like RuneScape scams were a thing, and now we're doing this instead. I don't know, I feel like RuneScape scamming at least teaches you a modicum of like real life. You know, like, this is pathetic.
Credit card loan and going to Dubai to rent a Lamborghini to pretend they're rich to the 1 or 2 girls that follow these people on Instagram. And for me,
Yes!
why hustle over 50 euros when instead, what if I sell the Discord server that has the clan tag? In fact, this server's so bad, Discord's refusing to load it. Oh, there we go. So yeah, what if instead of selling access, I sold the Discord server? How much would that cost me? It's
5 nickels.
It's a lot worse than you think.
Current offer, $1,000. What?
Selling cool guild servers. Again, these people are definitely kids that get bullied. This person is selling their Discord server with the name Rich, so it shows Rich next to your Discord username. So you can watch all the e-kittens you talk to, which are also just dudes pretending to be girls to get money.
Is that Jesse from Breaking Bad? As a profile picture? Bro, fucking kill me, man. Like, literally just kill me.
From you stupid suckers. Trust me, that's how I make all my money. And they're selling the server for $1,000. I didn't stutter there. $1,000.
What?
Let's talk on our podcast for a second, right? If someone's spending $1,000 on a Discord server, there better be a good reason why, right? Maybe they're the only people that can have the Rich name next to their name, because if you're first, you get to claim the name, right? That makes sense for $1,000. Well, according to Discord's FAQ, are these guild tags unique? No. And
I mean, some 13-year-old isn't gonna know that, to be fair.
just to show you, there's a website that shows a whole bunch of these Discord clans. These people like submit their own to advertise, and there's 8 servers with so these people are spending $1,000.
You got
to put
scammed,
whatever
bro.
4 letters next to their name that they want. But here's the kicker, right? If you like me know the Discord Bible front to back, thou shalt not talk to e-girls and give them nitro. But in the Discord community guidelines, they specifically say do not sell or purchase Discord assets, including accounts, usernames, servers. Discord could, if they wanted to, ban the server and make this person completely lose their $1,000 offer.
That would be
Considering this
great.
person right here is telling me they are selling access to the server, I could report this message, and this person should get banned.
Ah, they won't.
Right? Well, here's the thing. However many months ago, I think like 7 months ago, I made a video talking about this new Discord black market when it was just slowly emerging. And I showed Discord that people were selling access to Discord servers. I actually pointed out this exact person. I've duped them twice. I've DM'd them twice. Yet Discord did absolutely nothing about it. And since Discord wasn't banning any of these Discord Andrew Tate wannabe goofs, the black market just got worse, and it became the most degenerate cesspool I've ever seen. It's actually beautiful.
Oh
because
my
it's time
God,
for the
yeah.
black market degeneracy.
And they're all ran by children. Oh my god, man. 50 euros for a freaking guild name.
Title card. And the subtitle is, I lose my will to continue after I read that insane Discord messages. Well, one of my viewers got reached out by this person here.
And I thought that, like, getting, like, scammed on, like, MMOs was bad, man. This is another layer of stupidity that I didn't think that, like, this was possible, genuinely.
I can barely read their name because fonts look cool on Discord. But one of my viewers got reached out because this person wanted to buy their RLG gaming guild. Now, since it's against the terms of service to sell one of these guilds, Barf had an idea. It's against the terms of service to sell, but it's not against the terms of service to trade. So what if I was to trade you IPTV or something in trade? Then it's not sold to someone, and it's fine. Now, I tried that same logic against the CRA, and then I had to spend $5,000 worth of fees. IPTV is global live TV channels, including pay-per-views and channels from all...
Bro, why is it always the people with the ugly-ass graphic chibis, man? Every fucking time. Do you know what this reminds me of? Like MySpace freaking like pages, man.
All over the world. This guy asked, theoretically, I can watch Family Guy on my TV without a Disney minus subscription.
Disney
Correct.
minus?
So the business
What?
Is don't break Discord's community guidelines by selling the server, but instead break the law by doing illegal IPTV piracy. Brilliant. Now, as the Discord black market got bigger and thicker, the kingpins of the Discord market started to expand their turf and their game. The Discord black market got a LinkedIn upgrade, and they started having recruiters. Your job
Hunting for guilds.
is to hunt for Discord gaming guilds. And once you find a potential guild, you need to send a direct message to the owner and offer them between $100 to $150 for their Discord gaming guild.
Some people roleplay being like fucking animals on forums. Some people roleplay being like wizards and killing dragons. These people roleplay being gangsters on Discord.
But if you manage to find one of these Discord gaming guilds, and
That
if
is
one of those
wild.
Discord people have another guild so that they're more popular and internet clout or something, I think I'm too old for this point. But if you find one of those gaming
You're
guilds, your
old.
reward is $10 for your effort. And receive $10. Now these guys are thinking like Jeff Bezos here. Thank goodness there's no union here, or else I have to make some propaganda for it. And these people treated this like an actual job. Inactive guild hunters will be ejected out of the team. You can get.
I joined an MMO like that on PDO. Oh, sorry, not an MMO. A guild like that, man. It was so cringe. Like if you weren't active enough, they get mad. Hold on, what the hell is this? What's the? Hold on, let me read it. ATV. What was your reaction be if you get locked in a room with Johnny Somali and Vitaly for 1 week? Like, I'm reacting to another video. I'll answer after, maybe. Thank you for 420, I appreciate it. Find more guild? No, it'd be like spying, actually.
Fired from your Discord job, but if you're a hardworking employee and you increase that shareholder value, you get the opportunity of a
$10.
by having the opportunity of staying in their Discord gaming guilds as permanent spots. Except here's the thing,
Wow.
these permanent spots, that's a lie. Because since Discord wasn't banning any of these servers, all of them just started scamming a bunch of people, and I had to deal with it. This was my own eternal hell for like the
AI anime profile picture. Hell yeah, with a queen mark next to her.
last 6 months. I'm coming to you for help on shutting down a guild scam operation. Over the past few weeks, he has been selling guilds with paid members in them, scamming the members of their guild tag. I want this scammer to be stopped. He's scamming people that spend money to join a
Oh,
Discord server.
no.
And this is also coming from someone that has the clan tag of staff. Yeah, these people are LARPing as Discord staff. And
Oh yeah, for sure.
Jason Kidd has no limit.
I bet you they use that like against people too.
In true scammer fashion, all I can do is try to infiltrate the guilds and report them to Discord, but that hasn't worked in the past. In fact,
Oh,
this person
no.
got banned for the reason. Don't try it using like a poor hole. I was dealing with the drama for the same idiots that would spend money on these clan tags, and it just keeps on continuing over and over again. They're
So
talking about a person
good.
named Jason. Now, who gives a shit about Jason? It's just another loser who has Discord guilds. But he also has a girlfriend, so we have two losers.
Quote unquote girlfriend. Ooh, there's some spicy drama chat. Ugh, disgusting whore. They think they're like playing Game of Thrones right now, you know? They're like LARPing Discord Game of Thrones.
The equation. But the way that the scamming would work.
And another AI profile picture of a girl.
They would sell that permanent access entry to people for $5 each. And then big old Jason here will sell those Discord servers to people without telling anyone for $1,000 or $1,000 is pretty high, let me be honest. The things I've seen is that people are selling these servers between like $450 to $850. But what would happen is that he would sell the Discord guild, and then you would get kicked because the people that are buying the guild are like, I just spent $500 on a Discord server. I have plenty of regrets in my life. I'm gonna kick everyone. So that permanent access that you paid for is not permanent. You got scammed.
Ah!
Here, but one of my viewers got scammed and
Oh.
got scammed, in fact.
How do you watch a guy that engages in scams and exposes them? Like, you are an active viewer. Like, I understand if you're just a dummy and you don't know any better, but like, you watch a guy that does this for a living, and he says, hello, I just want to ask, I bought Perm Spot in the Long Guild, and now I notice it's gone. Can I get a refund? Hello? I know people in guilds are scamming. Wrote like 2 years later. He's got that little kitty cat profile picture and the Shadow the Hedgehog border.
I hate to go to
Poor little guy.
One of my viewers got scammed, and he sent this.
Oh.
Press and DM to someone. I bought a permanent spot in the Long Guild, and now I notice it's gone. Can I
It's
get a
gone.
refund? Hello. People in guilds are scamming. I genuinely was told everything.
I actually feel bad. No pity, but he's so sad, man. He's little blubbers.
I've had people that were like snitching on the operation. This person here, Digin, their name should just be snitching. They're a
Or
lead
bitching.
manager inside of that server. They've been for a while. There's a, and I quote, a ton of crap. Most descriptive thing.
Wow, whoa, what?
Wait, where are the predators? Now, for legal sake, I'm not wasting my time in confirming whether or not these people are predators. I'm just reading what these morons have sent me. Within the guild selling community recently, large accusations have come out against a former partner named Chloe. Along with this, there's been...
Okay, hold on. Chloe, but they misspelled Chloe like 3 times, and it's Chol. Are we okay? Is media literacy that bad now? Yeah, Chol, not Chloe. Chol, 3 times.
Along with this, there's been... Around bears just tripped me up. There's been countless evidence that these claims are true.
Yeah, sure,
Chloe's
uh-huh.
story is
Chloe,
a
Chol.
screenshots that are trying to slander innocent people within the community, as if I gave a fuck. I do not. Chloe has been exposed for scamming hundreds of dollars, along with potentially having illicit content of minors on a private server. And mind you, Chloe's over the age.
4 times.
She's also threatened to post anyone's info who excuses people cannot spell. Also,
She's also threatened to post any info who excuses her.
uses the fact that her supposed ex-boyfriend had access to Chloe's PayPal, when in fact she never had a boyfriend and used it as a cover.
What?
I hate myself. You know things are bad.
No
when it's
way.
Exposing Discord guild that's gatekeeping predators. And the
Oh man, I'm so glad I just lived through like old women, like middle-aged women talking to me about divorcing their like fucking husband when I was like, I don't know, 15 years old in Skype. And I would be like, what? Like, why are you venting to me? And this is like, that was the worst I ever experienced. And then there's people who make like pedo Discord predator guild exposés on YouTube and then posting them for everyone to see. Over like fucking scam guild tags on Discord.
most heinous part of gatekeeping the Juice WRLD 999 tag.
What?
Disgusting. But really, the most important thing, getting back on topic and giving you
Hello? I think the profile picture is the most sad thing. Hello?
information is that the problem was so bad. Scamming, predators, drama, all this garbage
Predators.
cut down 90% of the time. But things got so bad that this person here got their account limited because they joined a Discord server that broke Discord's rules for Discord asset sales. So believe it or not, Discord did ban a server. And this person is excited about being warned on Discord. They say it's a massive W that they got their account limited. That's how bad the problem was, that this person is excited that Discord punished their account. And when things were good, it just gets even better. Because Discord got the 25 kill streak and dropped a nuke on the entirety of the Discord.
Let's go!
When I heard this news, I was actually happy for once. But Discord updated their guild's FAQ page, and they said the guild's experiment will be ending in the coming weeks and will no longer be available. However, certain features from the guild's experience may continue as standalone experiments. Now, I'll tell you
Oh no, but that doesn't mean they're going away!
what those experiments requirements are at the end. But since most people aren't going to look at a Discord FAQ page, Discord also sent a DM to every single person that owns one of these servers saying, hello server admins, your Discord server, and they'll list the server as part of the Guild's experiment. And the Guild's experiment is ending soon and will no longer be available in the coming weeks.
No, the Discord Ekins are gonna leave me. Oh no. Oh god, I don't have the guild tag anymore. I'm gonna kill myself.
I read this announcement. I heard holy music in my ears as it usred me to continue reading through all these messages of people
No.
crying and complaining. And with people spending thousands of dollars for these guild servers and people spending up to $100 just to join them because they kept on getting scammed and they don't learn from their lesson, I experienced every stage of grief. Discord. It was beautiful. It was angelic. It brought a tear to my eye. When people were spending thousands of dollars on servers, this person is now buying it for $50.
That's UK trap like in a like music video background.
Then we see acceptance.
Oh my gosh. These kids think they're so hard.
From their message. I wish tags get public.
Yeah, UK Drew music video in the
Everyone has a
background.
chance to get it, then it stops. It will be fair at least. This person wants these clan tags to stay in Discord and only and they want it so that
And these people post on Twitter about politics. These same people. Oh my god, my Discord guild tags got removed. I wish they would just let us keep them. Yeah, this matters a lot to me, okay? You got it?
Everyone has a chance to get it, only for a limited time, so they can still feel special about themselves. In fact, I think the main thing that I see in terms of the stages of grief is that people are just still in denial, and they're still trying to sell access. This is today. This is February 15th. This is well past the announcement. These people are still trying to sell access to these servers. For
Well, yeah, obviously. Okay, hold on. Hustle time? If you find out that your scam is going to die soon, you are going to try and squeeze out all the money you can before it actually goes away.
$. Or if
Yeah,
you just
obviously.
the character they're thinking about, you can get the tag. God, these guys are creepy.
Fluttershy!
This is a person. They just got their whole career canceled. He was the goat of his generation. That's his own pronouns. He put this on his own profile. The ego is it's insane. They're going through denial because they're not even saying anything about the guilds being canceled. They're just dropping new ones. They're pretending nothing happens because life is better when you just block out reality and you pretend.
True, dissociation.
I don't even want to talk about the next thing. I just love seeing these people complain and cry. But let's talk about the most important thing about this feature because in Discord's own announcement, they say we know you love some of the features and we're working on bringing them back. I'm going to tell you what I think Discord is personally keeping. I'm going to try and make it clear which stuff I can objectively say Discord is keeping because there are things that have been leaked. But one feature that will not be returning with Discord guilds is the member limit. I've already talked about how stupid it was. That 200 member limit, I have seen nothing about it.
But they're still gonna kick out people. It's just they won't have an excuse now.
Unless Discord decides to change it out of spite because I said objectively, that's gone. And
Yeah.
now for the rest of the features, we're looking in Discord experiments. Now there's the Guild Settings Foundation revamp and there's a member verification rollout. But in terms of those gaming guilds, I showed you at the beginning of the video that when you try joining one of these guilds, you need to fill out an application. And in one of those experiments, Discord does have this option where you can have a server as invite only, discoverable, or you can have people apply to join your server. This feature, I can really confidently say that Discord is working on it. In fact, 10% of Discord servers right now have the option to turn on applications to join your server.
Oh, I didn't know
So
that.
Discord can change it or remove it, but so far, this is one of the features that Discord is likely to keep. But now we're
That's
moving
good for
more
filtering,
towards
at
a little
least.
less concrete because if I scroll to the top of my Discord server list, oh, there's tags there. Discord does have this profile feature which allows you to customize your server's banner or banner colors, and you have traits where you can show off your server's interest and personality. But the customization you can do for your server is very similar to what you can customize when you click on someone's clan tag. Now I've been saving this till the very end. But the thing that everyone is asking about, Discord guild tags. Are those 4 letters next to your name going to be released
We
to
need
everyone?
smug
The
chat.
black market disappears, and now everyone has the option of putting Fed next to their name so they can pretend they're actually a cool person that doesn't get bullied in school. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, they have nothing. When I click on tag, nothing shows up.
Oh,
Objectively
shit.
speaking, right now, I do not know what's going to happen. But in my personal opinion, as someone that has talked about Discord for 3 years, I feel like I can read Discord's mind like a fucking genius. I think Discord removed the feature specifically because of the black market. People were making money on Discord.
You wanna know what's gonna happen is that they're gonna realize that those people who are making money off of their feature, they're gonna charge like servers, like server owners, to have the guild feature enabled, and it's gonna be that you paying them to have it, not like a middleman. That's probably what happened, like realistically.
For this feature. And that doesn't
You
make
give us
sense because
money.
Discord should be the one making money.
Yeah.
I honestly think every single Discord server will have the option of making one of these clan tags if their Discord server is boosted. Because right now, server boosting has been pretty boring. We haven't gotten any updates.
True.
Discord is working on an experiment where like you might be able to pick certain features, kind of like a shop. But I honestly think Discord will probably have maybe a level 4
I still
boost
don't
or
understand
a
that at
revamp
all.
boosting altogether, where you have to boost a Discord server, which by the way, it costs money to do so. So you have to give Discord money to get these clan tags. Because why should
Wow.
these Discord e-gangsters who pretend to be cool when in reality they're far from it? Why should they make money when Discord should be the one making the money? Anyways, Discord, I'll be invoicing you for my business consulting skills, $10 million. And if Discord pays that invoice, this will be my last YouTube video before I disappear into the Bahamas. But for now, I'm just going to day drink in my basement on a lawn chair in front of my TV with stock footage of the beach on it. Cheers, everyone.
Based! Wow. Chat, $50 to have the gamer tag smug. If I find you not paying the $50, I will personally break your legs with a tail. Getting to chat with you in person and absolutely loved all the hard work you put into the Boss Rush song. I was so grateful to hear you were on the board to edit the MV. I don't remember exactly why the stream got pushed back, but I definitely wouldn't have put the blame on you knowing about how soon the deadline was when you started working on it. I was so thankful for your willingness to complete the project despite everything, and the quality of how it turned out was incredible. I can't believe how I talked about you, especially after all the effort you put in for me. I'm so sorry for everything that's happened. One thing that doesn't fly is I don't remember exactly why the stream got pushed back. Definitely wouldn't have put the blame on you knowing about how soon the deadline was. It's worded very weirdly. Out of the sentence, I don't get if she's saying she put the blame on Red because of the pushback of the stream. Not on Red, on Zack. Or if she says she wasn't aware. Or if she says Red did it. To me, this is phrasing it a little bit bad. Zack said the blame was put on him. Yeah, that's what I get, but I don't get if Cinder is saying that Cinder herself put the blame on him. Either way, moving on. When I put the blame, when you started working on it, I was so thankful for your willingness to complete the project despite everything, and the quality of how it turned out was incredible. Can't believe how Red talked about you, especially after all the effort you put in for me. I'm so sorry for everything that's happened. To Cotton and Lily, I'm so sorry you had to get dragged into this. It's my fault I let it get this far, but I hope you can believe me when I say I had no knowledge of Red bringing you up in Nano's DMs. I just learned about all of this myself, and there could have been so many other friends affected by the narrative that things always had to be competitive. If I knew Red was trying to exclude specific friends in this exclusivity deal, I would have spoken up. None of my friendships are worth sacrificing over in our peace. I love being your friend and all the memories we shared, and I hope someday you can forgive me for allowing this to happen. I don't know. I just don't know. To Silver, since the start I loved that I saw someone else sharing so many similar interests to me, and I thought maybe someday we could talk about it all and be good friends. I was blinded by all these hate comments around me calling me your lesser self. And like the person I've become towards you. I tried reaching out some time ago to try to start up a friendly conversation to change things and make things right. Say hi to you at conventions and support your endeavors. But despite all that, I was still being eaten alive by my own doubts and fear on harassment. Or harassment. I was pressured by the community as a whole to try reaching out to collaborate, since I got these messages so often comparing us, and hope we could work out something. I can get that because, okay, this sentence right here. Pressured by the community as a whole trying to reach out to collaborate. I can get that much, and I'll tell you why. Because I often have people in my chat also asking me, when are you gonna collab with Alana? So I can get behind that. Like as a content creator, as a streamer, as a VTuber myself, I do have you guys saying that too. I'd love to see you two collab and stuff to you guys. I get that, right? I get that a lot of times fans of both communities would love the two content creators to collab together. I do get that, right? I absolutely do. And I do get those comments. All I'm saying is that I can see her getting those comments, you know, when I got that with Donald Trump. Again, she definitely was taking online comments way too serious. I'm always harsh on people that get affected by this heavily. Because I'm harsh and I think they're not fit out to be a streamer or a content creator. Because that's just the nature of the internet. But that's just me and I'm very harsh. But I'm also no one to say that no one deserves or that shouldn't be a content creator. Just because of that one thing, right? I get that that's a little bit mean-spirited to say. But that's my general opinion on it. If you cannot take bad comments on the internet about yourself, it's going to be hard for you. It's going to be very hard for you. And I mean, we can see how this panned out for her. She let it get to her, to the point where she started resenting Silver. Buzz apparently very mad about the Google Doc. Okay, we'll look at it after we read through it all. The photo of me at the meet and greet was taken candidly, and I thought it looked so cute. I posted it without asking you, which was wrong of me. Very true. I was so wrong for letting everyone get in my head about all these malicious feelings. I'm so sorry for any opportunities I've taken away from you. I'm sorry, Silver. Alright? Just I'm sorry I had assumed things about your design that weren't true. I'm sorry you've been harassed by commenters needing to compare us, and I apologize for the way Red spoke about you to Nano. You didn't deserve any of this, but I'm sorry. To Peaches, I'm so sorry if I made it seem like I was ignoring or ghosting you. I was so happy we had the opportunity to meet in person. I was apologetic with how busy things were at the time. I wanted to spend more time with you, but as I got more and more DMs and messages, everything became so overwhelming. I can get behind that. Personal experience here again, I can get behind that. I already get a lot of DMs. I get a lot of DMs, and I appreciate all the DMs I have been getting. Like, I've gotten a lot of positive DMs. But for me, personally, it's also hard to get back to other people because of that. Because there's just that amount back, and, you know, I can get behind that. But you get DMs, unfortunately. No, I do get DMs. Did she apologize to Bao already? Okay, let's keep reading. But as I got more and more DMs and messages, everything became so overwhelming. It does get very overwhelming. And me, as a smaller trader, I already get a lot of DMs. Now imagine someone as big as Cinder, how many DMs she must have gotten, right? I've always had a low social battery, and that made it so hard for me to keep up to date with all my friends. I've never had any ill feelings towards you, and I still don't. Okay, Rain, we're almost done, chat. To Rain, you were the first person I met as an ASM artist during the time where I was immature and vulnerable. I ended up being consumed by the content I was making, and it led me making awful decisions. I still think about and regret. I was not in a good spot at the time. I've hated myself for this kind of behavior, and it took a long time for me to move on from what happened. I have no excuses. I'm sorry you were dragged into my drama, and I'm sorry how I made you feel after I just wanted to close the book on things. Okay. I've already said, I'm sorry.
listen religious. I'm an idiot.
and make your whole record. Come on, man. I've already said the reason why she started ghosting him or stopped responding to him was likely because literally she wanted to move on from that and she felt guilty about that. Not an excuse, not saying it was alright how she acted, just explaining why she might have acted the way she acted. In this regards. Sherlock, last apology to the Pyropops. I'm sorry to my Pyropops and my mods for expecting me to lead by a better example than this. I'm sorry to the VTuber community for looking towards me as someone to aspire to. I'm sorry to Kaiser, who's put his heart and soul into everything he's ever done for me, and not even talking to you about how I felt. I'm sorry to the dozens of artists that have put their hard work into me. And I'm sorry for the rest of my friends who I've let down. I've led a bad example and I don't expect forgiveness. I've made many mistakes over my 5 years on the internet. I'm only one person living the one life I get for the first and only time. Like everyone else. As said at the start, I ended up developing an extreme unhealthy work-life balance. And the harm Red has caused with the way he views things is irreparable. Blaming it again on Red here. You didn't need to bring Red up. The way I've been perceiving things lately is not how I want to view the world moving forward, and this goes to show there's a lot I need to address and improve if I'm to continue being a content creator. I'm devastated that the friendships so special to me may understandably never be mended again. I love my job and I love all my friends I've had. Thank you for reading, Cinder. I don't know. I think it's a mid-apology. I think all of these down here, the specific ones, all of this right here, this needed to be private. All of this needed to be private. All of this right here. This part is for us. It's damage control. It does feel like it. Like she says she doesn't deserve to be able to contact everyone involved directly. I don't know. Other people might have blocked her already. I don't know what the others did. I don't know them. It's not our decision. We are not her friends, right? We are not Cinder's friends. None of us, unless someone here personally knows Cinder, which I don't think we have anyone like that in chat, but if you do, you go off free. Either way, with that out of the side. With that out of the way. We don't know Cinder personally, we don't know the others involved personally. It's their decision how they take this. Personally, this feels more like a PR stunt, like these parts right here. Like the addressed apologies, feels like a PR stunt. You could have emailed? I don't know. That's just me, but emails feel off. That's just me. The parts above that, definitely meant there were some things, as already said, that had truth to them, where I do believe her. Other parts is where she is shifting the blame onto Red, but she also is saying she doesn't, she shouldn't be forgiven for this. She isn't asking for forgiveness, she's apologizing. So I will give her that. She isn't asking for forgiveness, she is purely apologizing. The mental accountability is sad to see, I do agree. Now, the thing is, now, devil's advocate, it might be true. This might actually be true, that Red did all of this. That Red brought all of the other ones in. We do not have actual proof of Cinder talking about Shy Lily, talking about Bao, talking about Cotton, and talking about Spite. We do not have the proof of that. The opposite might also be true? Yes. All I'm saying is we don't have proof of either right now. Now here's something that could happen. Since here she literally says she didn't even discuss this with Red yet. Red could come out, make his own doc, provide his receipts, and claim that Cinder knew about everything. That could happen. I do not know. We're gonna look at the Bao stuff in a second. Does Red have an X account? He does. It's got redacted or something. I had it open here somewhere. I think I already clicked off of it. But he does have an account. I doubt that Red can call it Cinder. We do not know. We do not know. It's right now, for one, it's in the public eye to decide if they're gonna forgive her, obviously. But on the other hand, it's a private matter of things. It's personal relationships. It's the relationship between her and Nano, between all of her and her friends. Now it's up to her friends to decide what's going to happen. I'm saying this is a mid thing. It's very mid. We already said the bottom apologies. They should have never been a part of this. They should have never been here. She just went to apologize. Like I said this before. When you go to apologize, just say you've messed up. Be quick about it. Don't write 8 pages about it. If you want to explain yourself, be short about it. Be to the point. Say, I fucked up. Say, I fucked up. It's my bad. I need to do better. And all of this, it feels off to me. No essays. No essays. And again, all of us are here from a hindsight perspective. We never needed to write a doc. We never needed to write an apology. At least I hope so. None of you guys did need to do that. And so I'm gonna say, take this now how you will be. Have your own judgment. Do not go out and harass her. If you no longer wish to support her, just don't consume her content. Do not consume her content if you do not no longer wish to follow her. Unfollow her. If you will go block her, unsubscribe, do not harass her. Because I have read comments. I've already seen comments, chat. I've already seen comments on Twitter that said, no, we gotta send her hate because she needs to know she's no longer welcome here. That is so out of touch and so mentally online. Do not be that person. Do not be that person, man. If you no longer wish to support her, that's absolutely fine, and I completely understand that. I also now have my personal reservations about her as a person. She's no one I still look up to. I no longer look up to her anymore. Personally, I have canceled my pre-orders for merch for her myself. I hope that she does become a better person. I hope that she does become a better person from this. I hope that she learned about the mistake. I hope that she will take further responsibility about all this. Hope for the best, except lukewarm stuff. Yeah, expect lukewarm stuff. Okay. Where did Bao respond now? Dude, F off. Oh, come on, man. You're not gonna be that rude. Like, looking years on her account. Okay, let's look at the comments here first, though. Like, I don't think that's okay. I don't think that's okay from Buff Puff to do. As if boyfriend and girlfriend don't tell each other every single little thing. You are blaming him to save yourself. I'm so disappointed in you. Both shame on you for the pain you have caused to all your friends just so you can be the best. I feel like that too, though, that she should have known. I think she would have known. Red might have been malicious about it. I'm trying to be in good faith, chat, right? I don't want to actually, like, the entire, like, fuck her, no longer want to blah, 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 blah. I don't want to add to the dogfighting. I want to actually see that she's improving. This post was kind of stinky. Phrases like, I'm sorry for the idea that were put in my head by someone else should have no place in an apology that takes accountability. Absolutely agreed, actually. This one, absolutely true. This one is really true. Because it shifts the blame onto someone else. Very, very true. Since I started featuring around the same time, you did, and I also have a very difficult time with balancing work and life, but I've never tried to F over my friends and try to ruin their careers. This is a poor excuse, we all see through it. I hope you can actually learn and grow from this and stop trying to F people over because of petty jealousy. That's not pretty, and no one will want to be your friend if you continue to have this mentality. That's right. Okay, so people are receiving it well. Let's go check on Bao. How can you say you didn't know? I showed you both my base model sketch from now at VidCon. I walked on stage and performed together. You were in the group chat where I shared my sadness over Nano suddenly cancelling my model after we were so close to beginning live 2D and rigging. And to now find out that just the day before I shared my sadness, this is the conversation that happened that ruined the month of debut prep, planning, merch preparation. If you want to apologize to me, please do it properly and stop hiding behind red. Did you cancel models? I did not. I did address this one too. This is what I brought up too, right? We did talk about this one too. Like specifically. I have nothing else to say. I understand that Bao is upset. I know, but it's not important to show the entirety of it. We already seen it. She just would be good at lying or don't. I don't know what people expected. I don't know, man. As someone who's unaffected by this, it's just hard for me personally to decide how to feel at this point. I think it's where I'm going to choose to remain neutral for the moment while staying informed on the situation. I feel like that's a good stance to have. To just chill at the moment, stay neutral, see what's going to happen. Again, it's not... For their friendships, it's not our decision to decide whether she's forgiven or not. It's not our decision. Now, the public eye doesn't seem to be receiving her apology very well, which I can understand. I think the apology is very mid. It feels very PR.